Hello everybody and a very warm welcome to your Alpha Live broadcast of round 10 of the 2024 Rally Replay SuperOne series, coming to you live from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit, just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. My name is Howard Mitchell, I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's my pleasure and privilege to be in the comms position for you once again for what promises to be a highly entertaining day of racing here at this 1.2 kilometre circuit in the middle of England. It's a popular one, this, for many a series and many a karter. This one, it's very well located for various different series and championships, and SuperOne, Rally Replay SuperOne is absolutely no exception, going as it does to some of the premier kart venues in the United Kingdom. Weather-wise, it's a little bit changeable this weekend. We've got the possibility of light rain later on in about a couple of hours' time. We have had a little bit of rain spitting this morning, but on the whole, conditions are fairly dry. Although this can be a tricky circuit in changeable conditions. There are several parts of the lap that can get quite greasy quite quickly, and it tends to dry out at a different rate. Sitting as it does, this circuit, on a slight slope. The cameras sometimes don't do justice to that, but looking as we are here from Christmas Corner, possibly the most well-known corner on this circuit, we are looking downhill at the moment. It's an uphill braking zone into this right-hander at the forefront of your shot. On the international layout we are today here at Whilton Mill, hence the 1.2 kilometres, and here we're looking at the Ashby hairpin, the run down to it. The drivers will come towards us in this shot and turn right into the Ashby hairpin. That is unique to the international layout, because where that cone is just at the back of the shot, that is where you would hang a hard right at Inkerman's on the shorter layout. So international layout it is, and we are getting ready for our first race of the day, which is Bambino C50 Heat 1. Let's take you through the grid then, which was decided by a 6-minute qualifying session earlier this morning. It is the young man who comes into today leading the championship, the 53 of Noah Wicklow, who starts this one pole position. Ernie Wade alongside him. Logan Hodgetts and Will Wainwright are row number 2, with Jesse Bailey and Benjamin Schlivar, the BM plate holder, on row 3. Row 4 is where we find Henry Hales and Kalman Simon. Hendrix Falat, who had success here yesterday, and Santo Amico round out the top 10. Rafe Owen and John Stevens are on row number 6. Next, it's Arthur Bowers and Freddie Purnell. Cole Parrish and Jax Wong are your 8th row of the grid, ahead of Jensen Drummond and Harry Wass. And then it's Reggie Peters and Lani Eden to round out the 20 karts that will contest this heat race, this first heat of the day for our Bambino C50s. We'll be going into a standing start. Here's the newer section of Whilton Mill. I happen to have covered quite a few events at Whilton Mill so far this year, so it's feeling already well established. But that new complex at Paddock may be new for some of our, may have been new for some of our drivers this weekend. And I say it that way because yesterday we had round 9 of the Rally Replay SuperOne series here at Whilton Mill. That was not, we didn't broadcast that one, but what we do have for you is some of the interviews with our drivers, our class winners. And we'll be bringing those to you during the lunch break on today's broadcast, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Lunch break due to kick off around about midday. 5-second board shown then for our drivers in Bambino C50, and we're away. Noah Wicklow leads them towards the left-hander at Oblivion Corner, turn number 1. A good start from Ernie Wade though, and he's already challenging around the outside of Noah Wicklow into turn 1 and gets the job done. The number 11 up to first place as Ernie Wade leads them up the hill. It was a good start, it looks to me, from grid 2. Logan Hodgetts, it looks to me, is still in position there as they stream into Christmas Corner for the first time. Really nice to see that they've kept it clean through there. There's a small tag of the curb there, and maybe one of our drivers dipping a couple of wheels onto the grass, but on the whole, that is a clean start as they head downhill into Ashby. Tricky braking zone. Got to judge that one right. Gravity is with you braking into Christmas Corner. It's against you braking into Ashby Corner. Then through this 2 left-hander complex in the middle of the track, Wilkins, and the one they've just come out of there is Osiers, onto the back straight where the 2 layouts of Whilton Mill converge again, and into the famous boot section, which effectively has gained a sort of stiletto heel with the new layout. They'll go through the right-handers here at the boot, and then the new section where they have to peel right, stay over to driver's right, and nail this chicane. And there's Noah Wicklow looking to challenge Ernie Wade. He wants that lead back again as they're going 2, nearly 3 wide for third place as well as they cross the line. Will Wainwright there was in third as they cross the line, and I think that is indeed the 21 up to third place. And Logan Hodgetts, it looks to me, is now down to 5th, because that looks like Jesse Bailey has got by in the 33 as well. Jesse Bailey chooses to hang to the inside, half in defence, half in offence there, going into Christmas corner, and it stays as they were at the bottom of the hill as they peel through the top of the hill. Ernie Wade absorbing a lot of pressure in these early phases here. They're allowed to use all that runoff there out of Ashby Corner. That's absolutely fine, even though they're beyond the white line there. Through Wilkins they go, and now again downhill braking into Osiers is tricky as well for these young drivers. Not a lot of field spread at this stage, which is kind of par for the course with the Bambino C50 class. Slightly different lines there from Noah Wicklow compared to Ernie Wade as they enter this section of the lap, but it stays as they were. As that looks like Logan Hodgetts has had a good run there, though. He's going to challenge Jesse Bailey across the line, and he is actually narrowly ahead as they cross the line. They're still side by side through Oblivion, and they've got to be careful because it's going to hold each other up. That is Hodgetts through, but that's definitely an opportunity offered to the likes of Hendrix Fallat and Calman Simon behind them. Top two just breaking away by a kart length or two, but Will Wainwright staying with them for now. 7 minutes plus a lap for these heat races, if that's not been said already. And each class will have 2 of these heat races, and then we'll go into the finals. It's 34 championship points for a heats win. It's 60 points for a finals win. That is the case across all classes, as Logan Hodgetts is having a go at Will Wainwright again down the back straight, and that is nicely done from Logan there. The driver who comes into today sat 2nd in the standings. And we are, of course, this is the anti-penultimate round of the championship. We've just got today's racing and then the 2 rounds in a few weeks' time at Shenington. So I will be keeping everyone abreast of what the championship situations are. But the fantastic news to us from a neutral perspective of enjoying the racing is that all of the classes at the moment are wide open. There's actually, from my maths, and I'm going to say this word for the first time today, folks, from my provisional maths, everything I say today is provisional, is not official declarations. There's only one class which I think might get rounded out today if the driver in the lead has a really good day, but that is not this class. This class is wide open, and as you can see from the way that these drivers are clustered together in amongst the top 15, really, top 13, 14 maybe. This is a highly competitive class, as there's the move for the lead. Noah Wicklow gets by on Ernie Wade, and Ernie Wade, can he hang on to 2nd position, because that's put him out of rhythm? And initially Logan Hodgetts had a look, but that was well read there by Will Wainwright in the 21. And look at this, they're splaying out. Is that 35 wide there into Oblivion Corner? That's fantastic stuff. It's giving the opportunity for Noah Wicklow to break away, having regained the lead, which he had at the start of the race for the first few metres of the race at least. It is Jesse Bailey up into 2nd place at the moment, and that is that's Hendrix Fallat, I think, who has come to the fore there, up into 3rd place. So well read by those 2 drivers in that exchange. Out of Ashby Corner they come. It is indeed Jesse Bailey there in 2nd place. There's Hendrix Fallat, who took a win yesterday in those finals, also had a heat win as well, and he's now challenging for 2nd place, but that was robust defence there from Will Wainwright, and it stays as they were, from Jesse Bailey, apologies. Will Wainwright there challenging in the 21 kart behind Hendrix Fallat there in 4th place. So they come across the line then with just under 90 seconds left on the clock. Remember, it's 7 minutes plus a lap. Noah Wicklow with 0.7 of a second in hand over Jesse Bailey and Hendrix Fallat. Then it's Will Wainwright, Logan Hodgetts, and there's Calman Simon having to go defensive against Ernie Wade, who would fancy getting back up the order. It was a tough break for Ernie Wade a few laps ago when Noah took the lead. It just upset his rhythm, and as is so often the way in sprint racing in karting, if your rhythm is upset in this close pack racing, you won't just lose the one position, you're highly likely to lose 2, 3, 4 or more. And that's the position Ernie finds himself in. Good solid points on the board for all these drivers as it currently stands. Those here is a challenge for the lead. Jesse Bailey has reeled in Noah Wicklow, and he's going to fire on by as they go into the boot. Can Wicklow mount a response? He's got Hendrix Fallat to worry about as well, and that was beautifully done from Jesse Bailey, and what a lap he has had to catch up to the back of Noah Wicklow. That lap started with Wicklow 0.7 of a second ahead, and you wouldn't know it were you looking at how that lap ended. Back up the hill, though, it's Wicklow versus Bailey. They've got to be a little bit careful there, and Fallat as well is sensing the opportunity coming through on the inside, and that is brilliantly read by Hendrix Fallat. That started off with him, it felt like it was almost bump drafting Noah Wicklow up the hill at the start, but he came out on top in that exchange. That was brilliantly read by Hendrix Fallat as Ernie Wade now challenges Calman Simon, and that looked like it was going to be successful. They're side by side on exit, but Ernie Wade will have the inside line at the next corner. Logan Hodgetts there, the 74 that we just saw turning in, but Hendrix Fallat has timed a last-minute charge here quite well to come to the head of the field with just, well, 1.5 laps to go, really. Noah Wicklow in second place now, having got by or confirmed his position in competition with Jesse Bailey throughout this lap. And there is the last lap ball being shown at the start marshal post. Hendrix Fallat then confirmed as new race leader as he crossed that line. What a time to come to the front, but he's not done yet. Noah Wicklow on the inside. He's got to run. How strong are they going to be on braking? They're going to be very strong. Noah Wicklow is through, and Jesse Bailey as well. Will Wainwright in the bright yellow cart there, also in this fight, and Logan Hodgetts right with them as well. These top 5, it looks like it's going to be one of them. But who will it be? Noah Wicklow has timed the charge well to the front of the field, hugging the inside into Wilkins, but that may leave him exposed to attack from Jesse Bailey into Oziers. Meanwhile, Will Wainwright now challenging on the inside of Hendrix Fallat, and he's through up into third place there on the exit of Oziers, and Logan Hodgetts fancies his chances of pouncing, but at the front, this is the roll of the dice here from Jesse Bailey. There's a touch, and that's not paid off for Bailey. Noah Wicklow hangs on to the lead on the road. Will Wainwright now challenging for second place. Late charge from Will Wainwright. It's going to be Noah Wicklow who takes the checkered flag in an action-packed first heat of the day. Will Wainwright across the line in second. Jesse Bailey in third. Logan Hodgetts in fourth. And Hendrix Fallat rounding out that top 5. Just 0.174 seconds. Under 2/10 separating the top 2 to get us started for our day's racing here at Whilton Mill. That'll do. Calman Simon won that battle that you saw further down in the top 10 there on the last lap. He finished 6th. Benjamin Schlivar in 7th. Ernie Wade in 8th. Henry Hales in 9th. Raith Owen rounds out your top 10 in what was an action-packed first race there. Well, I think we'll settle for the rest of the day of that standard of race, please. That was a fantastic way to get going there. So we'll next see our Bambino C50s for their second heat, which will be the first race after the lunch break. So around about 12:45 is when we'd expect to see them. Obviously, schedules are subject to change if there's race stoppage, or indeed we can sometimes run a little ahead of schedule. They were a little bit ahead of schedule, I think, when we started that one. So around that 12:45 mark is when we'll expect to next see our Bambino C50s. Up next, though, it is our first heat of the day for Intermax. Next heat race of the day, then our second race is going to be the first heat for Intermax. Let's take a look at your grid then, as they get ready to come out onto circuit. Ruben Jenkins had the fastest time in qualifying. He'll start this one from pole ahead of Nelson Taylor on the first row, Cody Lepaterel had a lot of success here yesterday. He starts on row 2, and alongside him is Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa in the 97. Ashton Redpath and Stanley Stafford are on row number 3. And then it's going to be Jack Holmes and JJ Plowman on row 4. Oscar Roach and Lucas Esser round out the top 10. Jensen Sale and Annika Hurd are your 6th row of the grid. Jensen Walker and Noah Moulton are row 7. Layla Bell and Amrit Singh Adwal make up row 8. Then it's Alexander Adams and Connor J. Winfield. And Marley Fisher and Akil Nane Giannone, who I have been reliably informed would like to be referred to as ANG, rounds out the top 20 drivers contesting this one here at Whilton Mill. So, Intermax, your situation championship-wise, let's bring you up to speed on that one. It is JJ Plowman in the lead of this one as we come into today. He finished 3rd in yesterday's final. 2nd in yesterday's final, there was the driver who sits 2nd in the point standing coming into this one. That's the 40 of Jensen Sale. We should acknowledge our winner from yesterday as well, Cody Lepaterel. The first time we've seen him this season. He got a clean sweep here yesterday, both of the heat wins and the finals win. So that's how they completed yesterday as we get ready to go into this 7 minutes plus a lap final. Away we go then. Ruben Jenkins leads them towards the first corner, and timing shows a full start as they stream through turn number 2, and we've got some drivers clocking that now, and full start flags are out. You can see the green flag with the yellow downward chevron. That tells the drivers that that was called as a full start. So they will reform up again into grid formation, and we will go again for a race start. And they'll be wanting to get this next one correct, because if they do 2 full starts, then there will be a reduction on the race time. I'll give a shout out to the 80 actually of Annika Hurd, Australian driver. So fantastic example of the international appeal of the Rally Replay SuperOne series. She'll be starting this one from 12th place as we get ready to go again here at Whilton Mill. Here we go then, 2nd attempt. Away we go into Oblivion Corner and through the crook up the hill for the first time. As they head up to Christmas Corner, Ruben Jenkins has managed to retain that lead. Can they all stream through Christmas Corner cleanly? That looks pretty good to me as they weave their way through the top of the circuit, and there's a chop across there from, I think that was Nelson Taylor, who immediately challenges for the lead as well. And that is through for Nelson Taylor in the 91, but immediately Cody Lepaterel is going to go for the lead and is through at Ozier's corner. The lead is changing with every single corner on this opening lap. Cody Lepaterel goes defensive into the boot, but that was a bold start from both he and Nelson Taylor there, and fair play to Ruben Jenkins for hanging on for 3rd place there, because it is so easy. As I sort of mentioned in the previous race, if you get challenged like that, it is so easy when there's everyone bearing down on you to fall out of your rhythm, and it gets even worse. But he's defended well, and indeed he's attacking back again. That's Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa, in the 97 going by on Ruben Jenkins. That is up into 3rd place for the 97 as they come out of Ashby Corner. And the 5 of JJ Plowman, championship leader coming into today, has got by as well. And there is Jensen Sale going by as well on Ruben Jenkins. So I fear I may have commentator cursed it slightly, because Jenkins has lost a few more positions. But he's getting back into his rhythm well, immediately back onto the racing line. and thinking about how to get back past those who may have just got by. Cody Lepaterel leads then and has the fastest lap of the race as well as they come on to lap 3. Nelson Taylor in second, Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa in third, and JJ Plowman in fourth, as we're looking at the battle for second place really through the top of the hill, because Cody Lepaterel has already got about 7/10 of a second in hand. Nelson Taylor then leads the snake of karts there heading through, as I think that looked like Amrit Singh Atwell going for a lead further down the order as well. There's a challenge on JJ Plowman there by Jensen Sale, and that is up into fourth place. That is your driver sitting second in the championship, going by the driver sat first. All these championship considerations do start to matter as we enter into the business end of the season, although as a reflection of how close this class is, this is another one of those classes which whose championship is not going to get determined today. We'll go on to Sheddington, as there is Jensen Sale now looking at Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa and gets the job done, and that was a fairly late move into Christmas Corner, but all looked fair and above board there. Into Ashby Corner they go, and you can see there the 96 of Oscar Roach as well. Haven't mentioned Oscar so far, but very much a factor sitting there in 6th place. And there's Jensen Sale through on Nelson Taylor as well. So Sale has some real momentum here in this race, and the question now becomes, can he break away from those behind him? He's already got a few kart lengths there, and how does his pace compare to Cody Lepaterel, who so far has been that pace setter? A 49.518, the fastest lap of the race that sits with him. Oscar Roach here now having a look at JJ Plowman, and Noah Moulton in the 54 in there as well. And they're still battling away there throughout the pack, in fact. There's Oscar Roach in the 96. The 54 is Noah Moulton. We cut back to the battle for 3rd place, though. Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa putting a bit of pressure there on Nelson Taylor in the 91. As they come through the toe of the boot and then into the new heel section. That's not the official name, by the way. I just can't not think of the boot in that way, in those terms. Through the crook then. I have to say, one of the... I love that section in this circuit, through turns 1 and 2. You're really slinging the kart through. It's a high-speed first sector here at Whilton Mill, through Christmas Corner. I'm a big fan of this track. As there is a late move there from Nelson Taylor on Jensen Sale, and that did not pay off. And it slightly slowed him up. And does that give an opportunity for Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa? It's a late braking move into Osiers, but he hangs on to it. That was on the limit of adhesion there for Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa. JJ Plowman has seized the opportunity as well. And Oscar Roach and Noah Moulton fancy their chances as well, as Noah Moulton. And that's round for Nelson Taylor there. And that's also been a costly moment, unfortunately, for Ruben Jenkins as well, our pole sitter. And there was not a lot that Ruben could do with that one. I think he just got caught up in the melee there. But Nelson Taylor, well, what started as a bold late move into Ashby Corner on Jensen Sale for second has ended in disappointment there for Nelson with the kart turned round. That leaves us with Cody Lepaterel leading. And Jensen Sale, you can just see there in the 40 in second. And then we're looking at 3rd place there, the 97 of Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa, with JJ Plowman keeping the pressure on there in the number 5. It has that little ruckus on the last lap has caused the top 5, top 10 even, to spread out a little, as there is a contact warning being shown for Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa. As fastest lap of the race from ANG in the 28 car, 49.415. Cody Lepaterel, though, controlling this one well, as we saw from him yesterday here at Whilton Mill. Looking a little bit further back, there is Akil Nana Giannone, ANG, chasing the 43 of Stanley Stafford in 7th place. Stanley sitting fourth in the point standings as they come into today. And that is a change for 7th whilst I was saying that, but immediately back through goes Stanley Stafford. This is brilliant stuff between the 28 and the 43. And Jack Holmes was getting involved there as well in the 36. We cut back, though, to the battle over 3rd place. JJ Plowman putting pressure on Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa. Clock's hit 0. I believe it'll be last lap board next time around. Cody Lepaterel is rounding the boot now. We're looking at the battle for 3rd place. To answer the question, Jensen Sale doesn't, I mean, he has some great pace, but not the pace to reel in Lepaterel. Last lap board shown then for the driver of the 87. Controlling this one really, really well. When I say Jensen Sale hasn't quite got the pace to reel him in, that does not mean he's necessarily slower. They are trading thousandths every lap. And on this last lap, it's actually Plowman on the defensive because Oscar Roach has had a really good previous lap. In fact, it's changing with every corner here, whether Plowman is having to go in defence or attack here. Down into Ozier's corner for Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa. But I think he's just got enough in hand to hold on to that 3rd place. Meanwhile, though, Cody Lepaterel is coming around the last section now, through the new section here at Whilton Mill, and continues a fantastic run of success throughout this weekend. He takes the first win of the day in Intermax. Jensen Sale with an impressive charge up to 2nd place there. Gets a good haul of points. Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa in 3rd, ahead of JJ Plowman, who holds on to 4th ahead of Oscar Roach. Noah Moulton was 6th. Then it was ANG in the 28, finishing in 7th. Jack Holmes in 8th. 9th for Jensen Walker. And Stanley Stafford rounded out the top 10 in what was another action-packed race there from our Intermax drivers. We'll next see them in our 2nd rotation of races around about 1 p.m, although all those times are provisional and subject to change. But that's when we will next see them on our schedule. There is your results. Don't forget results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on SuperOne for all confirmed results from these races. Next, though, we're going to look ahead to our first heat of the day for Honda Cadets. Here's your grid then for Heat 1 for round 10 of Rally Replay Super 1 for 2024 in the Honda Cadets GX200 class. Let's take you through it. It'll be the number 14 of Ricky McIntosh who takes this one away from pole. Ronnie Jones alongside him. Shailen Srikantan and Ronnie Smart make up row number 2 with Shea Hilton and Sebastian Burlington on row 3. Row 4 is where we find Luke McCall and Charlie Gregg. Peter Webster and Noah Clare round out your top 10. And then it's Harry Search and Cian Sullivan on row 6. Dino Rowlands and Charlie Quine are on your 7th row. Joshua Bailey and Jayan Prakash are row 8. Eloisa Burlington and Daniel Hulse are on row 9. And that is how they rounded out, that one through me, that's how they round out the 18-car grid for this first heat of the day for Honda Cadets GX200 as they get ready for the 7 minutes plus a lap. Your situation championship-wise, it's interesting to see Cian down on the 6th row of the grid here. He comes into today as championship leader and with a fair amount of momentum at this precise moment in his campaign. We saw him back at Fullbeck around 8 the previous time where we had an Alpha Live broadcast of Super 1. We saw him taking the clean sweep there, and he managed the same again here yesterday at Whilton Mill. So you'll be able to hear from him in our class winners interviews going out during the lunch break on today's broadcast. But yeah, perhaps not the qualifying that he would have hoped for, but we know that he's a good racer as well as we get ready for Heat 1 here in Honda Cadet GX200. Away we go. Ricky McIntosh leads them away into oblivion and has a good start there, retaining the lead as they all stream up the hill for the first time. Ronnie Jones, it looks to me, has retained position as well as they go 3 wide, even 4 wide, in the usual fashion in Honda Cadets up through Christmas Corner. But they've all navigated that one pretty well as they come through Inkermans. Oh, we've got one driver there off onto the grass We'll double check who that might have been at the end of the lap, but there's still battling going on. There is Harry Search. It looks to me making some early progress there in the mid-pack as they stream onto the back straight. But it stayed the same as far as I'm aware at the front. Ricky McIntosh still out in front of Ronnie Smart as they come around to finish lap number 1. Excuse me, it has been a switch around. Ronnie Jones there up into second place. It is the 7-0, not the 5-0, so it was a good start there from Ronnie Jones. No, sorry, that's not a swap around. That is the order they were in on the grid. Ronnie Smart has done well to get up to third place ahead of Shailen Srikantan. And I think it might have been Joshua Bailey who we saw taking to the grass briefly out of Inkermans. But other than that, nothing too dramatic to report. Although that is something dramatic to report. That is Dino Rowlands, who is out there in the number 11 kart. So he's come, unfortunately, to a stop there. And it doesn't look like he'll be taking any further part in this one. Hopefully we'll see him back out later on, the driver of the number 11. Meanwhile, at the front, Ricky McIntosh still leading them through. There's the yellow flag at turn 1 for the stricken kart of Dino Rowlands. Through Oblivion and the Crook. The 33 there is Shailen Srikantan. Quick look just to sense where the threat might be coming from. And it's Cian Sullivan versus Shay Hilton there through Christmas Corner. And that goes the way of Cian Sullivan, which was the order they were in. Oh, excuse me, no, that is a change for 5th position there. So Cian Sullivan playing himself into this one. It's Sebastian Burlington now who's challenging the 88 of Shay Hilton. Down into the boot. Side into the boot. Actually, that's actually not a part of the lap. That's a relatively flat part of the circuit here. As the battle for 4th place comes out to begin lap number 4. Pretty much all drivers there improving their personal best lap times in the race as they get fully up to speed. Cian Sullivan here in the wheel tracks of Shailen Srikantan, and behind them as well the battle continues between Hilton, Burlington and McGall has got involved as well, and that's well read from McGall, and Hilton's not too happy with how that exchange played out. Srikantan managed to hold off Cian Sullivan further up the road. And I think Luke McGall's got through there as well. So 2 passes there for Luke McGall. Here is Srikantan, though, being passed. Sullivan down into Ozier's, hard on the brakes, and was able to come underneath. And it is the nature of that corner into Ozier's. The natural racing line leaves you with a very late turn in, late apex, because, well, a late turn in because you want to get as later apex as possible to maximise your speed onto the straight. But that does leave you exposed to a classical block pass on the inside, and I think that's what we picked up the end of there as Cian Sullivan went by in 4th place. Challenge for 2nd place here. Ronnie Smart versus Ronnie Jones, the 50 versus the 70, and that is through for Ronnie Smart up into 2nd place in the 5-0 kart. Down into Ashby Corner they go once again. And there's a quick look over the shoulder there from Ricky Jr. McIntosh. But he needn't worry for now. He's got a few kart lengths in hand, has McIntosh. This, if he can hold on to it, would be his 2nd heat win in 2024 at least. He last had a win back at round 7, which was at our previous race meeting at Fullbeck on the Saturday. Remember, all even numbered rounds broadcast for you here by Alpha Live throughout this Rally Replay Super 1 season. Fastest lap of the race from Luke McGall, bringing himself up onto the back of Shailen Srikantan gradually now. It's not that Srikantan's exactly off pace though, with good pace. As here's Cian Sullivan now challenging with Ronnie Jones, and that all went a bit pear-shaped, and it saw both of them off there. Sullivan, I think, might have just kept within the confines of the white lines of the track, but either way, they both lost out there, and that's allowed Srikantan through, but Srikantan can't relish that one for too long because he's immediately got pressure here from Luke McGall, who is through at the toe of the boot. And it's all change here as Cian Sullivan will immediately look to try and get back on up the order there, as too will Ronnie Jones. Lest I mention as well that that does mean that Luke McGall, as second place in the championship, is now by on the first place Cian Sullivan, as there is the battle still going on between Sullivan and Ronnie Jones, and that was a clatter across the curve from Ronnie Jones. In both instances with those drivers, they were going for moves where there is always a risk that the door will close. That's not me apportioning blame in any particular way, but when you're going for the apex of Wilkins, you need to have faith that the other driver's giving you room. You really need to be some way alongside first. And clearly on that occasion, from Ronnie Jones's perspective, Cian Sullivan was coming through on the inside, was not on his radar, and it meant that they converged on the apex. And similarly there, on the exit of Christmas Corner, that left-hander, which doesn't officially have a name, but I and many others call it Boxing Day because it comes after Christmas. Again, you can get that convergence on the apex. It's not a place where drivers expect drivers to come through, but at the same time, if a driver has gone out wide through Christmas Corner, the other driver can't expect that kart to evaporate into thin air. So it's very important to give racing room. At those, that was a demonstration across those last 2 laps of literally the 2 pinch points around this circuit, the 2 prime pinch points, if you like, around this Whilton Mill circuit. Here's Cian Sullivan, though, going by on Shaylin Srikantan. That is a move for 4th place, as it'll be last lap board this time around, I believe, shown to Ricky McIntosh. And there indeed is the last lap board being waved at the start-finish marshal post. So Ricky McIntosh, who's controlled this one from pole position, got that pole in qualifying. It was a 54.947 for reference, by the way, in qualifying. TW Racing driver there. As battle over 3rd place, Luke McGall going defensive here against Cian Sullivan, and Shaylin Srikantan fancies getting some of these positions back as well. Luke McGall going defensive into Wilkins. That will leave him exposed, and again there's contact in Wilkins, and again it's affected Cian Sullivan and Ronnie Jones there, but we have to cut back to the front. Ricky McIntosh coming through the final few corners. He's controlled this one brilliantly. He will be bagging those 34 points for the win as he takes the checkered flag for Heat 1 in Honda Cadet JX200 class. Ronnie Smart finishes a strong second. Luke McGall, in the end, hangs on for 3rd place. Cian Sullivan managed to retain 4th even after that heart-in-the-mouth moment there through Wilkins and towards Oziers. And Ronnie Jones is in 5th place. Shaylin Srikantan was next. Shay Hilton with solid points there in 7th place, ahead of Charlie Gregg. Charlie Quine in 9th place, and Sebastian Burlington rounded out the top 10. Well, we're not being deprived of action so far here today in Rally Replay Super 1 Series, that's for sure. And we need to look ahead, though, immediately to our next race here, which is going to be our first race, or our only set of races today where we see 2 classes on track at the same time. That will be our Heat 1 for Micromax, and IAME Water Swift Restricted. So as we're just waiting for the Honda Cadets to get back into the pit lane, let's take a look at the grid then for race 4 on the schedule for our Micromaxes and IAME Water Swift Restricted. Alfie Garrett takes this one away from pole position. Logan Rolfe alongside him. Ryan White and Dian Singh Pahal are your second row of the grid. Albie J. Stubbs and Ansel in the number 96 are on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Logan Stanley Jones, Ethan Lloyd alongside. Freddie Blackshaw and Noah Wicklow round out your top 10. Oscar Churches and Javen Ip are on your 6th row of the grid. Elsie Gannon and Daniel Stangerine are next, ahead of Arlo Gamble and Isla Parsons. William Crombie is your... I'll just double check this one. William Crombie is your highest placed IAME Water Swift Restricted runner there. And Louis Williams-Mabs alongside him is also that class. In fact, these are our Water Swift Restricted runners here. Jesse Plowman and Theo Jepson round out that 20 kart grid there. Let's take you through our championship situation. Alfie Garrett comes into today as the championship leader here in Micromax. And in a similar way, actually, to what we had in Intermax earlier, where I was talking about Cody Lepaterel coming in as someone we've not seen so far in the championship this year, coming in and getting that win. We had a similar story here yesterday in Micromax with Dhyan Singh Pahal, in the number 23, coming in and taking that clean sweep. So definitely one to watch today. Starts fourth on that grid that I just read out, does Dhyan Singh Pahal. But Alfie Garrett is the championship leader and scored good points yesterday with a third, a second and a second in the final. Third in your final yesterday was Logan Rolfe, who's who we were also seeing for the first time in 2024 yesterday. But second in that championship is the number 96, Ansel. And it's still close as you like. In fact, coming into today, this is one of our closest classes off the back of round 9. There's 1 point in it between Alfie Garrett and Ansel. Now, one of the reasons why the championships stay so open, a factor I haven't mentioned yet today, is the system of drop scores. There's 12 rounds to the championship. Your worst 2 rounds get dropped. And for those of you who are aficionados of drop score systems in karting, you'll know that this A, keeps the championship very open, and B, there are different ways in which that can be applied. So in the case of Rally Replay SuperOne, it is your 2 worst rounds total. So it is not 2 rounds worth. It is not your 4 worst heats and it is not your 4 worst heats and 2 worst finals. It is your 2 total blocks of 2 heats and a final. Hopefully that makes sense. It's not any worst 4. So you could have a win, but then if you get disqualified from the other 2 races, right, that would still be one of your drop rounds. Hopefully that makes sense, but it means we keep an exciting championship throughout, and that is exactly what we've got as Alfie Garrett leads them away in the number 42 through Oblivion and into the Crook as they all come up the hill for the first time. It's been a good start, it looks to me, from Alfie Garrett as they come through Christmas Corner and over the top of the hill, and they'll come through Inkermans then and down towards Ashby Corner. And it's still Alfie Garrett who leads as there's various challenges for position coming in to Ashby. Looks to me like Logan Rolfe has also retained that second place. Indeed he has, but Dhyan Singh Pahal, who's very confident when we spoke to him yesterday, has had a good start there, getting up to third place, getting past Ryan White in the early stages here. Ansel has come up to 4th place. It looks to me like Ryan White is down to 5th as they finish lap 1. Through they come. It's been a good first lap for William Crombie as well. In IAME Water Swift Restricted, he's up to 13th place and now has several karts between him and the next kart down, which is Theo Jepson. And that has been a challenge for the lead. Sorry, just whilst I was checking on IWR class. And now, for a moment, Logan Rolfe was in the lead, but now Dhyan Singh Pahal comes down the inside at Ashby Corner. Once again, the lead changing with every corner. Ansel up to 3rd place. And that looks to me like Alfie Garrett's down to 5th as well, because Ryan White has got by. So all changes now. Dhyan Singh Pahal, Logan Rolfe, who was briefly in the lead himself, ahead of the 96 of Ansel, and Ryan White, and then Alfie Garrett is how the top 5 are now. And what that little exchange has done is ensured that everybody else gets a chance to come to the party as well. So Alfie J. Stubbs, Logan Stanley Jones, Ethan Lloyd, Noah Wicklow, Freddie Blackshaw, Javen Ib and Oscar Churches, they're all a part of this pack. And actually William Crombie coming up onto the back of it as well, as Louis Williams-Mabs gains a couple of positions. IAME Water Swift Restricted to bring himself up to 2nd within that class. And through there goes Ryan White and Alfie Garrett on Ansel in the number 96, and Alfie Garrett fancied his chances perhaps on Ryan White as well there for 3rd, but held station for now. Dhyan Singh Pahal leads. He is in the 23, and then it's Logan Rolfe in the 32. And challenge there from the 19 of Albie J. Stubbs, who I said had come up onto the back of this pack and has got by on Alfie Garrett there. So Albie J. Stubbs has arrived on the scene. There is the confirmation, 5th place. But immediately back through there goes Alfie Garrett. So your timing tower is immediately out of date. as they're still going to be battling up the hill. RBJ Stubbs on your right, driver's left, and that is the 66 of Ethan Lloyd coming through off the back of Alfie Garrett upsetting Stubbs' rhythm. This is the thing, it's not just about, well, every pass you go for has to pay off, really. That's the stakes that we've got in a pack like this, because otherwise you'll be compromised, and that's a little wide moment for Ethan Lloyd. Just opened the door slightly for RBJ Stubbs to counter-attack, but it stays as they were, as behind them Logan Stanley Jones and Noah Wicklow are battling away as well. Dian Singh Pahal being kept honest by Logan Rolfe at the front of the field. These two drivers who we haven't seen until this race meeting here out in front, giving us some entertainment. And the key thing to say in these situations, of course, is that for these drivers, they have nothing to lose. They're not fussed about a championship situation. Coming in at this latter stage of the season, they can't win the championship. So it's just about, you know, racing hard and fair and getting as good a result as they can. It's the drivers behind who are more concerned with championship considerations. Although, actually saying that, to be completely clear, this is also the first race meeting where we've seen Ryan White this year. So actually, I tend to use the term disruptors for this. They're a disruptor, right? They're coming in. They don't have to worry too much about championships. Oh, and there's an incident there for the 13 and the 53. That being, excuse me, not the 13 and the 53. That must be the 18 and the 53. So that's Oscar Churches and Noah Wicklow. So disappointing for them. Oh, and that's the 99 of Elsie Gannon as well at the side of the road. Suddenly, we've got a lot of Micromaxes around the circuit here. I'm being told that both those drivers are out. Excuse me, sorry, it wasn't the 18. Apologies to Oscar Church's supporters out there. I thought I saw the 13, realised we didn't have a 13, and thought it must have therefore been the 18. I went for the wrong number. It was the 73 of Logan Stanley Jones who was in that incident. So apologies. Oscar Church is still running strongly in 9th place. It's Logan Stanley Jones, Noah Wicklow and Elsie Gannon, who I believe will take no further part in this race. 90 seconds still on the clock, 90 seconds plus a lap, remember. Dian Singh Pahal is still being kept very honest by the 32 of Logan Rolfe. Ryan White up in 3rd place. But Alfie Garrett challenging here, having a look for 3rd place, maybe thought about it, but he's got to be careful, because as I say, he's got to make this stick. Whilst the field has spread out a little bit more, got to be wise to the yellow flags around the circuit as well here, because you don't want to be getting a penalty for overtaking under yellows through a moment of carelessness. Here's the opportunity though into the boot, pulls to the inside, but couldn't make it stick. Really strong from Ryan White on the braking into the boot there. Ansel is with them as well, ready to pounce should the opportunity arise. And that's why Alfie Garrett does have to be a bit careful. Most drivers, when you talk to them, say, I'm just taking it race by race. But as I say, 1 point between the top two here, and there is the top two, the 42 and the 96, who are chasing Ryan White here on your shot. Those two lie 1st and 2nd in the championship, and the difference is 1 point. Now, because of the drop score system, that's not, you know, it's not wholly representative, if you like, because once we get round to drop scores, it then becomes a question of, well, what's the quality of the scores you're falling back on, as there's a challenge on Ryan White again from Alfie Garrett, trying where he did a lap ago. He's going to try and hang it round the outside. He'll have the inside though for Paddock, and that is a beautiful move through the boot section from Alfie Garrett. As the last lap board is shown, who says that overtaking round the new boot section here at Whilton Mill is difficult? That was beautifully done from Alfie Garrett. Hung it round the outside on the last lap though. Challenge for the lead still on here. Logan Rolfe challenging as Ansel has a look. Oh, and there's contact as he has a look, and is that going to be damage to the card of the 96? Had a look at Ryan White there for 4th place, but couldn't make it stick, and they came together on corner exit. Here is Dian Singh Pahal, who said to us yesterday, I've won today, I'll win tomorrow. Don't want to spoil the interviews with you too much, but a lot of confidence Pahal had yesterday, and has absorbed this pressure from Logan Rolfe really well. Just needs to do so for a few more corners. And Dian Singh Pahal will come round to take the checkered flag for Heat 1 for round 10 of Rally Replay Super 1 in Micromax, ahead of Logan Rolfe. Further down the order, by the way, we're expecting there across the line. There is the 115 of William Crombie as well to take the points, the win in class for IAME Water Swift Restricted, as well as Daniel Stangerine there puts in a late charge to get by on Arlo Gamble to finish 12th. Louis Williams-Mabs across the line there as well, second in IAME Water Swift Restricted, just ahead of Theo Jepson. So that is, those are the top three in IAME Water Swift Restricted as well. Dian Singh Pahal, your winner overall though, and winner in Micromax. Logan Rolfe in second. Alfie Garrett getting by for third place in the latter stages, ahead of Ryan White and Ansel, rounded out your top five. Woof, I'm really enjoying the races so far today. Everyone's had their Weetabix this morning. Other cereals that get you up in the morning are available. That brings us to the halfway stage of... I'm not sure if I have to give that caveat, but there we go. That brings us to the halfway stage of our Heat races here. 9 classes that we have, but because we had 2 classes on track then, it is 8 races in each rotation. And coming up next, it's the biggest grid of the day. It's Junior Max. Let's take you through the grid then for our Junior Max first heat of the day here for round 10. It's going to be a grid of 32 karts here contesting this one. Riley Bishop will start this one from pole position. Harris Roberts alongside. Archie Flint and Ben Horner are your second row of the grid. Tom Holden and Albert Wilton are row number 3. Then it's going to be Jasmine Taylor and Owen Keenan on row 4. Callum Ghosh and Rory Hinckley to round out the top 10. Emily Cotty and Ben Brock make up row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Kieran Denier and Max Graytrix. Harry Cottrell and Max Rowley are row number 8, ahead of Toby Dukes and Lewis Holt on row 9. Rounding out the top 20 is Archie Doherty and Oliver Lomax. Then it's Jack Dimbleby and Andrew Dixon on row 11. Archie Dyson and Sam Flynn on row 12. Row 13 is where we find Hani Sadiq and Noah Sales. Alex McCulloch and Karthik Kometa are on row 14. Then it's Freddie Snelling and Rashid Abdullah to round out the top 30. And then on row 16, rounding out a fantastic packed grid for our Junior Max, is Lucas Reeves and Jaden Robinson. That's how they line up for Heat 1 of round 10 of the 2024 Rally Replay Super 1 Series for Junior Max. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live Productions with myself, Howard Mitchell, from Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position, and a few announcements as well. Don't forget that if you want to supplement your viewing experience, you can get the full live timing screen up if you've got a spare screen or device available. Obviously, we have the timing tower on the Alpha Live graphics for you, but you can head to live.alphatiming.co.uk. That is Alpha Timing, not Alpha Live. It is live.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1, or just click on Super1 at live.alphatiming.co.uk. Super1, by the way, is spelt... I nearly said spelled phonetically then. It is super and then O-N-E, not the number 1, the word 1 for that. So live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on Super1 and you'll see the full live timing page, which has obviously got all the times coming through. You'll see announcements from race control. There's also information about the track conditions and the driver tracker as well. Up there, you can also click on the driver's name and review what their times were like. And if you want to get confirmed results as well, take the live in that URL and switch it to results, results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on Super1 and you can see all of the confirmed results that come through. If there's a point today where I'm, hypothesizing whether there may be a penalty given or we see a penalty confirmed on timing, that all comes through and will be confirmed in the results on results.alphatiming. That is where the official results get posted. Let's talk championship then. In Junior Max, Emily Cotty, when we were last broadcasting, we saw taking that win at Fullbeck in the final for round 8, which was her first win this season in a finals race. She leads the championship, but it was not her who took the win yesterday. It was Ben Horner who took his first finals win since round 2 when we were back at GYG, which we also broadcast, so you can go back and enjoy that as well. But Ben Horner sitting second in the championship. And it was a strong day yesterday as well for Jasmine Taylor. Second places in both heats and the final to put her in third place. The championship still pretty wide open in this one again as we get ready to go away. And away we go. Riley Bishop leads them into oblivion for the first time. Strong start from the pole side of the grid, it looks to me, because that looks like Archie Flint immediately made it up into second place as they come up the hill into Christmas Corner. And they're challenging through Boxing Day and into Inkermans. Looks to me like they've broadly kept that one nice and clean, but it's Riley Bishop, I believe, in the 35 who still retains the lead of this one. You can see John Hoyle looking on. There is Archie Flint in the 22, who has retained second place and is giving the clear indication to those behind him to say, hang on, Riley's getting on up the road here, let's work together. Riley Bishop leads, then Archie Flint in second. Good start for Tom Holden up to third, ahead of Harris Roberts in fourth. And Tom Holden actually trying to tuck underneath Archie Flint there. He's not interested in working together for now. He wants to come through on the inside into Christmas Corner. He's going to have to commit though, and he makes that one stick. That was brilliantly done by Tom Holden there. I really thought he was going to skirt wide as they're challenging behind as well. Harris Roberts and Ben Horner, yesterday's winner, who we'll hear from in those leaders' interviews at the lunch break. It was a costly first lap for Hani Sadiq, down 7 places, but as I say, I don't think anyone fell off the road or fell outright to the back there, as there was a challenge there from Harris Roberts through as well. And in fact, that's Ben Horner now getting through on Archie Flint. Archie's got to be careful, get back into the rhythm of things. Easier said from my comfy comms position than done, because that's now Callum Ghosh who's challenging on the tail of Archie Flint as well. Riley Bishop sets the new fastest lap of the race then, as Tom Holden tries to stay in touch with him. Harris Roberts in third, Ben Horner in fourth. And then there was Archie Flint in the 22 and fifth, with Callum Ghosh and Owen Keaton bearing down on him. You can see how hard these drivers are pushing. And they're going defensive. I think that's Albert Whilton who was defending there. Jasmine Taylor and Ben Brock challenging him. Onto the back straight then comes this battle over second place. Tom Holden there in the 87, the black suit and helmet. And then we're looking at Harris Roberts and Ben Horner there following through. Onto a new lap. Ben Horner close to the back of Harris Roberts, and not too surprisingly, because he just set the fastest lap of the race and now tries to come through on Roberts, and he's through. At the top of the hill is the round 9 winner of Ben Horner. Nicely executed move there. Had the momentum coming up the hill and used it well to come through on the inside. So now the number 12 will see what pressure he can bring to bear on the 87 of Tom Holden ahead of him. Into the boot section. And to be fair to Harris Roberts, he hasn't let that upset his momentum too much. So come on to a new lap. A few moves further down the order, Max Rowley got through on Kieran Denyer last lap for 13th. I think that might have been into Ashby. We did just see a move in the mid-pack into Ashby Corner, and I think that's them fighting back again, actually. Yes, indeed. I think that might have been Kieran Denyer trying to get by on Max Rowley again, as they refuse to they refuse to hold station. Through Oziers there was the battle over 4th place. This is your battle over 2nd place. Ben Horner now applying that pressure that we supposed he might to Tom Holden. Riley Bishop, though, controlling this one really nicely. Another fastest lap of the race, takes the gap out to 2.8 seconds. And if you're Tom Holden, this can be difficult, because if the leader is starting to stretch their legs out in front, you can't really start to give the gestures to say let's work together, because everybody else may go, well, hang on, I'm not sure working together's working all that well. And it basically means that the gloves come off a lot sooner. That's the nature of sprint racing. It's not always about going for those moves. It's, do we work together at this stage? Do we form mini alliances basically to work together to try and keep on the pace of those ahead, get on up the road? And to be fair, there is a sign from Ben Horner, to say, yes, we are working together. Maybe he heard me. Unlikely. But he sees the sense in working together for now. So too, in the background, you can see Callum Goshen, Owen Keenan in 5th and 6th place respectively, not doing battle for now. But there is a look from Ben Horner. He clearly doesn't feel that the pace is on there. Maybe that wasn't a gesture to say work together. Maybe that's I'll push up onto the back of Tom Holden, and that he has duly done and got by. So it's Ben Horner up into 2nd place. There's only 1 minute 40 plus a lap to go, though. You'd think that with a 2.8 second gap, and it's probably going to be shown to be that little bit more this time, you'd have thought that Riley Bishop, very accomplished driver, will surely be able to hold on to this one. Yeah, 3 seconds to the good. It's going to take something extraordinary, and that's not extraordinary. That is a wide moment there for Tom Holden. He's looking down at the cart. That was a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for the 87, and that's dropped him down. Well done. I think that's down to 6th place. He's gone there. I think that was Albert Whilton who we were just picking up with, and now actually that's Whilton through. The 96 is through. So difficult, and Tom Holden's out wide. Yeah, there's damage, I think, to the cart there. He's having some kind of control issue there for certain. Here's your race leader. We haven't seen too much of, which is testament to how well he's controlling this one. Riley Bishop coming round to start what I imagine will be the penultimate lap of this one. The cart's stricken off to driver's left there that you can see. I don't think we've covered the fact that Toby Dukes in the 39 has had to park up here, unfortunately. So hopefully we'll see Toby later on. And yeah, Tom Holden down 19 places. I think he's having some problems out there with the cart. That didn't look like a cart in harmony as he went through Wilkins a lap ago. That was Ben Horner pushing the limits on the exit of Wilkins. You can push the limits on the exit of Wilkins insofar as that's where a cut through comes in. So as long as you don't go out wide too early, there is a bit of tarmac that you can use to push on the exit, so long as you don't flick the rear of the cart out. There's almost like a lip of the track as the tarmac comes in there. So long as you don't do that and upset the balance of the cart, that works really well. Further down the order, Emily Cotty has got past Ben Brock. That's for 9th place. And costly lap for Rory Hinckley as well, down 6 positions for the number 19 on that last lap. So some kind of drama befalling his race. Coming around the last few corners now, though, 35 of Riley Bishop has just controlled this one supremely and will come across the line to take the checkered flag for Heat 1 of Junior Max. And then it's the longest wait we've had so far today before 2nd place crosses the line. Ben Horner, although to be fair, had a brilliant last lap. Actually closed the gap on that last lap. Max Greytrix has had a drama out there, lost out heavily on that last lap. So it's Riley Bishop wins, Ben Horner in 2nd, Harris Roberts in 3rd, Callum Goshen 4th, Owen Keenan in 5th, Jasmine Taylor 6th, ahead of Emily Cotty, who managed to get up to 7th place. Good late charge there from Cotty, up to 7th for the number 7. Ben Brock in 8th, 9th for Albert Wilton, and Kieran Denyer rounds out the top 10 at the end of Heat 1, the first race of the day for our Junior Max drivers. So there is your provisional result on screen. Don't forget results.alphatime.co.uk. Click on SuperOne for all confirmed results. That was Junior Max. We're rapidly getting through our heats here in the morning, probably because they're keeping us quite entertained. Next up will be our first heat for IAME M1. Let's take you through the grid then for this first race of the day for IAME M1. Ralph Martin it is who takes this one from pole position. Freddie Baker alongside him. That is second in the championship and first in the championship coming into today, respectively, in that order. Oliver Woodall and Bodie Batch are row 2. Max Santana and Mickey Gonzalez are on row number 3. I believe that makes it an all-Mexican third row, if memory serves correctly. Patrick Wood and Ethan Hume are your fourth row of the grid. Leo Harang and Heath Smith round out the top 10. Then it's Freddie Dye and Daniel Genov on row 6. Row 7 is where we find Noah Myberg and Ollie West, Presley Knight, and a happy birthday to the 85 of Buster Scott, who's there on row number 8. Seth State Mackey and Logan Edwards are your 9th row of the grid. The top 20 rounded out by Arthur Rhodes and Hugh Riley. Jensen James Williams and Nicholas Anser round out row 11, and then it's Charlie Holmes and Ava Garrett on row 12. Row 13 is Teddy Smith and Harley Bebb, and then it's Archie Ashworth and Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite to round out the 28 kart grid, contesting this IAME M1 Heat 1 for round 10 of the 2024 Rally Replay Super 1 Series. Myself, Howard Mitchell, from Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position, working alongside Alpha Live Productions to bring you broadcast coverage of today's racing action, as we have done for all of the even-numbered rounds, the Sunday rounds of this season. Drivers getting ready then on the dummy grid in the pit lane for IAME M1 with the distinctive green plates, green number plates with the black numbering. Now, this is where I have to reiterate the point that all of the maths that I have been doing is my own, and so anything I'm saying championship-wise is provisional. However, my understanding, he says, is that if Freddie Baker absolutely excels there, has a fantastic day at the office, the championship can get wrapped up. So he comes in today on 1126 and Ralph Martin on 1018. And if he can, so if he repeats what we saw from him yesterday, Freddie Baker, in that he got a first and a second in his heats and then won the final. Ralph Martin, for reference, got a third in one heat, a 25th position in the other heat, and a third in the final. If we get something like that again, I think, and I'll have to do the maths live as we go along, it could be on for Freddie Baker to round that up. Now, if you look at the scoreline at results.alphatiming.co.uk, you might be somewhat surprised to hear that, because Ralph Martin has had a brilliantly successful season. What matters is that I said, remember, that the drop scores work in whole round packages. So, as an example, at round 5, Ralph Martin did have a first in a heat and a third in the final, but he was also disqualified from the first heat. And it's things like that. And I said his scoreline from yesterday, a third in one heat, a 25th in another heat, and then the third in the final. It's those singular one races where it's quite a costly result that means that if he ends up relying on those rounds, that they're quite tricky rounds, whole round packages for him to lean on if those don't become some of his drop scores. And that's the nature of how that is in the championship. Both drivers have done very well, and maybe they'll do well again as we go away for 7 minutes plus a lap of racing. It's a fairly even start from them, actually, into Oblivion Corner. Ralph Martin's going to hang it around the outside if he's going to retain it. Freddie Baker on the inside through the crook. Such is the nature of turns 1 and 2 here at Whilton Mill, that it tends to be fairly even between the front two rows of the grid. But Ralph Martin has had a good run up the hill and retains the lead as they come into Christmas Corner, as that's a little bit of a wide moment there from Freddie Dye in the 17, but he's managed to keep it on the road and not lose out too heavily, I don't think, as they come down into Ashby Corner for the first time in IAME M1, and Ralph Martin still leads ahead of Freddie Baker there, as there's a bit of a wide moment there for the 22 of Mickey Gonzalez, was that, I think, who's had a good start, but it's allowed Oliver Woodall back up into third place. Yes, it was Mickey Gonzalez who had a great start there in the 22 kart to briefly be up to third place, but Woodall has got that one back. So that was Gonzalez starting from 6th place as they come around to finish the last lap. That's Bodie Batch coming into the picture as well, I have to say, there in the 88, because he's now got by on Woodall. So it is Ralph Martin who leads ahead of Freddie Baker. They actually ironically finished that first lap in the same order in the top 4, but you and I, dear viewer, know that it changed hands several times there. Bit of a costly first lap for Harley Bebb, lost out 5 positions there down to 26th place, but a largely clean first lap there from IAME M1 runners. We're looking at the battle over 3rd place. Bodie Batch in the 88 and Oliver Woodall in that 41 kart. Both of these drivers having a really strong season. Through the boot they come, and actually that's a good lap from Bodie Batch to just pull out a little bit of a gap. As coming on to a new lap, the gap is 0.4 of a second between Ralph Martin and Freddie Baker. The fastest lap of the race though so far from Freddie Baker, albeit it is early on in the race yet, but he's bringing that pressure to bear on Ralph Martin, who is his main championship rival. Not his only championship rival, there's still other drivers who are mathematically in this one, but as I say, it could be a significant day as we potentially decide this one, but that is very much not what Ralph Martin will be hoping for. He'll be hoping to take this one to the next race meeting at Shennington. As the battle over 3rd place continues, you can see some other good battles going on further down the order as well in the background. Little look from, it's been a better lap, this one from Oliver Woodall. He's reeled in Bodie Batch somewhat. Still Mickey Gonzalez there in the 22 in 5th, and then Ethan Hume in the number 11 heads up the next battle as he and Patrick Wood battling away there. And that was, I think that was just a change across the line there between Buster Scott has got by on Noah Myberg for 12th. There's also close across the line between Myberg and Heath Smith. They're battling away there. We're looking here at Daniel Genov there, who was battling away with Buster Scott. Buster's birthday today, so he'll be hoping to have something to celebrate, or something additional to celebrate, I should say, by way of his race results. Here is the battle over 6th place. Ethan Hume in the 11, Patrick Wood in the 36, and then it's Max Santana with them in that 93 kart. As there are 3 minutes plus a lap to go. Fastest lap of the race from Ralph Martin, responding as best he can there with the pressure being brought to bear on him by Freddie Baker. Here is the battle for 3rd place, though. Oliver Woodall has been building up to this one and goes through on Bodie Batch, but he had to go quite out wide at Christmas Corner to do it. Does that mean that Batch has enough momentum to come back at Woodall into Ashby? No, it does not. Stays as they were, and that is a change for position ultimately there for 3rd place. Here is your lead battle, though, and that's changed. 92 ahead of the 32. Freddie Baker is through on Ralph Martin. Even though Martin set the fastest lap of the race that time around, he's coming back at him into the boot. This could all prove very significant from a championship perspective as they battle through, but Ralph Martin will have to leave that door open. He can't cut back across to the apex in time, and Freddie Baker is through. Now, what pace has Baker got? What pace has Martin got? They've been swapping thousandths of a second for the last few laps. Ralph Martin really wants to keep with Freddie Baker here, and he is going to challenge up the hill into Christmas Corner, side by side at the apex, and through goes Ralph Martin. Really nice battling here between our two competitors, the top two in this IAME M1 Championship. And if you're Woodall and Batch behind, I'd keep pushing, because these two are going to battle this one, I think, out for the remainder of this one. Little look from Freddie Baker there, going down into Oziers. Both of these drivers have had such strong seasons. Into the boot they come. And there's going to be... Ooh, they might get across the line. That's going to be close, actually. I think they'll possibly have... They might have as much as... I'm just doing quick maths here. They might have as much as 3 more laps to go of this one, because of when they cross the line there. Bodie Batch, though, attacking back on Oliver Woodall. You can see there into Christmas Corner, move for 3rd place, and he's through. If he can keep that one tidy on exit, which he can. Just a few other points further down the order. Patrick Wood and Max Santana have got by on Ethan Hume, that battle that we were looking at earlier over 6th place, as we cut back to the lead battle, and that is Ralph Martin still holding on against Freddie Baker here. These two young drivers. Last time that Ralph Martin took a heat win was back at the Saturday round of Fulbeck, back at round 7. As he holds the inside line and defends into paddock. We've got a little bit of traffic ahead of him, and that's Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, who's having a few difficulties out there, I think, today. So some traffic might come into play here. They are less than a tenth apart on lap time, these two. Ralph Martin goes a little bit defensive to the inside and then tries to open up the corner again. Stays as they were for now. Freddie Dye further down the order has been passed on that last lap by a few drivers, the likes of Arthur Rose, Seth State Mackey, Logan Edwards. Ethan Hume as well has just got back past Max Santana, and Ollie West past Leo Harang. In fact, here is, oh no, this is the traffic, isn't it, coming into play. So that's them going by on Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite and Archie Ashworth, I believe it was then. So the leaders have dealt with that one cleanly enough. Last lap ball being shown. Yellow flags into oblivion as well. Can Ralph Martin hang on for this one? It's going to help him massively if he can manage it. Through the top part of the lap. I'm just doing some furious maths here in the box at the same time. So I think this one will keep things alive in the championship. Yes, it will. A little bit further back, that is 3rd and 4th place, dealing with a little bit of traffic. Well, it's spread out a little bit in the end, but what fantastic battling we've had between these two. Ralph Martin will round the final corner to take an important win there for Heat 1 in IAME M1. Freddie Baker kept him very honest throughout and had the lead at times, but that championship fight goes on. Bodie Batch hangs on for 3rd, just ahead of Oliver Woodall, and then we'll see, we won't see Mickey Gonzalez. Patrick Wood with a late charge there, up into 5th place, ahead of Mickey Gonzalez. Max Santana in 7th, 8th for Ethan Hume, Leo Harang in 9th, and Ollie West round out the top 10 in another action-packed race here at Whilton Mill as they continue to cross the line. But that, I think, again, I do really want to stress, folks, that this is all provisional as I'm doing it in front of me. If it finishes that way for the rest of the day, with Ralph Martin winning and Freddie Baker finishing in 2nd, by my maths, that would still give Freddie Baker the championship. So we'll keep tabs on that one definitely. But yeah, nonetheless, that's as good as Ralph can, of course, be doing, is taking that win. We'll see our IAME M1s later for Heat 2. Next up, it's going to be Heat number 1 for Rotax 177. Let's take you through the grid then for our Rotax 177 Heat 1 for round 10 here at Whilton Mill. Scott Smith set your fastest lap in qualifying. He'll start this one on pole position with Shane Collins alongside. Richard Evans and Luke Oliver are up next, with Stephen Horner and Ian Bramfield on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Oliver Hutchings and Jake Davis. Oliver Moss and Zach Bolton round out your top 10. And then it's Ben Johnson and Mark Gillibrand on row 6. The 13-kart grid is rounded out by Andy Ward. That's how they line up then. We've gone straight to the other, I hope the drivers won't mind me saying it this way, we've gone to the other end of our age spectrum there, having had our IAME M1s out. These Rotax 177 drivers going out there. but I always love watching this class. Always entertaining. And championship-wise, it's really quite open. Really, in 177, we can, in many ways, sort of just enjoy this. 7 points separate Scott Smith, who comes into today first in the championship standings on 1047, and Luke Oliver, who did take the clean sweep yesterday, had a really good day here at Whilton Mill, took his first clean sweep of the season, and indeed, his first finals win of the season did Luke Oliver. So big day for him, took himself up, I believe. Did that promote him in the championship? Let me just double check that statement. Yes, it did. It brought himself up into. In fact, yeah, we saw quite a bit of change in the championship positions yesterday, which is testament to why it's so open. Testament to the fact that it's so open. It's not going to get decided today. But yeah, Scott Smith brought himself up into the top of the championship yesterday, finishing second in the final. Luke Oliver, who won that final, brought himself up to second in the championship. He came into the weekend fourth in the championship. The driver who led coming into the championship, which was Shane Collins, had a tough day of it yesterday, got disqualified from one of his heats, is now down to fourth in the championship. But it could really change all over again today, so we can just focus on enjoying some good racing from our Rotax 177s. This is the penultimate heat race, by the way. We've got this one and then Senior Max, and then we'll be going into the lunch break. Don't forget, during the lunch break on your Alpha Live broadcast, we'll be bringing you the thoughts of some of the drivers from yesterday as we go racing for 7 minutes plus a lap. Scott Smith leads them away into Oblivion Corner for the first time. The pack of 13 Rotax 177s heading up to the top of the hill and through Christmas Corner, nice and cleanly, although they're going side by side throughout the field. But I believe that is Scott Smith who's retained the lead there, and as I was saying, it was clean. That was a little bit of a grassy moment there, a bit of a rally cross line there, I think, from Jake Davis on the exit of Ashby Corner, heading into the boot for the first time then. Scott Smith, and it's Richard Evans, so it was a strong start from the pole side of the grid, because Evans is up into second, having started third, and then Shane Collins in third place now, having started second. On to the second lap then. It is indeed Scott Smith who leads, Richard Evans in second, although as I say that, there's Shane Collins firing a move up the inside to try and get back the position where he started on the grid. Luke Oliver, yesterday's winner, is all over the back of them as well, looking for opportunities. That's in the number 97 kart. Was commenting yesterday as well, one of the factors yesterday there's hopefully not so much a factor today. I have to say it's a lot fresher today. Some of the rain has broken up some of the humidity, but yesterday it was really hot here at Whilton Mill, and we'll hear from him during the lunch break. But yeah, definitely the hot conditions making it physically difficult and tiring here for the drivers yesterday. It was something that our 177 drivers were discussing. Shane Collins, though, in second place. Further down the order, Stephen Horner in that 66 has got by in the 69 of Jack Bolton. They just flashed through your shot there at Ashby Corner. As they come through Osiers and onto the back straight. You can see there the BM plate, the Bayford Meadows plated Oliver Hutchings as well, who is slowly coming up onto the back of this pack, actually. He's setting good time at the moment, although it's Shane Collins who has the fastest lap of the race, which is why the lead gap is coming down, as it has done by another 1.5 tenths on that last lap. So Scott Smith has controlled this one very nicely since the start, but one wagers there may be more pressure to come here. This would be, if he can hold on to it, Scott's first win since round 4, actually. That was back at Rowra up in Cumbria. And that was a Heat 1 win as well, actually. One finals victory for Scott Smith so far this season, which was round 2 back at GYG in Wales. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The finals are a few hours away, we've got these heats to finish up, then we've got the lunch break, and then we'll have the second rotation of heats again, with the finals due to start roughly around 2:25, and that is roughly, as I say, obviously various things could disrupt the schedule. Thankfully, nothing of that nature has occurred so far. Shane Collins is beginning to significantly eat into that gap now. You'd have to say this top four are pretty much equidistant from each other in the forms of Scott Smith, Shane Collins, Richard Evans and Luke Oliver. A driver who's also one to keep an eye on. I'm just looking actually, well, they're quite spread out actually. So I was about to talk about Ian Bramfield and whether he was closing the gap to Oliver Hutchins for 5th place. The answer is not, and they're actually quite spread out, and that is a slow-moving 69 kart of Zach Bolton. So he's had some kind of issue out there. He's already a lap down. Ben Johnson has notably dropped down a bit there on that last lap as well. Mark Gillibrand moving up some 3 places on that last lap. I've not seen any penalties come through, so I have to assume for now that is perhaps 2 drivers either having an unforced error or some kind of... oh, there's a contact warning for Jake Davis. That might have been involved in that. But we'll have to see how that one all plays out later on. Once the results come out, I'll let you know if I see a penalty on the timing screen. Meanwhile, we've got a battle for the lead on our hands here. Gap came down another whopping 76 thousandths of a second. Goodness me. It's no, in all seriousness, the pace of these 2 drivers really close as Zach Bolton, unfortunately... no, sorry, that's Ben Johnson pulling into the pit lane there in the picture-in-picture shot you just saw in the bottom right. But yeah, the pace between Scott Smith and Shane Collins is really close. I think Scott Smith's responded well here to the challenge from Shane Collins, which is not what the likes of Richard Evans and Luke Oliver would like to hear, because they'd like to hear that these 2 are properly scuffling it out so that they slow each other up and bring 3rd and 4th back into the mix, fighting for the lead. Just see there Oliver Hutchins in the back of your shot as well. So there's Scott Smith in the 38 and Shane Collins in the 52. Then there's Richard Evans in the 17, and you saw the 97 of Luke Oliver, your winner from yesterday. And about a second off the back of Luke Oliver is the BM plated Oliver Hutchins. And then frankly the field is fairly spread out after that. Ian Bramfield's the further 1.5 seconds back from Hutchins, then another second back to Stephen Horner. So a little bit of field spread in this one, but not to worry. The top 2 are definitely keeping us entertained here, as again the gap came down just marginally on that last lap. And I've got to ask as well, if I'm seeing... I have to ask the crew, be sure to tell me if there's any reports of rain on the camera points. We are around about the time when we said that there might be the threat of rain. Last lap board shown then for Scott Smith, but the gap hasn't been this close since the start of the race. Through Christmas corner goes Scott Smith. He's controlled this one really well. I mean, it'd be a lights to flag victory if he can hold on to it. Oh, I know why I think it was asking about rain. I think there's a blade of long grass just shaking right next to the camera at Ashby Corner. I'm being told it is nice and clear out there at the moment. Final complex then of the race. Has Shane Collins got a last charge here? He's going to try and get the switchback, the later apex, through the boot, but I don't think he can do anything with the overspeed. Shane Collins is challenging all over the back, but Scott Smith has absorbed the pressure well and will take the win for Heat 1 of round 10 in Rotax 177 for Rally Replay Super 1. Shane Collins finishes in 2nd, and in the end the gap was the closest, as I say, it's been all race. 1.5 tenths, sorry, it was that separated the top 2 there. Richard Evans in 3rd Luke Oliver in 4th, Oliver Hutchings in 5th, ahead of Ian Bramfield, Stephen Horner in 7th, Oliver Moss in 8th, 9th for Mark Gillibrand, then it was Jake Davis in 10th, Andy Ward there crossing the line in 11th, and we saw unfortunate demises in that one for Ben Johnson and Zach Bolton. Hopefully they'll have a better time of it next time out. There's your result on screen as well. Provisional result as it is. Don't forget results.alphatime.co.uk for where the official race results get posted. Right then, on the dummy grid there is the final Heat 1 race of the day, of the weekend. It's going to be Senior Max coming up for you next here at Whilton Mill. Let's take you through the grid then for the final Heat 1. Heat 1 for our senior Rotax class. It's going to be Zaki Hussain who set the fastest time in the 6-minute qualifying session earlier this morning, who starts this one from pole position. Harry Hurstgrover alongside him, with Elliot Thomas and George Sanders on row 2. Billy Edgecombe and James Parrish are on row number 3. Lewis Wild and Stefan Kaczmarczyk are your 4th row of the grid. Max Davis is next with Marcus King to round out the top 10. James Kocholuk and Ollie Naylor are your 6th row of the grid. Then it's James Becker and Molly Pugh, Salvador Newman and William Eberhardt, with Sky Fraser and Jake Riches on row number 9. Daniel Beards and William Young round out the top 20. And then Alfie Barron Oxbury round out the 21 kart grid for Senior Rotax Heat 1 for round 10. After this, as a reminder, we'll go into the lunch break. It does look like we're running just a little bit ahead of schedule here by about 3 minutes, I believe. So that means that your lunch break will, I imagine, move accordingly. It's meant to run from 12 till 12:45 for reference. And as I say, during that break, we'll be bringing you the thoughts of some of our class winners from yesterday's round 9 here at Whilton Mill. We had a bit of a... we've had some drivers who we haven't spoken to at all this year that we were talking to yesterday, which was nice. But it's often the way I find with Whilton Mill. It can throw in these surprises. It's such a well-visited circuit by so many drivers that they can... you can get an upset to the usual order. Speaking of the order, by the way, Billy Edgecombe is your championship leader, but one has to keep an eye on Zaki Hussain. He has taken a clean sweep all through the last 3 rounds, and he starts this one from pole position, so we'll see how we get on here. He's not in the lead of the champ, but that's a great start from second on the grid there as they head up the hill for the first time. That is a mega start. Excuse me, not from second on the grid. That was Zaki Hussain in the 13. Apologies. As they go 2 wide, even 3 wide through Christmas Corner. I just had a slight problem in the box as I tried to call that one, but there it is indeed Zaki Hussain in the lead. There was Billy Edgecombe in the 21 battling away. So it's Zaki Hussain and Harry Hurstgrover have retained their position at the start there. Elliot Thomas as well staying in 3rd place as they come through the boot for the first time. At the end of lap 1 then, Zaki Hussain leads, trying to keep this clean sweep going. I believe that this is the longest run of clean sweep results that anybody's had in any of the classes so far. That looked like that might have been George Sanders being passed. No, sorry, that might have been... Yes, I think that was George Sanders doing battle with Billy Edgecombe there, as we're looking at Max Davies coming through there with James Kocholuk, and that is Lewis Wild, unfortunately parked up in the pit lane. So an issue there for the driver of the 89. That's never nice to see, but hopefully we'll see more of Lewis Wild later on. Coming on to lap number 3 then, Harry Hurstgrover trying to apply pressure early on here to Zaki Hussain. 3rd place there is Elliot Thomas. And it was, Stefan Kaczmarczyk, who I think we saw battling away with James Parrish on the previous lap. I knew something wasn't quite right now. I'd called that one. But Elliot Thomas under a lot of pressure now from Billy Edgecombe. That wasn't the best exit of Ashby Corner there for Thomas, although he has a better time of it through Wilkins and Osiers, I think, just to stave off the attack from Edgecombe. Edgecombe has to be careful. He's the fourth driver in this train because he has got George Sanders with him as well. And Sanders does come into today second in the championship. Zaki Hussein's position in the championship is belied by the fact that he wasn't with us for GYG. So he looks further down in the championship table than he needs to be. As I think that was just Lewis Wild's car. Was that Molly Pugh also pulling into the pit lane? Yes, it was. Molly Pugh was shown the mechanical flag, the meatball flag as it's often called, the orange disc on a black flag, and unfortunately that means she's had to pull in to the pit lane, so that's unfortunate for her as well. And another driver, there's two drivers now who have had to park up in the pit lane. I'll say as well that whilst it was a 21 kart grid, I've not seen the 78 of Alfie Byron Oxbury on timing either. That's three drivers who we expected to be seeing who aren't out there. Further down the order, Jake Riches is making some progress. In fact, we're still looking at the battle over third place there. Jake Riches has just got by on James Becker and Salvador Newman on that last lap, so that's Riches up to 12th place. And William Young up to 11th as well. There is the battle. That was Jake Riches we just saw briefly in the 12 there, going from Wilkins down to Osiers. So good battles all the way down through the field here. Zaki Hussein, fastest lap of the race, trying to open up a gap against Harry Hurst Grover. From the top part of the lap, through the right-hander at Inkermans. Downhill braking, you can hear them on the limit of the brakes as they come down into that corner. Then it's through the fast sweeper here at Wilkins. And as I say, you could use some of the cut through his runoff there before braking downhill into Osiers here and sweeping it through onto the back straight. Here's Billy Edgecombe in fourth place. George Sanders still applying pressure, but Sanders is a heads-up driver and he'll know that it's worth perhaps trying to work together for a little while longer to stay in touch with the top three, albeit the gap has opened up slightly between Elliot Thomas in third and Billy Edgecombe in fourth. There's Elliot Thomas challenging Harry Hurst Grover, but again, Thomas isn't about to, I don't think, make any big moves because they are just about staying in touch with Zaki Hussein here. The pressure for Hussein, which none of these other drivers around him has, is because he missed GYG, those will be his drop scores. We know which will be Zaki Hussein's drop scores. It's the 2 rounds that he missed. So every single race counts now. Every single round counts, literally counts, as part of his final championship score. So that is the challenge for Zaki Hussein. Here is the battle further down the order. This is James Parrish leading the battle over 6th place. Stefan Kaczmarczyk behind him. Kaczmarczyk under pressure from Ollie Naylor in the 85 there, with James Kacholak as well in the 73 ready to pounce. Oh, that was Stefan Kaczmarczyk with a late move to the defend at the same time, basically, as Ollie Naylor pulled to the inside, and they both sort of tripped over each other through Ashby Corner. Ollie Naylor will now cut to the inside for Osiers. Look out for Kacholak as well, seizing the opportunity, which indeed he does. So costly few corners for Stefan Kaczmarczyk, who had a really good day of it yesterday. And there is the opportunistic move from Kacholak, as that is that Edgecombe pulling into the pit lane? That was the 21. Billy Edgecombe has had to pull into the pit lane. And that is a costly moment there for our championship leader, who pulls into the pit lane. And you can tell from the body language that, well, no driver's ever going to be happy to park it up prior to the end of the race. Billy Edgecombe pulls into the pit lane. Meanwhile, Stefan Kaczmarczyk still battling away with Ollie Naylor. This is over 7th place. William Young coming in onto the back of this as well in the 22. Down towards Osiers Corner. Here's your race leader, Zaki Hussein, who I think, it's going to be closest to whether or not he's shown the last lap board. This time he's not shown the last lap board. there'll be 2 more laps. I've got to ask as well, does Elliot Thomas start to bank where he is, basically cash in and say, all right, we're not going to catch Zaki, I want second place? Do the gloves come off in this so far somewhat harmonious second and third place battle? And George Sanders is right there as well in 4th place. So it's been a fairly high attrition rate, this one. Edgecombe, Pugh, Wild. I don't believe Baron Oxbury took the start. Here's your battle for second place then. Last lap board is shown this time to Zaki Hussain. He's got 1.3 seconds in hand. To be fair, Hurst Grover's had a good lap. Good few laps though. He has got Elliot Thomas at about 2-3 kart lengths as they come up the hill. George Sanders there running in a somewhat lonely 4th place. Then you could just see in the back of shot your 5th place James Parrish. Still close between the likes of Kacholuk, Naylor, Kaczmarczyk and Young as they came onto this lap. But no one's particularly close to this man here. He's able to show them a fresh pair of heels every single time. He continues what is a highly impressive run. Zaki Hussain will see the checkered flag to take his 10th win in a row if you take heats and finals all together. That is another 34 points for Zaki Hussain. Harry Hurst Grover finishes in 2nd, Elliot Thomas in 3rd, George Sanders in 4th, ahead of James Parrish in 5th. James Kacholuk, in fact, now we wait for James Parrish, to come through. Oh no, sorry, further down the order, they've already come through. James Parrish in 5th, James Kacholuk in 6th, Ollie Naylor in 7th, Stefan Kaczmarczyk in 8th, 9th for William Young, and Max Davies rounds out the top 10 there in that senior road tax. Well, there were good fights throughout there, but a few drivers having to pull over into the pit lane, and not least amongst them Billy Edgecombe there. That could be a costly moment for him, and I think I'm going to rerun a bit of the maths on this class during the lunch break to see what impact that might have. That brings to an end though our first rotation of heats here for round 10. We're going to be going into the lunch break here, which is due to run. We're starting about 5 minutes early. On the official timetable, it's meant to run until 12:45, but just bear in mind they may keep to the fixed length of that lunch break, so we might be back at 12:40. In the meantime, though, in the interim, we can give you some of the interviews that we did yesterday for our class winners from round 9. Enjoy that. We'll be back with you with live action in around about 45 minutes. More of our class winners then here at the podium for round 9 of Rally Replay Super 1 here at Whilton Mill. We're here with our winner for Junior Max. It's Mr. Ben Horner. Ben, your first finals win since GYG, is it? I'm trying to remember. So talk us through the story of your day.
Well, I qualified second, I think, and then just kept it in second throughout the heats. Then in the final, got a good start. And then that was it, really. Kept the gap, and yeah.
And how are you finding racing? It feels like a really competitive class this year in Junior Max. How are you finding that experience?
Yeah, the good drivers, just competitive, and yeah.
Awesome stuff. Whilton Mill, is it a track you enjoy? Well, presumably you have some affinity to it now with the success, but is it a track you enjoy? Are you hoping to do well for the rest of this weekend?
Yeah, so I like the track. It's a good track. Tomorrow, hoping to do the same. Yeah, keep it on pole.
Brilliant stuff. Anyone you'd like to say thanks, give a shout out to off the back of today's success?
Well, my dad, my mechanic, and that's it, I think.
Brilliant stuff. Cheers for talking to us, Ben. Have a good day tomorrow. Okay, down here at the podium then for round 9, we've got our class winner today for Intermax, which is Cody Lepaterel. Cody, congratulations. Tell us through the story of your day here at Whilton Mill.
Well, qualified P1, and then Heat 1 got away quite quickly, and then they started to catch up, but managed to hold that. Same with Heat 2 and the final as well.
Okay, and it's the first time that we've seen you here in the SuperOne paddock, certainly in 2024. So what else are you up to in your racing?
Normally do like the Whilton club rounds here, and then a few others around the UK.
Brilliant stuff. It's been you've been a great addition today for SuperOne. A few quick fire questions then. I might know the answer to this one actually, but where's your favourite track?
Wilton Mill.
Yeah. Why? Go on. What's great about Whilton?
How technical it is and the back straight.
Awesome stuff. And some other quick fires. Who's your favourite driver?
Lando Norris.
Good answer. Good answer. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to? Say thank you off the back of today's success.
I'd like to thank my dad, people watching at home, Force Motors, TKR, and I think that's it. And Clicksmith for sponsoring.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Cody. All the best. Here on the podium now then with our winner in Micromax for round 9 of Rally Replay SuperOne for 2024, Dian Singh Bahal. Congratulations. Tell us about the story of your day, how the heats and the final went.
So qualifying P1, Heat 1 P1, Heat 2 P1, and the final was P1. So I clean sweep today. I'll do the same tomorrow. I'd say thank you to Dave at RCE, all my teammates, Alfie, Ethan, Xavier, who's not here, Noah, Daniel, everyone else. Thank you, Jordan, the engines. Thank you to Reese, a very good mechanic. Thanks to my dad, all my family who's watched, and everyone.
You basically answered all the questions I had for you there. That was fantastic. Dian, congratulations. All the best for tomorrow for round 10.
Yeah, it's a bit of a complex weekend. Like, me and Alfie and Ants are battling for the championship. I'm not really in it because this is my first round, so I didn't want to. I'd rather be in front of both of them or behind both of them, so I'll just go in front. I'm going to clean. I'll be good tomorrow, so yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Have a good day of it and well done for today.
Thank you.
Here then at the podium with Freddie Baker, our winner today in IAME M1. Freddie, congratulations. Talk us through your day.
So it went very easy. I won Heat 1, but I got second in Heat 2. And I won the final.
You certainly did. Now, as it happens, it's been a while since we've had a chance to talk to you in an interview. I think we last spoke to you at Rowra. So just broadly, how have things been going? How do you feel it's gone? Clay Pigeon, fullback. How's 2024 been going?
So I got second at fullback, and I got first at Clay Pigeon.
Yeah, and you've got some great momentum, good consistency going on as well. 3 rounds to go. What are your hopes? What's on your mind looking at the rounds ahead?
Winning rest of the 3 rounds.
Can't say fairer than that. That's what we like to hear. Finally, then, any shout outs, thanks that you want to give off the back of today's success?
Granddad, sister, daddy, Johnny, Nana. That's it.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, Freddie. All the best for tomorrow's racing.
Attention paddock, attention paddock. For all drivers, including junior and senior max drivers, attend the driver's parade please at the start line now and come equipped with race suits and helmets please. All drivers please are requested to attend. Thank you. Attention paddock, attention paddock. A special request regarding the driver's parade please. Could all senior and junior drivers attend please in order to give their junior colleagues some support please. That's all junior and senior max drivers please. If you could join them on the parade at the start line please. Thank you.
Right then, down here at the podium for round 9 of the Rally Replay Super 1 series, we're here with our class winner for Bambino C50. First time talking to him as well this season. Congratulations, Hendrix Fallat. Hendrix, you were just telling me before we began, it's your first win this season and first in Super 1.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely, so fantastic stuff there. Tell us the story of your day then. Obviously the win in Heat 1 and then obviously in the final.
So in qualifying, I qualified third. Heat 1, I won it from third. Heat 2, I got 6, and in the final, I obviously won this. So I feel proud of myself.
You absolutely should. The season then, looking ahead, we've got obviously tomorrow, we've got 3 more rounds to go. Do you have a particular goal in mind looking ahead to the latter part of the season?
Yeah, I do. So tomorrow, I'm pretty confident about tomorrow, though. It's the thing.
Will Sheddington be new to you?
Yes.
A lot of fun there, high-speed circuit. Let's just do a quick fire question to bring it to an end. What is your favourite circuit?
I feel like it's Whilton here.
I can't say I'm surprised after today, after the competitive showing. And just briefly, is there anyone you'd like to thank off the back of today's win?
Tim, my dad, my mum, my granddad, my Noah, my brother Noah, and Steph and Sam.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Hendrix. Maybe we'll see you again here soon, and all the best for tomorrow's racing.
Yeah.
Here on the podium then with Jasmine Taylor, who finished second in Junior Max today here at Whilton Mill, but in doing so clinched that Girl Power Award. Jasmine, congratulations. Talk us through how today's gone for you.
Thank you. It's gone quite good. We've had not bad pace. We've been thereabouts. Qualifying went well. And we've just had good heats, which put us pole for the final. We lost it on the first lap, but second's still good for the championship.
Brilliant stuff. Now, it seems like a really competitive field this year in Junior Max. You know, you're right in the thick of it for that championship hunt. You know, how are you? Is that on your mind at all? How are you approaching the sort of business end of the season, as it were?
So we want to win the championship. It's very close between, I think, about 5 or 6 of us. So we just got to get consistently good results and hopefully a few more wins in the next 3 rounds and just hopefully win it.
Brilliant stuff. Whilton Mill a good track for you? You've got high hopes for tomorrow as well?
Yeah, I haven't done a lot here, especially on the new track, but I quite like the track and it works well for us, so hopefully it's just going to go really well tomorrow.
Lovely stuff. And finally, anyone you want to give thanks, give a shout out to off the back of your success today?
I'd like to give a big thank you to my mum and dad. My mum's birthday is tomorrow, so happy birthday. I'd like to thank my Uncle Nigel for everything that he's done for me. I know he's quite ill at the moment, but he'll be watching me tomorrow. I'd like to give a big thank you to Paul and Joe from Joe Weaver Racing and anyone else that supported me through the years and made me get where I am now.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Jasmine. All the best for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Here on the podium for round 9 of Rally Replay Super 1, we're here with our winning driver in Honda Cadet's GX200, speaking to him again, Cian Sullivan. Cian, you've had the perfect score run both today here and at the previous round at Fullbeck at round 8. You've got some real momentum going now.
It's been a good season so far.
Definitely. Now tell us about today. What's the story of the day for Cian?
It was a good day, clean sweep.
Absolutely, that's what we like to see. And looking ahead to the rest of the season, obviously, you know, you'll have extended that lead today. Are we thinking about that much going into the last 3 rounds or race by race?
Race by race.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, who do we want to give a shout out to off the back of today's win?
WR, BRK, Swift Fastings, Venom, my mum and dad. That's it.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, Kian. All the best.
Thanks.
Down here at the podium then for round 9 of Rally Replay Super 1 Series for 2024. We're here with our victor in the Rotax 177 class, Mr. Luke Oliver. Congratulations, sir. Talk us through your day, the story of it.
Oh, well, the start of the day, first heat, second heat, qualifying, we were quite dominant, 3 temps up the road, very good, but it came to the final, everyone sort of pulled us in because they got someone to chase. The final was a lot harder than I thought. We dropped down to second and then had to fight back to overtake Oliver, and it was just holding the position, defending like my life depended on it, and yeah, it was a very stressful and hard win because it's very hot here. Yeah, it was very, very good.
Yeah, absolutely. How's it been for the drivers today? Because I have to say I wasn't expecting it to get this hot today.
Painful. I think the last 3 minutes is more just a mental game, but physically my body is drained. I think everyone feels the same, especially the older boys. But for me, yeah, I'm struggling on strength, that's for sure.
It feels like it's been a really open class throughout the season, to be honest. But you've had great consistency. You've got some good momentum building here. How are you approaching the last 3 rounds of the championship?
Just keep my head down and just keep focused. We've had a bit of a bumpy ride up to now and good solid points. So I think that maybe puts us second, potentially first in the championship leading into tomorrow, next round. Just try and keep consistent. We've had DNFs and blown up tyres in previous rounds, and today's sort of the finally. It feels the relief. It's more of a relief winning than excitement.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, any shout outs that you want to give off the back of today's success?
Yeah, mum, dad, of course. Mum for support, jumping on the side, dad as well, and Louis Large, LRG Racing, and George Robinson Motorsport for the waft. Yeah, and probably Wilty for the coaching back in the days. It was sort of build up to the driver I am today.
Brilliant stuff. We'll let you cool off, Luke. Well done for today and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Here at the podium then with our winner in IAME Water Restricted here at Whilton Mill today for round 9. We're here with William Crombie. Well done, William. Tell us the story of your day.
Well, in qualifying, I didn't have a good qualifying. I came P3. Heat 1, I came P1. Heat 2, I came P1. And in the final, I won.
Absolutely. And let's look a bit more big picture. 2024, how do we feel it's been going? Obviously, it's going quite well in IAME Water Restricted for you. But, yeah, tell us about 2024 from your perspective.
It's not been the best at the start of the season since I didn't have the power.
Okay, well you've clearly got a good package together now. What are the hopes and expectations for the remaining rounds of the season?
Hopefully I'll win it or the rest.
Okay, and your favourite track? Which is your favourite track?
Whilton Mill.
And why is that?
It's quite fast and flowing.
Yeah, it's a nice first sector here, isn't it? Just throwing it in. I like it as well. Anyone you'd like to thank off the back of today's success?
My mum, my dad, Reese, Velocity and RCE.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, William. All the best for tomorrow. Welcome back to live coverage of round 10 of the 2024 Rally Replay Super 1 Series, coming to you live from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit, just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. My name's Howard Mitchell from Double Dash Motorsport Media. I'm in the comms position for you today, working alongside Alpha Live Productions to bring you all the broadcast coverage of today's racing action. We're about to go into the second rotation of heats. Heat 2 of Bambino C50 kick us off. Let's take a look at your grid. It's going to be Noah Wicklow on pole position for this one. Ernie Wade alongside him on the front row. Logan Hodgetts and Will Wainwright on row number 2. Jesse Bailey and Benjamin Schlivar on row number 3. Henry Hales and Calvin Simon are next, with Hendrix Fallat and Santo Amico rounding out the top 10. Rafe Owen and John Stevens are next on row 6. Row 7 is where we will find the 99 of Arthur Bowers and Freddie Purnell. Cole Parrish and Jack Swong are next, with Jensen Drummond and Harry Wass on row number 9. The 20 kart grid is rounded out by Reggie Peters and Lardy Eden. That's how they line up then for this second heat of the day. 34 more championship points on offer. This particular class is wide open for the championship, albeit even though we are on the anti-penultimate round of the championship, such has been the closest of this and many of the other classes in Rally Replay Super 1 Series. Do hope that you enjoyed the interviews and indeed the driver parade that we were able to bring you over the lunch break. Right now though, we are ready for 7 minutes plus a lap of racing here for these drivers to optimise their championship points and start position on the finals grid. And away we go. Noah Wicklow leads them away in the number 53 kart towards oblivion. Once again, it's a fairly even start between himself and Ernie Wade on the front row of the grid, but Wade slots into second place early on there, realised he did not have the overspeed to overhaul the pole sitter as they all come through the crook and up the hill for the first time. Will Wainwright there in second place, defending against the BM-plated Benjamin Schlivar, who seems to have had a really good start there, and that's gone wrong for Will Wainwright. Contact and a bit of a turnaround with Jesse Bailey there, but thankfully he's corrected and faces the right way. But that was a costly moment for Will Wainwright. He's now dropped back. I think that's Santo Amico that he's battling with. And we've got a driver off there on driver's left there out of Inkermans. I'll double check who that is on timing as well, but looks to seems to have got a bit stuck in the grass there. Noah Wicklow leads the top 3 onto the back straight. Wicklow, Wade and Schlivar. Excuse me, not Schlivar, that's Logan Hodgetts, excuse me, in the 74 there. So Wicklow, Wade and Hodgetts into that newer part of the lap at Paddock Corner. And on to lap number 2 they go. It was 9th place that Will Wainwright ended up dropping down to as a result of that issue, and Harry Wass down to 20th place is the driver who was stricken on the grass to driver's left, so we'll check if he continues to circulate, but I think he's off to the left hand side there. Unfortunately, that is race run for Harry Wass as fields come through into this middle sector. Wilkins corner, Noah Wicklow using all of the runoff available there. As I say, that cut through on what's known as the Whilton Mill Indy Loop forms its own little natural runoff that you can use there. There's Benjamin Schlivar in 4th place. And then here, battling away over 5th, this is Henry Hales versus Calvin Simon. Henry Hales holding on to that one for now. Oh, not there though. That's that'll change then in the mid part of the boot. It's Hendrix Fallat, which was the factor I was missing in that battle. I knew that wasn't the 57, that was the 15 coming through there. Logan Hodgetts lining up Ernie Wade for a possible move into Christmas Corner, thinks better of it for now. But yeah, Hendrix Fallat, who took the win here yesterday in round 9, up into 5th place and has the fastest lap of the race. So, it'll be an interesting factor to watch. He's already coming up onto the back of Benjamin Schlivar there. As we look at the top 3, here is your battle coming out of the corner. There's Jesse Bailey leading Will Wainwright by. And that is the battle. So that's them getting by, I think, on both Calvin Simon and Cole Parrish. Because that is Henry Hales now ahead of them. So it's all changed there. And there's battling between Will Wainwright and Jesse Bailey. These two came together briefly on lap number 1. And it's holding everybody up. That was a tricky moment. Cole Parrish, I think, had to get out of the way then, as Jesse Bailey's gone straight on there as well. The 32 in all of that is Freddie Purnell. And I think Purnell I think Purnell came in and yeah, it all got a little bit tight on the second apex of the boot, and Cole Parrish had to go to the left in avoiding action. There's a drama there. Noah Wicklow leads. Ernie Wade all over his tail, by the way, as we can see there, the 19 of Santo Amico under pressure from Wraith Owen, and Wraith Owen going through there. And has that all changed for the lead there? I think there may have been a change there for the lead. We've not caught up with the leads for a little while. There's Will Wainwright leading the battle over 7th place. And no, our leaders have stayed as they were. Or maybe they've switched back to how I thought I saw them a moment ago. But it is still Wicklow, Wade and Hodgetts. Schnivar still under pressure from Hendricks Falat. And then Henry Hale staying with them. And then comes this pack to 7th place downwards. Will Wainwright leading Calman Simon. Then it's Jesse Bailey. No, it's not, sorry, that's Freddie Purnell now up into 9th place, ahead of Jesse Bailey in 10th and Cole Parrish in 11th. Coming up the hill then, this battle over 7th place. Jesse Bailey looks to the inside of Freddie Purnell and is up the inside. That's a nice move there from the 33. Hendricks Falat holding station for now as Calman Simon goes down the inside of Will Wainwright at Ashby Corner and gets the job done. That was nicely judged there from Calman Simon. And now Jesse Bailey fancies his chances against Will Wainwright. That might open the door for Purnell again, and it does indeed. Freddie Purnell down the inside, but Will Wainwright managing to hold on round the outside in that 21 car. Jesse Bailey side by side with Freddie Purnell again. And just about gets that position back there, does Jesse Bailey. So goodness me, it's Calman Simon in 7th, Will Wainwright in 8th, 9th is Jesse Bailey ahead of Freddie Purnell. And Cole Parrish and John Stevens on the back of this train as well. And Wraith Owen actually, staying in touch with them as well. And it's a little bit of a gap back to the likes of Arthur Bowers and Santo Amico, who are contesting 14th place. These two working together here, it seems to me at the moment, Schnivar and Hales. Trying to stay onto terms and get up onto terms with Hendricks Falat. But the gap didn't come down last lap. So there is a question over when might the gloves come off in that particular battle. Calman Simon here, still in 7th place. As we look back at that battle over 5th place. Here is your lead battle though, which we haven't checked in with for a while, but Ernie Wade's done a fantastic job of keeping Noah Wicklow honest here. There'll be 2 more laps to go now. Logan Hodgetts there taking the more conventional racing line, doing what I think you've got to do in that situation, is going, okay, the 2 ahead of me are doing different alternative lines to try and size each other up for a move. I'm just going to keep to the fastest racing line and arrive on the scene nice and quickly. Which is good tactics there, I think, from the driver of the 74. As they come through at Inkermans, Harry Ross's kart there off to the side of the road. Hopefully you'll see a better showing from himself in the final. Still that final for him to come back and try and get a solid result from the day's racing. Lead battle heading towards the boot then. Ernie Wade opens up the corner a little bit more before turning. He'll try and get a later apex now to switch back on the inside, but he hasn't got the overspeed to open that gap. Nicely controlled from Noah Wicklow, absorbing this pressure very, very well. As the last lap board will be shown, there it is, waved on the start gantry. Once again, you can see Hodgetts over to driver's right. He's taking the normal racing line. It's Ernie Wade and Noah Wicklow who are hugging the inside. And I wonder if, again, easy for me to do armchair driving from the comfort of a comms box, but I just wonder if Ernie Wade needs to vary it up a little bit more here. He's staying in the wheel tracks of Wicklow, but arguably if he opened, you can see the way that Logan Hodgetts has closed on them here. We're on the last lap, and now we see different lines happening with Wicklow to the inside, the extreme inside, in fact, of that corner towards Ashby Corner. He'll hug the inside into Wilkins. There we see Ernie Wade opening up the corner a bit more, and now that might set up an opportunity into Ozier's. Nose to tail between the top 3 as we come into the last half of a lap here for heat number 2 in Bambino C50. Just the boot section to go. The top 2 choose to stick to the inside. Look out for Logan Hodgetts. He's the one on the alternative line. Has he got the overspeed to hang anything around the outside? I don't think he does. Noah Wicklow is going to come around the last corner. It's a bit of a drag to a line, but I think it's going to stay with Wicklow. This is going to be close across the line, though. They're separated by 2.5 tenths of a second. Wicklow wins. Ernie Wade in second. Logan Hodgetts in third. And that was close as you like as well for fourth place. Hendrix Fallert in fourth. And Benjamin Schlivar in fifth, some 34 thousandths of a second ahead of Henry Hales. Then Calvin Simon hung on to seventh ahead of Will Wainwright. Jesse Bailey in ninth, Freddie Pennell in 10th. 11th for John Stevens ahead of Cole Parrish in 12th. Rafe Owen in 13th. A bit further back, Santo Amico finished highest of that 14th place battle with Arthur Bowers. And then it was Jax Wong and Reggie Peters, Lani Eden across the line in a moment's time. Jensen Drummond, I think, had some form of issue out there. We saw Harry Ross pulled over to the side of the road. Well, that was your first of the 8 Heat 2s that we have for you here. Hope that got us all refreshed again off the back of the lunch break. It'll be Heat 2 for the Intermax class coming up for you next here at Whilton Mill. Let's take you through your grid then for Intermax Heat 2 for round 10 of Rally Replay Super 1. Ruben Jenkins will start this one from pole position, Nelson Taylor alongside, and then it'll be Cody Lepaterel and Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa on row number 2, Ashton Redpath and Stanley Stafford on row 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Jack Holmes and JJ Plowman, Oscar Roach and Lucas Esser rounding out that top 10 with Jensen Sale and Annika Hurd on row 6. Row 7 is Jensen Walker and Noah Moulton. Then it's Layla Bell and Amrit Singh Atwell on row 8, with Alexander Adams and Connor J. Winfield on row 9. The 20-kart grid is rounded out by Marley Fisher and ANG Akil Nane Giannoni. That's how they round out the 20-kart grid for Intermax Heat number 2. And earlier on, it's worth reminding, so these grid positions, just to be clear, are still based off of the qualifying sessions that we had this morning, those 6-minute qualifying sessions before we went live with our Alpha Live broadcast of today's racing. The result in the Intermax Heat 1, though, was quite different from that grid. It was a bit of a tough start, I seem to recall, for our pole sitter last time out for Ruben Jenkins. And it was actually Cody Lepaterel who continued what has so far been an impressive run of form this weekend. It's his debut weekend with us here for 2024 at least, and he's had a clean sweep so far. A term I love to use at this point in the championship for people who are coming in perhaps for one race meeting or coming into the championship late. A disruptor driver. They have nothing to lose. They have no championship concerns in particular, because they know they can't get a full legitimate championship score. You have to contest at least 10 of the 12 to have, as it were, a fully fledged championship score, bearing in mind that your 2 worst rounds of 12 get dropped. But he doesn't have to worry about that, because he knows he can't get up into the sharp end of the championship, because at most he can only contest 4 rounds. So having joined us yesterday, so he's got nothing to lose. There are a fair few other drivers in that category. Lovely to see so many drivers. Lovely to see such healthy grid sizes this weekend as well. Ruben Jenkins, though, in the 39 kart is your pole sitter. Nelson Taylor alongside him, Cody Lepaterel and Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa are your front 2 rows of this grid. As a reminder of championship situations, it's still very open here. JJ Plowman leads coming into today. Jensen Sale in second. There's just 4 points that separate them. Noah Moulton, Stanley Stafford and Jack Holmes round out your top 5 in the championship coming into today. How's this one going to play out? Away we go then for 7 minutes plus a lap of racing, and it looks like a good start there for Ruben Jenkins off of pole position as they stream through turn 2 for the first time. Up the hill they go, and that looks like a good start there for Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa, up to second place from 4th on the grid. So a great start there for the number 97 as they stream through Inkermans for the first time into Ashby. And that looked like a big move there for Cody Lepaterel in the 87, trying to get back up towards the 3rd place where he started. That was a move on Ashton Redpath, I think that was. Oh, and a challenge for the lead from Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa, and it results in Ruben Jenkins going round. Now, I just looked up at the screen at the last moment there. I don't know if there was contact. That looked very close on the rear of the bumper there. I'm not and it's such an unusual place to see the car go round. I think there may have been contact there, but we'll have to see. I'm not sure if we can get a replay of that one. Meanwhile, Cody Lepaterel there going through on Nelson Taylor, the number 91, so up into 2nd place. So he'll now set about seeing if he can overhaul. And there's a contact warning, so there's clearly some form of contact there. Contact warning, warning even for Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa. We're going to see if we can have a replay here. So that was into the boot. Oh yes, there's definitely contact there, isn't there? Yeah, that was not nearly as hard to deduce as perhaps I first let on. Definitely contact there under braking. And it puts Ruben Jenkins to the back of the field. Cody Lepaterel, though, having a look into oblivion. This would be a bold move. They're side by side at the crook between Cody Lepaterel, who now tucks underneath Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa as they come up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Lepaterel will have the inside line, and he's through and into the lead. And that's a fact. I'd said these drivers who are coming in, because both of these drivers are not a factor in the championship. And I suggested they could throw caution to the wind, and well, they're delivering in many ways on that, because that was a lovely exchange between the two of them. And that is Cody Lepaterel up into the lead of the race, a position that he has found himself becoming quite used to over the course of this weekend so far in Rally Replay Super 1. Ashton Redpath in the 99 now in 3rd place. We'll see if he can start to apply pressure to Al Khalifa. Oscar Roach with the fastest lap in 4th place, as well as Lucas Esser has had a drama out there. He's dropped to the back of the field now. I haven't seen that on any of the points on camera, but Lucas Esser down to the back of the field. As Ashton Redpath then, I thought, was going to have a very late lunge there on the 97, but he didn't. He held station for now. Again, he's got a slightly earlier turn in at the moment. There's a sign to work together from Al Khalifa, but that's going to be too late. That's through for Ashton Redpath. He wasn't interested in the offer of working together. He feels he's got the better pace of this pack at the moment, and that he's the best one to try and pursue Cody Lepaterel. So change for 2nd place there. It's now Cody Lepaterel leads, Ashton Redpath in 2nd, Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa in 3rd. Oscar Roach and Nelson Taylor round out your top 5. Through the top of the hill they come. Fastest lap of the race from Connor J. Winfield. A few changes for position further down the order. Jensen Sale has just got up to 13th place, getting by on Annika Hurd. I have to say, so far, we've not seen Jensen Sale, if memory serves, had a really good charge up the order in Heat 1. But he's struggling to make that kind of progress thus far in this 2nd heat. Coming up the hill, good run for Al Khalifa there. Is that going to give him an opportunity? I'm also hearing reports from our camera crew that we've got slight hint of rain now at the circuit, which is perhaps an hour or so after it was first forecast for us here. But is that going to start to have an impact now? Drivers, of course, are on slick tyres at the moment, so that will cause a lot of challenges. This is not like when you get rain in your road car and you've got groove tyres to deal with it. Oscar Roach there is held up by the two ahead of him, but he immediately goes for the move, but he back steps out on him, and Oscar Roach loses out at least 2, possibly 3 positions there after trying to put in a move on 3rd place on Al Khalifa. So this one could get even more interesting as we enter the last 2 minutes on the clock, and it's 7 minutes plus a lap, remember. Lepaterel leads, he's got 2.4 seconds in hand. Then it's Ashton Redpath leading this pack of karts. Ashton Redpath Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa. Nelson Taylor is in the 91. Then it's Stanley Stafford in the 43. It's Giannone, ANG, in the 28, who was the last of the carts to get by on Oscar Roach. He's in the 28 now, ahead of the 96 after Oscar Roach had that moment. And there is a move from Stanley Stafford on Nelson Taylor into Osiers, and he got that one that looked inch perfect to me. In fact, I should be more precise, millimetrically maybe. And there is the move from ANG. That's Giannone going down the inside of Nelson Taylor. So Nelson Taylor losing out a bit there. Taylor and Roach now at the back of this pack, trying to find the momentum to buy back into this race. I mentioned earlier the late charge that we saw from Jensen Sale last lap. He had a really good last lap time just now, and it saw him get by on Layla Bell as well. He's now up into 12th place. Annika Hurd as well, just past Noah Moulton for 14th place. So battles going on throughout the field between these drivers. Here is this battle over second place. I don't get the impression, folks, that they're working together to catch up to Cody Lepaterel. I think they've allowed that ship to sail. And now, down the inside, goes Stanley Stafford on Al Khalifa, and he's got through there. And Giannone fancies his chances as well, the 28 driver. He can't quite find a way through. 2 more laps to go then. Cody Lepaterel leads by over 3 seconds, and it's because of the way in which this fight has developed. These drivers have realised that this is the best it's going to get in many respects, as there is another attempt from ANG on Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa, and he's got that job done. Now down into Ashby. There's the look from Stanley Stafford for second place on Ashton Redpath, and Stafford found some great momentum over the last few laps. This is a really, really nice end game from him here in this second heat race for round 10 in our Intermax class, and he's up into second place. He made that look easy, but I tell you what, anyone who's driven Ashby Corner knows how hard it is. Downhill braking, getting that right so that you don't overcook it, and that too was a nice move on Ashton Redpath for third place. That was ANG coming up to third place there. So it's now Cody Lepaterel, Stanley Stafford, Akilnane Giannone in third place, Ashton Redpath and Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa to round up the top 5. But frankly, it might change quicker than I can keep you up to date on that, quicker than I can say it. We're on the last lap, and going defensive there is Stanley Stafford, and there's contact there, and round. I'm going to have to double check exactly who that was. That was from about 4th place. It's Ashton Redpath. Ashton Redpath, who previously had been running in second place, and that's disappointment for him there. This young man, though, has done everything he can possibly do. He continues the dream run throughout this weekend at Whilton Mill. Cody Lepaterel takes the win. It'll be Stanley Stafford trying to hang on. It's not Stanley Stafford. Oscar Roach, there's been a bit of a contretemps in the boot section because that is a slow-moving ANG. Oscar Roach finishes second. Nelson Taylor in third. Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa in fourth. JJ Plowman in fifth, who unusually for an Intermax race, I'm not sure if I'd mentioned JJ much at all, but he's come to the fore there at the end, finishing in fifth. Oh, there is Giannone crossing the line. Goodness me. Stanley Stafford was sixth. Seventh was Jensen Walker. Connor J. Winfield in eighth. Ninth for Jensen Sale. And Jack Holmes in 10th. Well, that all came a little bit unstuck at the end, folks. Remember, results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on SuperOne for the confirmed result. I'm not sure if there's going to be a few adjustments, we saw a few contact warnings. Not sure how that one might be called in race control, and obviously if carts have been making a bit of contact, they've also got to pass through some scrutineering at the end. So results.alphatiming.co.uk, click on SuperOne for the confirmed result there. I have to say though, I don't think there's much doubt about who won that one. Lepaterel controlled that one really nicely. Next up then, it's going to be Honda Cadet GX200 for their second heat. Let's take you through the grid then for Honda Cadet GX200 Heat 2 for round 10. Ricky McIntosh starts this one on pole position. Ronnie Jones alongside him. Shailen Srikantan and Ronnie Smart make up row 2, and then it's Shea Hilton and Sebastian Burlington on row 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Luke McGall and Charlie Gred. Peter Webster and Noah Clare round out your top 10 ahead of Harry Search and Cian Sullivan on row number 6. Dino Rowlands and Charlie Quine are next. There's Joshua Bailey and J.M. Prakash. Eloisa Burlington and Daniel Hulse on row number 9. Top 20 I keep doing this with Honda Cadets. I don't know why. That's the 18-car grid for Heat 2. I did that at Heat 1 as well. As they line up for Heat 2 of Honda Cadets GX200. A reminder of championship situation. Cian Sullivan comes into today with the championship lead, and he does so off the back of a clean sweep at both round 8 at Fulbeck and yesterday round 9 here at Whilton Mill. But it was not he who took the win in Heat 1 earlier today. That was Ricky McIntosh who won it, having started on pole position. So that impressive run of 6 straight wins, accounting heats and finals as well, for Cian Sullivan was ended earlier today. Not that he... well, yes, it was... it's an interesting one, this. Cian hasn't got the strongest qualifying position that he's seen. And actually, I'm just checking the confirmed result. Actually, Cian Sullivan he was deducted a lap. In fact, he's classified in 17th. For the official thing here is driving in a manner incompatible with general safety is the line there on the confirmed result. So, one to forget for Cian Sullivan earlier on, and the significance of that, of course, is remember when I was talking about drop scores for championships, it's a whole round package that is dropped, your worst one of those. And that incentive, well, that means that if you have one really bad race, that may mean that no matter how well you do in the other races, it marks it as a drop score, or one that you would hope would become one of your drop scores, if you like. So far for Cian, a very dramatic change compared to yesterday. Are we ready for the start there? 7 minutes plus a lap, away we go into turn number 1, and that is called a false start almost immediately. And I'll be honest, I'm not too surprised, because that didn't look like a standard grid formation across the line. In fact, they sort of caught me on the hop then. I assumed they couldn't be starting then, so the drivers need to be trying to be a little bit more organised. You've got those very clear tram lines on the circuit here at Whilton Mill, so there should be there's every opportunity to form up in a nice neat, sort of like that really, 2 nice neat rows. That's what we want to see at the start. So they'll form up again. Same race time. It takes 2 full starts in order for the time to be taken off the race. Do hope you're enjoying this coverage. Coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live of Rally Replay Super 1 here at round 10 at Whilton Mill. Every even numbered round of the series broadcast for you, and every odd numbered round has coverage with our interviews of the class winners, which we played out alongside the live driver parade, by the way. I made a small mistake when I broke up for the lunch break earlier. I said we'll be back with live at the end of the lunch break. Of course, the driver parade that we show you is live, so that was from today as well. Away we go, though, for start attempt number 2 for our GX200 Honda Cadets. And that's a great start from Ricky McIntosh from pole. That gives him a few kart lengths as he goes up the hill. That is going to be full start again there, called for this. Now, this does mean that we'll see some time taken off the race. I think that'll take it from a 7 minute plus a lap down to a 5 minute plus a lap. So that won't do. We'll have to go again. And the issues there. Is that an issue for Cian Sullivan there? He's looking down at his... I thought I saw the 26 looking down at his kart then. Or was it Burlington? I didn't quite catch whether it was the 26 or the 22. Soon find out. No, the 22's fine. Everyone's back into grid position. I'm not sure. There was definitely something there where... And it was Cian. Yeah, Cian was looking down at his kart. Clear indication there from John Hoyle on the back straight. Please be in 2 very clear rows. Don't break that formation. Here we go. We'll go for start attempt number 3, and I expect that there'll be 5 minutes, not 7 minutes, showing on that start gantry, but obviously I'll double check that. Ricky McIntosh is your pole sitter in the 14. Alongside him is Ronnie Jones in the 70. Then it's Shailen Srikantan in the 33. Ronnie Smart in the number 50. Those are your front 2 rows as we go racing into oblivion And that's again a good start from Ricky McIntosh. He's nailing each one of these starts. And once again, he has a few cart lengths advantage as they go up the hill. Good start from Sukanton, briefly up into second place there in the 33. But back through goes Ronnie Jones in that number 70 as they come through Christmas Corner and the colloquially named Boxing Day. Down into Ashby Corner. There doesn't appear to be any major issues for Cian Sullivan's car. So whatever was causing him to look down, there's always that clear body language from a driver when they look down at the kart. As there is a look from Ronnie Smart there. Trying to go, getting by on Shea Hilton there. As they come into the boot, Shea Hilton also being challenged by Sebastian Burlington in that number 22. As they stream through the boot for the first time in earnest. It's been a great start there for Ricky McIntosh. He's got almost a second in hand at the end of lap 1. Ronnie Jones has retained that second place. Shailen Srikantan in third. Coming up the hill, look over the shoulder from Ronnie Jones. Wants to know where the threat's coming from, but for the moment, those behind him hold station. Luke McGall there in 5th place. Not a bad start for him, having started 7th on the grid. And that was Cian Sullivan trying to put in a pass just in the background. Didn't quite catch who that might have been. I think it might have been Noah Clare, though. That's who he was battling with at the start of this lap. To the back straight once again. And, is that going to be a block move there from Ronnie Smart? That was nicely done on Shailen Srikantan, and it's allowed Luke McGall through as well. Very opportunistic there from McGall. That's the classic vintage boot move, is that you actually go out wide after the left-hander to put yourself on the inside for the right-hander, and you basically do a block pass. It can be quite a costly move in terms of time and momentum, which is why Luke McGall was able to strike as well. But it's a classic move. It's actually fairly unusual. We've seen it a few times today, but it's fairly unusual as down the inside of Ronnie Jones now goes Ronnie Smart. Not for the first time today. Both the Ronnies doing battle over second place. Luke McGall side by side with Shea Hilton, because Shailen Srikantan has gone back behind Hilton now. The 88 ahead of the 33. But yeah, under braking into the boot, as is demonstrated there by Charlie Gregg not being able to complete the move. It's actually fairly difficult to get someone under braking into the boot because it's a shorter braking zone than you might suppose, as Ronnie Jones still fighting away with Luke McGall in the 70 and the 15 respectively. All this battling means that Ricky McIntosh has got a lead gap of 2.5 seconds now over Ronnie Smart in that 50 car. Then it's the 70 of Ronnie Jones who's going in on the inside here to defend against Luke McGall. That's going to hold both of them up and possibly give an opportunity to the 88 of Shea Hilton there, who took the more conventional racing line. That's a late move to the inside, for Luke McGall there, but he couldn't make that move stick. And all these moves that aren't paying off is allowing everyone to bunch up behind them, as that's a move on Shailen Srikantan from Charlie Gregg, I think that was, behind them. And Charlie Gregg has to dip a couple of wheels on the grass. It's all getting a little bit rough in the mid-pack, and in all of that, it looks to me like Cian Sullivan is starting to get buy into this pack as well. See how it's all bunched up here, all the way back to Joshua Bailey there in 15th place. It's pretty much a straight run from third with Luke McGall, because Ronnie Smart has now pulled out a bit of a gap for second place. This pack of the carts forms basically the entire pack, as down up the inside there of Ronnie Jones now goes Shea Hilton, but they both hold each other up, and Cian Sullivan, the number 26, might pounce there and see the opportunity. He's going to try down the inside of Shea Hilton, and he can make that one stick. Yes, he can. And now Shea Hilton comes under pressure from Charlie Gregg, who's down the inside at Wilkins. That's a difficult position for Shea Hilton. And in all of that, Sebastian Burlington comes through as well in the 22. This is brilliant stuff between our Honda Cadet racers at the moment. Now at the boot, Bayern Sebastian Burlington tries Charlie Gregg. He makes that move stick. So the 6 is now up into, I think that's 5th place. I won't lie, I'm going to have to check that as they come through. McIntosh leads, Smart in 2nd, McGall in 3rd, Jones in 4th. It's Cian Sullivan, sorry, in 5th, and the 6 of Charlie Gregg in 6th place as they come onto lap number 6. This is the battle now for 4th place. That was Cian Sullivan having a look at Ronnie Jones. Sebastian Burlington tries to get back past, in fact, Shailen Oh, sorry, Shea Hilton has got by on Sebastian Burlington. That's what's changed there. That's 7th place taken for the number 88. But goodness knows if he'll stay that way. It seems like this is changing every corner amongst this pack here at Whilton Mill. This is brilliant stuff. Good run for Cian Sullivan on the back straight here, challenging Ronnie Jones for 4th place into the boot. Gosh, that got close between them. Is there a little bit of pod-to-pod contact, in fact? Still side by side here. This is not a sped-up grid formation, I promise. That is actually racing as Charlie Gregg is doing battle as well in the background, but that is through for Cian Sullivan. It up into 4th place. So it's Cian Sullivan in 4th, Ronnie Jones in 5th, then it's Sebastian Burlington in 6th, and Shea Hilton in the 88, and then I'm not going to call it because they're side by side as they come up the hill, 3 wide into Christmas Corner, and the IM plate of Charlie Quine is picking through the order here. He's by. Oh, that looked like a double pass to me on I think that was Noah Clare and Harry Search. This is brilliant stuff from Honda Cadets here today. No, Harry Search is just ahead of Charlie Quine still. Ronnie Jones into the boot again. This time he's got Sebastian Burlington to worry about. This is the battle for 5th now because Cian Sullivan is beginning to stretch his legs a bit. It's actually fairly spread out amongst our top 3 now. Ricky McIntosh leads by 3 seconds. Luke McGall is in 2nd and he's got 6/10 over Ronnie Smart. Then Cian Sullivan is some 2.8 seconds back. And then it's everybody else who currently is in Northamptonshire with a Honda Cadet card, it would seem. This is Charlie Quine applying pressure to Noah Clare over 9th place. Shailen Srikantan with them as well in that 33. Srikantan's had a lot of battles today. And yeah, just needs to try and regain a little bit of momentum in this one. Behind them it was Peter Webster and Harry Search in the 25 and the 4.0 respectively. Through the toe of the boot section comes Noah Clare and stays as they were as they come on to the last lap. A lap that Ricky McIntosh is already well into. He's just coming through Christmas Corner. Just see him there at the top of the hill. Coming up the hill though, how about this? Burlington under pressure from Shea Hilton and Charlie Gregg, and then this is the battle over 9th place. Has that changed? No, it looks like Burlington has held off the pressure really well there from Hilton and Gregg. Good exit for Hilton, he'll be on the outside. Look at Charlie Gregg though, going for the inside at Wilkins. This could get a bit messy, and actually that's really well navigated from the 3 drivers. Things are always quite tense when they go 3 wide into Wilkins, but they navigated that one brilliantly. Someone else who's navigated things brilliantly is Ricky McIntosh, who will complete a straight run of heats for round 10 across the line to take the win. Brilliantly controlled by him. Luke McGall holds off a charge at the end there from Ronnie Smart to take 2nd. Cian Sullivan in 4th, Ronnie Jones in 5th, and then Charlie Gregg in 6th, Shea Hilton in 7th, Sebastian Burlington in 8th, Noah Clare in 9th, Charlie Quine in 10th. Couldn't say it as quickly as they all came across the line though, could I? That was really close between those drivers. Then it was Shailen Srikantan, Peter Webster in 12th, Harry Search in 13th, ahead of Dino Rowlands, Joshua Bailey, Daniel Holst, that was Eloisa Burlington coming across the line, and J.M. Prakash crosses the line now to complete our 18 karts. And breathe. That was some classic Honda Cadets action for us here in Rally Replay Super 1. Coming up next is Heat 2 for Micromax and IAME Water Swift Restricted. Let's take you through the grid then for race 12 on your schedules. For those following along at home, it is Micromax and IAME Water Swift Restricted, both classes on track at the same time for Heat 2. Let's look at that grid. Alfie Garrett starts this one on pole position. Logan Rolfe alongside Ryan White and Dian Singh Pahal are on row 2. Then it's Albie J. Stubbs and Ansel in the number 96, rounding out that 3rd row of the grid. Logan Stanley Jones is next with Ethan Lloyd alongside. Freddie Blackshaw and Noah Wicklow round out the top 10 with Oscar Churches and Javen Yip on the 6th row of the grid. Elsie Gannon's next with Daniel Stangerine on row 7, Arlo Gamble and Isla Parsons on row 8. And it's William Crombie who heads up the IAME Water Swift Restricted class there on row 9 with Louis Williams Mabs alongside. Jesse Plowman and Theo Jepson, rounding out the 20 karts that will contest this one. 16 Micromax and 4 on our IAME Water Swift restricted class. Let's remind you how this one played out earlier on today. It was our winner, another one of these disruptor drivers who isn't in the championship fight by dint of not being with us for the full season, but it was Dixon Pahal who took the win earlier on overall and in Micromax, and your highest placed Water Swift restricted runner early on was William Crombie, who also took the spoils in that class yesterday as well. So both of our class winners from yesterday carrying good momentum into today's racing earlier on in heat number 1. Championship wise, coming into today, Alfie Garrett is your championship leader by 1 point from Ansel. Ethan Lloyd is third in the championship. Then it's Daniel Stangerine and Toby Cannon to round out the top 5. William Crombie leads the proceedings on IAME Water Swift restricted from Theo Jepson. Ethan Taylor is third in that championship. That's the championship situation and what happened earlier on. We're ready to go racing for 7 minutes plus a lap of action here at Whilton Mill. Away we go into turn number 1. Alfie Garrett leads them away, and that's a good start from the 42 of Alfie Garrett there, in a similar fashion to what we just saw in our Honda Cadets. He'll have a few kart lengths in hand, whereas everyone else is going to splay out, going 2 wide, 3 wide into Christmas Corner. It's all looking clean enough, though, I'm delighted to say, as they stream through the top part of the hill here at Whilton Mill, down into Ashby Corner. And that looked like someone pulling a move there for 4th place. I think that was that Ryan White coming back at Ansel, who had got ahead of him in the early proceedings? I think it might have been. Yes, I think it was. And Ansel's trying to come back at Ryan White into the boot. The 96 through on the 47, and that's job done. So that's a few positions lost for Ryan White off of the start. At the end of lap 1, then it's Alfie Garrett ahead of Pahal, Logan Rolfe in 3rd, Ansel in 4th ahead of Ryan White. That's your top 5, and the top 3 broken away slightly here from the rest of the pack. You can see Ansel giving the gesticulation in the background to say, let's work together here. We don't want to let the top 3 break away too far. And I have to say, from a championship perspective, this is where disruptors can really be an influence on a championship. Alfie Garrett leads and is first in the championship. In terms of those drivers who will have a full championship score come the end of the year, Ansel is the next driver, but he's not running in 2nd, he's running in 4th. And that means that even though Dean Singh Pahal and Logan Rolfe are not a factor at the sharp end of this class's championship, he's losing points relative to a championship rival there. And in fact, there's more there, because that's Ryan White through as well on Ansel there. So, yeah, I don't mean to pick on Ansel there in particular, but that is an example of how these disruptor drivers, in inverted commas I call them, can come to play a factor. In IAME Water Swift restricted, by the way, William Crombie up to 13th place is the highest placed driver there in that 115 car. Louis Williams Mabs down in 16th place is the next highest driver in that class. We're looking here at the lead battle, though. Championship leader versus the driver who has won all of the races so far this weekend. Here's Ryan White running in 4th place, Ansel in 5th, Ethan Lloyd in 6th ahead of Albie J. Stubbs. And then it's Noah Wicklow in the 53. Logan Stanley Jones and Freddie Blackshall round out the top 10 at this, just before halfway in this one. 4.25 minutes plus a lap to go. Logan Rolfe sets the fastest lap of the race, trying to close up the pressure on those ahead of him. Meanwhile, that is Ethan Lloyd defending against Albie J. Stubbs, and was able to do enough there to deter the move from Stubbs. Out of Ashby they come. You can see the awareness from Stubbs there, just a little look. I say over the shoulder, I'm not sure he turned his head enough to see right over his shoulder, but there's a little touch there on the rear of our leader. He was clearly he's on the attack, but he's also very cognizant of the fact that if he doesn't attack at the right time, LBJ Stubbs. He knows that Noah Wicklow is there. That looked to me like he was, he had his wits about him. He wasn't about to do a dive bomb move that would cost him too much because he knows what the pressure is behind. Back with our leaders though. Dian Singh Pahal chasing Alfie Garrett up the hill. Once again, Ethan Lloyd goes defensive against LBJ Stubbs. And I don't think LBJ Stubbs will be able to get the momentum off of there enough to challenge unless he has a really good breaking point for Ashby Corner, but he knows how tough that can be as well. As I say, any overtakes under braking to Ashby Corner, they are making it look easy. That downhill braking, you know, and there's the move into Osiers from LBJ. He's down the inside, but I don't know if he can quite make it stick. And is that going to give the opportunity to Noah Wicklow? He's going to pull alongside on the back straight, back with our lead pack, which is closing up as well. Logan Rolfe continuing to set a lot of pressure in third place there. A lot of good pace, in third place there to apply pressure to Pahal and Garrett. I wonder if they're still, though, on the whole working together here just to part as much as a gap as possible. It's another fastest lap of the race from Logan Rolfe. And actually, Ryan White and Ansel have been able to break away here, and if the top three do start to battle, I can see why the top three might maintain a little bit of a ceasefire for a little while longer here, because fourth and fifth really aren't that far behind them. I'm not sure how aware of that they are, but that's definitely a factor if the top three start battling still with 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Ethan Lloyd doing well to absorb the pressure here in sixth place. In fact, he's got a little bit of a gap on this lap, just pulled out a cart length or such from LBJ Stubbs. Now does the pressure begin to get applied in earnest by Pahal. Would like to continue this run of results in Micromax. IAME Water Swift, William Crombie still running well in the 115 down in 12th position. In battling away with the likes of Oscar Churches and Daniel Stangerine, but he's still got a fair few cars between him. Now's the opportunity for LBJ Stubbs. Manages to find the gap on the inside this time in Christmas Corner. Oh, there's a rub of the tyres, but there's still not room to get through. And Stubbs, you can see, well, he's clearly getting frustrated with trying to put this move on. It stays as they were. Will Noah Wicklow think about having a pounce now? I think he did think about it, but he hasn't got the overlap or the overspeed down into Osiers to make it stick. The 73 there is Logan Stanley Jones. And then Freddie Blackshaw just at the back of this pack there in the 28. Rounds out both this train of karts and rather neatly the top 10 as well. New fastest lap of the race from Alfie Garrett. Exactly the response that he needed to give from that pressure behind from Pahal and Rolfe. Oh, and there's contact up at Christmas. That is Alfie Garrett. And that's Dian Singh Pahal, both round at the top of the hill. Pahal must have had a run, which he felt was on, but there's been contact there, and that's a costly moment for both of those drivers. Presumably Logan Rolfe there inherited the lead. I'm pretty sure he wasn't involved in that as we cut to it. Drama then in the latter stages of Heat 2 here. Bear in mind the bigger points from a championship perspective. It is Logan Rolfe who takes the lead of this one, and we'll see the last lap board this time around. Well, goodness me, the bigger points are on offer in the final, but nonetheless, that's turned this one on its head a bit. So Logan Rolfe leads, Ryan White in second, Ansel in that 96 kart in third place. Alfie Garrett and Dian Singh Pahal is now your top five. And that's Noah Wicklow, who's got Logan Stanley Jones challenging him on this last lap. Down through Ashby Corner. And with 1.4 seconds in hand, this is a relatively easy one for Logan Rolfe to bring home now. Goodness me, this is going to be, we might have quite a charged final here. Coming round the last few corners though, he's done everything he could do, and it's come out with a great win for him. Logan Rolfe will cross the line to see the checkered flag. Ryan White will finish second. There's Ansel in third. Alfie Garrett, I think that was a body language of frustration there across the line. Dian Singh Pahal sets the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. Well, obviously that's not where he'd have hoped to have finished a few laps ago. Ethan Lloyd in sixth, LBJ Stubb in seventh. Noah Wicklow 8th, then it was Logan Stanley Jones and Freddie Blackshaw rounded out the top 10. You can see they're coming across the line, by the way, really good battles in the second half of the field as well. Isla Parsons and Arlo Gamble and Louis Williams-Mabs having some really close battles across the line. William Crombie finished 12th to be your highest placed IAME Water Swift restricted runner. Louis Williams-Mabs was the second highest in that class, just 0.6 of a second ahead of Theo Jepson. And then Jesse Plowman was a few seconds further down the road. That was how they finished in Micromax and IAME Water Swift restricted. High drama there towards the end. It's going to be heat number 2 for our junior max runners coming up next. Let's take you through the grid then for our junior max field for Heat 2 here at Whilton Mill for round 10 of Rally Replay Super 1. Riley Bishop starts this one on pole position. Harris Roberts alongside him, and then it's Archie Flint and Ben Horner on row number 2. Tom Holden and Albert Wilton are on row number 3. Row number 4 is Jasmine Taylor, and a happy birthday to her mom as well. Catching up with them in the paddock yesterday, we were able to talk to Jasmine Taylor. And do hope they're having a good weekend as a family here at Whilton Mill. Owen Keenan alongside, and then it's Callum Ghosh and Rory Hinkley to round out the top 10. Emily Cotty and Ben Brock are next on row 6, and then on row 7 we expect to find Kieran Denyer and Matt Greatrex. Harry Cottrell and Max Rowley are next with Toby Jukes, hoping for a better time of it if memory serves correctly. Heat 1 he had to pull over into the pit lane. Lewis Holt alongside him on row number 9. Archie Doherty and Oliver Lomax round out your top 20, and then it's Jack Dimbleby and Andrew Dixon on row 11. Archie Dyson and Sam Flynn on row number 12. Arnie Sadiq and Noah Sales are your 13th row of the grid, with Alex McCulloch and Karthik Kameta on row 14. The top 30 rounded out by Freddie Snelling and Rashid Abdullah on row 15. And the 32-car grid is rounded out by Lucas Reeves and Jaden Robinson. That's how they line up for the largest grid we see this weekend in Rally Replay Super 1. There they all are getting ready on the dummy grid as they get ready to head out. So earlier on, just to jog your memories, this one went the way of Riley Bishop ahead of Ben Horner and Harris Roberts. That was your podium, those were your podium positions from Heat 1. We did have quite a few penalties applied in all of that, by the way, for front fairings. Some of the drivers will need to be aware of and try and keep things nice and clean in this race. Championship-wise as well, just as a reminder for this one, Emily Cotty comes into today as the championship leader. Ben Horner was your winner in round 9 yesterday, taking his first finals victory since round 2, back when we were at GYG at the start of the year. Jasmine Taylor, third in the championship, had a really consistent day yesterday of second places in both heats and the final, and in doing so claimed the Rally Replay Super 1 Girl Power Award, as well as the highest position female driver in any of our classes, which is it was in that sense that we caught up with her in the interviews earlier on, which we were playing out for you during the lunch break. If you missed any of those, they are available on the Super 1 Facebook page. Here we go then, ready for 7 minutes plus a lap of racing in juniors. Riley Bishop leads them away into oblivion here at Whilton Mill. Through the crook they come, side-by-side action as usual, but everyone seems to have come off of that well enough. Archie Flint there in second place as they turn in at Christmas Corner. So he's had a good start from third on the grid, but we've got spinners at the back in the mid-pat there, and we'll have to check there. That's not been a wholly clean start, unfortunately, for some of our drivers. We'll have to double check who's got caught up in that on timing. Thankfully, no doesn't look like any nose-to-nose contact, which is always the fear when someone goes spinning, particularly between Boxing Day and Inkermans. Through the boot they come then here on that one of Heat 2. Riley Bishop has retained that lead position. He actually has a decent lead gap, actually, of 1.4 seconds over Archie Flint. And here is the battle over second place. Archie Flint under pressure from Harris Roberts, who would like to take back the position he had on the grid. And there is a move to the inside, and that's bold from Harris Roberts. He saw Archie Flint pulling over to the inside to try and defend, but he was undeterred. Has that paid off? No, it hasn't. He's actually lost out, and that's allowed Jasmine Taylor in the 84 to come into this. So it was a bold move from Harris Roberts, but in some ways, easy for me to say with hindsight, he overcommitted there because it clearly slowed him up so much that he was actually passed rather than able to pass. Riley Bishop leads, Ben Horner in second, Jasmine Taylor in third, Harris Roberts down to fourth. Excuse me, I mentioned all that. In all that, I didn't mention that Ben Horner has actually got by, because Archie Flint lost out as well. So both Flint and Roberts lost out in that exchange. That is round for the 20 car. That's Lewis Holt, who's round there at Christmas Corner, and obviously has clear rear bumper damage there. So that is disappointment for Holt. That was from about 17th place. I say about because they were all side by side there going through Christmas Corner. And that is a move for second place. Jasmine Taylor by on Ben Horner. So that is up into second place now for Taylor. Bishop leads. Taylor in second. Ben Horner is then third. Harris Roberts in fourth. Archie Flint in fifth. And Tom Holden trying to come up onto the back of them, but he's under pressure from Callum Ghosh as he heads up towards Christmas Corner. And I think that's side by side between them now. Callum Ghosh, can he make that stick? No, he can't. Tom Holden retains that one, and behind them, Albert Whilton and Owen Keenan are going side by side as well. But now, once again, Callum Ghosh goes for the move, and this time the three makes it stick and gives the immediate sign to say, let's work together. To what degree Holden will feel like complying with that request remains to be seen, because it's always a little bit galling for someone to go by and immediately go, come on, let's work together. It's almost a sort of, yeah, we're done with that battle, right? Let's work together. And it's not always the case that the driver whom you've just overtaken necessarily agrees that that's the deal done. Here's Jasmine Taylor in second place, leading Ben Horner, our winner from yesterday, up the hill. That's a look to the inside from Emily Cotty on Owen Keenan, up to 8th place. Cotty in that number 7, trying to move up the order. We're looking to optimise points, of course, and obviously the grid positions into the finals. Battle for second turns into the boot. You can see the lead that Riley Bishop has now, and what that has the effect of, as that is Max Rowley's kart stricken at the side of the road with clear damage on the side pod. And that is still Lewis Holt circulating. Albeit he's at the back of the field. And Sam Flynn, by the way, has fallen to the back of the field as well. So Rowley, Flynn and Holt all with dramas there. Rowley, of course, not still circulating because we just saw his kart at the side of the road. And that is Lewis Holtz coming in. So that is race run for him. Fastest lap of the race from Emily Cotty in her pursuit of Tom Holden for 7th place. Meanwhile, we're witnessing Ben Horner's pursuit of Jasmine Taylor for 2nd place, and he's bringing Harris Roberts along for the party as well. Archie Flint just about staying in touch with him there in the 22 kart. Contact warning for Ben Brock. Lewis Holt reporting to the pit lane, by the way, not least because the mechanical flag had been shown to him, presumably for unsafe bodywork being dragged behind the kart. Another fastest lap of the race from Emily Cotty, and as they cross the line, she was just a few thousandths behind Tom Holden. In fact, I think that's through. I could just see as they're coming towards us in the shot there, I think Cotty's got through and up into 7th place. Here's the move for second. Ben Horner down the inside of Jasmine Taylor at Ozier's, and he's made that stick. And does Jasmine have a response to that by way of a counter-attack? I'm not sure she does at this time. Under 90 seconds on the clock now, plus that lap, of course, as they come on to lap number 8. Indeed, confirmed, change for 7th place. Emily Cotty by on Tom Holden. She's got good pace here at the moment. Kieran Denyer has just got past on Max Greytrix for 13th. Ben Brock as well by on Archie Dyson, although he does have to be careful because he has been issued with a contact warning. As you can see there, still Max Rowley stricken at the side of the road. Now takes on the role of spectator alongside the rest of us, as much as he might not have wanted to do so. Hopefully we'll see him have a better time of things in the final. That's Callum Ghosh in the 3, coming under pressure now from Emily Cotty. Fastest lap of the race from Riley Bishop. As the battle over 6th place comes out of the crook. Meanwhile, for 2nd place, Jasmine Taylor has another little look to the inside on Ben Horner, but she can't make anything of it. She's got to be careful of that, doing that, of course, because Harris Roberts is ready to pounce, and he tries to pounce into Ashby Corner, and he's through into 3rd place. Nice opportunistic move from Harris Roberts. You know, once you've seen the driver ahead of you, you have an attempt at a move that didn't pay off, or a half-hearted look at a move, you often can seize an opportunity there, and that's exactly what Roberts has been able to do. So, good move there. Last lap board is out then. Riley Bishop leads this one by just shy of 3 seconds. Ben Horner here in second, ahead of Harris Roberts and Jasmine Taylor. Then it's Archie Flint in the background, and you can see now Emily Cotty has got by on Callum Ghosh in the background as Harris Roberts is going for it on Ben Horner, and it's not paid off, and that's going to allow Jasmine Taylor up into 2nd place. She's going to have to defend though into Ashby Corner. Is Ben Horner going to fight back on Harris Roberts? He's going to try, but he hasn't got the inside line for the next corner, and it's going to be Jasmine Taylor, Harris Roberts, and now actually Ben Horner goes to the inside, half in attack, half in defence as well, because Archie Flint's on the scene, and Emily Cotty and Callum Ghosh are catching up on this rapidly as well. This could all change, but what won't change is the leader, because he's controlled this one brilliantly. Riley Bishop takes his 2nd win of the day for Heat 2, but who's going to finish in 2nd place? It's Jasmine Taylor, who continues her run of consistent 2nd places throughout this weekend to score solid points. Harris Roberts in 3rd, Archie Flint in 4th, Ben Horner in 5th, Emily Cotty in 6th, Callum Ghosh in 7th, Tom Holden in 8th, ahead of Owen Keenan and Albert Whilton to round out the top 10. Oh, that got exciting towards the end. Sorry, we had Heat 1 earlier and Jasmine Taylor didn't finish 2nd, so it's not a complete clean sweep for 2nd places, but nonetheless she'll be happy with that. Good solid points in her bid to bag as good a spot as she can on the grid later on, but I think we know who might be on pole for that finals race, because that was the 2nd win of the day for Riley Bishop. There is your provisional result. Don't forget results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on SuperOne for the confirmed result there, as is the case for all of the other races. For those races yet to come, by the way, you can also see what the grids will look like as we continue our afternoon's racing action here on our Alpha Live broadcast. Coming up for you next then is the 2nd heat of the day for IAME M1. The IAME M1 class getting ready to come out onto the circuit here then at Whilton Mill. Let's take you through the grid. Ralph Martin starts this one from pole position. Freddie Baker alongside Oliver Woodall and Bodie Batch start on row to number 2. Max Santana and Mickey Gonzalez are your 3rd row of the grid. And it's on row 4 where we find Patrick Wood and Ethan Hume. Leo Harang and Heath Smith round out the top 10. Freddie Dye and Daniel Genov are on row number 6. Next is Noah Myberg and Ollie West. And then it's Presley Knight and birthday boy Buster Scott on row 8. Row 9 is where we find Seth State Mackey and Logan Edwards. And the top 20 is rounded out by Arthur Rhodes and Hugh Riley. Jensen James Williams and Nicholas Anser are your 11th row of the grid. Charlie Holmes and Ava Garrett are row 12. And then it's Tenny Smith and Harley Bebb on row 13 with Archie Ashworth and Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite to round out the 28 car grid for IAME M1 Heat 2. Now this one, folks, is where I've got my championship watch radar on for today. Most of our classes, in fact, as far as I can tell, all of our other classes, mathematically at least, will go on to the latter 2 rounds at Shennington. But my understanding is that this is Freddie Baker's to lose, I think, now, after he finished. Now, earlier on, it was Ralph Martin who took the win ahead of Freddie Baker. In fact, I will just double check that statement. Yes, it was Ralph. It was confirmed result. I'm just checking there. But I think what we're looking for here What I'm comparing is what's called the total to count. So the 10 best round scores that Freddie Baker could have versus what's called the max possible. Okay, so if Ralph Martin were to win absolutely everything from here on out, all the rest of today's races, and he was able to win at everything at Shennington as well. Now, I think, and I have to stress, this is not an official declaration of any results, this is all provisional maths on my part, but I think if Freddie Baker, he really doesn't have to do that much. If he can just average 19th place, by my maths, then even if Ralph Martin takes the win, I put that, so if Freddie Baker were to finish 19th in the remaining 2 races, his total to count would be 1215. And the max possible that Ralph Martin could get would be 1214. So, as far as I understand it, I don't think it's mathematically going to get wrapped up in this race. In fact, it's impossible to do so because, remember, the drop scores are based on a whole round package. So, theoretically, Freddie Baker could go on to get disqualified from the final or something like that. So, it can't mathematically be confirmed this race, but he can take a massive step towards putting one hand on that trophy. Away we go, though, nonetheless. It's Ralph Martin who leads them away for 7 minutes plus a lap of racing. It's an even start from both sides of the grid, and Freddie Baker will have the inside line through the crook and will try and seize the advantage. But we saw this earlier on, and Ralph Martin had a great run up the hill to seize it back, which again it seems to be happening here, and that's almost a deja vu there of the first start to Heat 1 earlier on, as they stream through Christmas Corner for the first time and now down towards Ashby. They come onto the back straight. Bodie Batch there in 3rd place in the 88. And then it looks like Mickey Gonzalez has overhauled Oliver Woodall up into 4th place there. Through the boot they come. Into paddock for the first time, rounding out lap number 1. Into oblivion they go. Good start from Ralph Martin. Has 3.5 tenths as a lead at the end of lap 1. You can see there Max Santana and Ollie West quite close together there. In fact, Ollie West looking to the inside of Santana. And he's through there. Nice little move from the driver of the 24 there, by on the number 93 for 6th place. And did that leave Santana exposed to possible attacks from Patrick Wood and Ethan Hume? Patrick Wood has got by on Ethan Hume there, the 36 now ahead of the 11. Was there a move on into Osiers? No, Santana holds position 4 now. It looked like Daniel Genov having a look at Leo Harang as well in the background, as there's Oliver Woodall going up the inside of Mickey Gonzalez there into the boot and makes that stick. Nice little move from the driver of the 41, takes himself up into 4th place. Now the question will be, what is the pace of Woodall, Gonzalez and West like? Can they undo what looks like the beginnings of the top 3 pulling away? Ollie West having a look to the inside of Mickey Gonzalez. Patrick Wood as well behind them, challenging Max Santana, and he's through. And Ethan Hume, I believe, following through as well there. So Ethan Hume actually has got through earlier on, I think. So there's Woodall. And then West, Max Santana there. And then, then it's Patrick Wood and Ethan Hume. And Leo Harang is with them as well. On to lap number 4 then. Ralph Martin leads, 9/10 of a second in hand over Freddie Baker. Bodie Batch in 3rd. Then it is Oliver Woodall in 4th ahead of Ollie West. Mickey Gonzalez in 6th. Patrick Wood in 7th. Ethan Hume in 8th. Max Santana and Leo Harang round out that top 10. Looks like there may have been a little bit of a drama on that lap for Buster Scott. Lost about 7 positions on that lap, so he'll be looking to try and come back up past those who were behind him. And that is a move on Oliver Woodall from Ollie West, and that was nicely judged there into Ashby Corner. Mickey Gonzalez is through as well. Patrick Wood fancies his chances but can't make it stick, and will that allow Ethan Hume down the inside? I believe it will. Yes, Hume by on wood there. So what began as a really nice move there for Ollie West on Oliver Woodall for 4th place had a knock-on effect for all the carts behind. And now it's West, Woodall, Gonzalez, Hume, Wood, and Santana and Harang rounding out that top 10 still. 3 minutes plus a lap to go. New fastest lap of the race from Ralph Martin, a 57.717, takes the gap out to 1.4. As I said at the end of Heat 1, basically, Ralph is doing everything he can do, right? You can't say fairer than getting to the lead, the rest controlling it. Here's a move from Mickey Gonzalez now on Oliver Woodall. That's through for the 22 on the 41. That is for 5th place. As they come through Ashby Corner, no moves on there. Patrick Wood on the tail of Woodall now. Ethan Hume close by as well. Will Patrick Wood have a look to the inside into the boot? He's thinking about it. He's going for it. Can he make that stick, the driver of the 36? Yes, he can, unless there's a counter charge from Woodall there on the inside, which there isn't. He hasn't got enough speed to do it. And that is a nice move there. Changes for 5th and 6th there. Gonzalez, Wood and Woodall. Now your order for 5th, 6th and 7th. Another fastest lap from Ralph Martin there. Leading by 1.8 seconds, although it was a personal best from Freddie Baker last time out. So let's just reiterate the championship perspective here, because many people would say, but Ralph Martin has had loads of success this year. Why are we saying that? Why are we saying that it's looking so strong right now for Freddie Baker? And the answer is because of the way that the drop scores work, because it's a whole round package that gets dropped. It's things like, just an example for Ralph Martin, his scoreline at round 3 at Rowra was a 1st, a 2nd and a 23rd, and it's the fact that that 23rd essentially weighs down on the 1st and 2nd, whereas Freddie Baker has more consistency in that sense, hence why he comes into today with a decent lead. It's not that Ralph Martin has had a weak season by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that he's got a disqualification in there as well, and these things at the moment are weighing down that championship score, and it's happened more than twice, which means that even though we have 2 dropped rounds, he's got to lean on one of these scores where he has a slightly poorer result, usually alongside a couple of podiums. So that's the reason why, as was that a moment there for, that might have been Archie Ashworth, I think, just being a very civil racer there and getting out of the way for a leader coming through. So that's why we find ourselves in this position for Freddie Baker. And as I say, I think we're in a position where we would need some big drama for Freddie Baker's day. Oh, there's a look there from Gonzalez on Ollie West through Christmas Corner, and that's surely going to allow Patrick Wood and Oliver Woodall to attack. There's Patrick Wood trying down the inside of Mickey Gonzalez. It was from a long way back though, and that might actually have the effect of slowing him down a little bit and giving an opportunity for Oliver Woodall, but no, they stay as they were, and they're coming upon Archie Ashworth now in that 44 car, who's a lap down, and he's just driving his race. There's nothing in particular he needs to do. That's Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite as well, who is unfortunately on this day in history a lap down as well. So the drivers just working their way through that, and in that's allowed Patrick Wood through on Mickey Gonzalez, and that's an unfortunate place for Oliver Woodall to encounter Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, and that means that Ethan Hume is going to be through, and possibly Max Santana as well. No, it's just Woodall just ahead, just at the line. That was an unfortunate moment there for Woodall, and now here is Max Santana trying to go through in the 93, but Woodall does well there to stem the flow of carts trying to get by after that moment. There's not a lot that Otley Thistlethwaite could have done, to be fair. You know, at some point he's got to take the corner himself. Yeah, I think we would need some kind of big drama for Freddie Baker now to deny him wrapping up the championship today. And say this is the one class where that is the case. And even then, I'm having to, give all these caveats. But nonetheless, there's the checkered flag for Ralph Martin. Brilliant run of results for Ralph Martin today. Freddie Baker takes second place and takes another step towards that championship, albeit Ralph Martin, as his primary rival, is doing everything he can. Bodie Batch in third, Ollie West in fourth, Patrick Wood in fifth, Mickey Gonzalez in sixth, Ethan Hume in seventh, eighth for Max Santana, Oliver Woodall in ninth, and Leo Harang rounded out your top 10. Another win, a double win today so far for Ralph Martin. Really, really impressive run there. Won it by 2.7 seconds as well, which is not always the case in this close IAME M1 class. As the others come across the line there, Genov was 11th, Myberg in 12th, and it was Jensen James Williams, Presley Knight, Logan Edwards, Buster Scott finished in 16th place, Freddie Dye in 17th, as that is Heath Smith's cart at the side of the road. Although I think we had dramas for Nicholas Anser as well out there, who is a few laps down on the lead lap. That's how they finished IAME M1 then. We've got two more of our heat races to go before we get to those all-important finals, and it's Rotax 177 that will be up for you next here at Whilton Mill. Let's take you through your grid then for Rotax 177, heat number 2 for round 10 here in Rally Replay SuperOne, as they get ready on the dummy grid. Here's your grid then. Scott Smith starts this one from pole position with Shane Collins alongside him. Richard Evans and Luke Oliver are on row number 2 with Stephen Horner and Ian Branfield on row number 3. Oliver Hutchings and Jake Davis are next, with Oliver Moss and Zach Bolton rounding out the top 10. Ben Johnson and Mark Gillibrand start this one from row number 6. And the 13-cart grid will be rounded out on row 7 by Andy Ward in that number 4 cart. We had a few drivers who had to pull into the pit lane earlier on today. So there'll definitely be a few drivers hoping for better times of it in Heat 1 now. Just as a reminder though, the win was taken earlier by Scott Smith in Heat 1. Shane Collins was second, Richard Evans in third. And Zach Bolton, Ben Johnson, I think both had to pull either over to the side of the road or into the pit lane. So they'll be hoping for a better time of it this time around. Bit of a reminder for you as well as to the championship situation in Rotax 177. It was Scott Smith coming into today leading the championship, albeit he hasn't had a finals win. He hasn't. He took his first. I'll try saying that sentence again, shall I? He took his first heat win since round 4 back at Rowra earlier on today. So he'll have been happy to return to winning ways, but he's had good consistency throughout this championship, though wide open. 7 points between Scott Smith and Luke Oliver, who took that win yesterday in round 9 right here at Whilton Mill. This 1.2 kilometre ribbon of racing here in Northamptonshire. Lovely, good, accessible central location in England for drivers to come to. I'll try getting words out. Don't worry, folks, I'm only the commentator. Just tripping over my words. There's loads of activities to do here at the Whilton Mill complex, by the way, if you've never checked it out. I mean, obviously there is the fantastic racetrack. There's also the smaller circuit. You can just see, actually, some cars going around that mill circuit in the background. The fantastic clubhouse there at Whilton Mill, which I still think of as the new clubhouse, but I should really stop saying that because it's probably been around. I can't actually remember which year they opened it, but it's almost certainly been open now for over half a decade, and I'm just showing my age. But they've got all sorts of activities here. They've got clay pigeon suiting, they've got fun fairs that come here, they've got the, I've forgotten what they're called, crazy bugs, the little off-road six-wheel. I'm being told that it is correct that they're called the crazy bugs. I've never been on them. Not entirely sure I'd fit into one of them, but I could try. There's loads of activities for you to do here at Whilton Mill, so definitely check that out as well. And thanks to all the Whilton Mill staff as well, who always make us feel welcome here in Northamptonshire. Our penultimate race meeting of the year, our anti-penultimate round today, round 10 of a 12-round championship. We're going to keep it in the English Midlands through to the end now, because the next race meeting will be at Shennington. So not a big distance away from here, actually. Right now, though, we're looking for Heat 2 in 177, and away we go. Scott Smith will lead them into Oblivion Corner for the first time as they all peel through turn 2 at the Crook and through that little kink there on the straight up towards Christmas. That's called Fine Lady for the corner name aficionados, as there's a look from Luke Oliver at second place, and he overcooks it and allows Richard Evans through for third place at the top of the hill at Christmas Corner. Down into Ashby. It's been a good start for Shane Collins, retaining that second place. But Scott Smith has done everything he needs to do as well off of pole. They're actually the top three in the same positions as they started. In fact, the top four are in the same positions as they started, but it was an earnest look from Luke Oliver to make progress up the road. But he just got out of sorts into Christmas Corner at the end of lap number 1, though. Scott Smith leads, Shane Collins in second, Richard Evans in third, Luke Oliver in fourth, and Ian Bramfield in fifth. The top 5, no change once all was said and done. Oliver Hutchings, though, on the move up 2 positions, and there is Jake Davis into the pit lane. Already we've got a driver who is going to have to watch this one from the sidelines, as we're looking at Bramfield now under pressure from Oliver Hutchings in the BM plated car, Bayford Meadow plate that is. Putting onto the back straight. Lead gap, if anything, has closed up a little bit this lap, as we cut back to that battle over 5th place. Ian Bramfield in the 46. KF Sport driver. The battle comes up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Still plenty of time left in this one. Plenty of opportunity for those who would look to deny Scott Smith his second win of the day. And apologies, was that Bramfield passed by Hutchings in the background? I think it might have been. That, I think, was at the top of the hill. Indeed, the BM plate now ahead of the 46, as Scott Smith leads the top 4 through the boot. It was fastest lap of the race last time for Shane Collins. On to a new lap. This time it's Richard Evans who sets the fastest lap of the race. That's closing up nicely as Oliver Hutchings looks to open up a gap over Ian Bramfield, having got by for 5th place. And it's Stephen Horner in 7th place in the 66. Zach Bolton in 8th, Oliver Moss in 9th, and Mark Gillibrand rounds out the top 10. I fear that Ben Johnson may have had to pull over yet again. He's showing us 2 laps down here, so more woes for the 61. A driver who did have a heat win at the very start of the season. Had a win at Gladygores at round 1. But having a harder time of it in this section of the season. Now it's Shane Collins who takes the fastest lap of the race. They're just sort of passing it between them now, 47.777. Trying to apply more pressure to Scott Smith in that 38 kart. Don't forget, it was Luke Oliver who took the win yesterday in round 9. One thing we haven't mentioned as much, though, I think I did mention it when they were out on track earlier, but of course was the case for all of these classes, is how different the conditions are today. It is a lot, it is significantly cooler today, and obviously we have had a few spits of rain. Just a little bit earlier on, not enough really to impact the racing. But yeah, very different conditions for both driver and machine coming into today. Oh, you can hear, I love that sound when drivers are right on the limit, breaking down into Ashby. It shows you how much, well, I mean, they're on the limit every corner, but in particular, the demands of that Ashby corner. If you talk to people who drive the circuit, many people will consider that the hardest corner on the circuit. It looks so unassuming, but it really is a challenge. It's because the natural slope of the hill effectively turns it into an off-camber hairpin. It doesn't feel like a hairpin. Your apex speed is very high for a hairpin, it has to be said. They're just trading hundredths and thousandths of time here. Well, is this the look from Shane Collins? That's from a long way back into Christmas corner, and he can't make that stick. Oh, that was a lovely attempt, but he couldn't make that stick. And now Richard Evans feels like having a go, but there's contact in Ashby corner, and I was wondering if Richard Evans was going to have a go. I did say earlier that was unfortunate as well for Stephen Horner. There's not much he could do there, but he that looked a bit. It's not my call to make, but that looked like a bit of a squeeze there on the apex from Shane Collins as he rejoined. Well, earlier on when Junior Max were out, I spoke of how if you see the driver ahead of you attempt to move and it doesn't pay off, it can give you confidence. I just wonder if Richard Evans maintained that confidence a little too long, even though it was from a long way back into Ashby. And it's really hard to make the move. It's very easy for me to say such things from the comfort of the comms box. But to me, that looked like Evans wanted to make that move, but I don't know if we can watch it back, but it was from a long way back that he was trying it, albeit, to be fair, it wasn't as if Shane Collins' move hadn't been from a long way back. The net result is that Scott Smith has been gifted a handsome lead of nearly 1.5 seconds now over Richard Evans and Luke Oliver. And given how close their pace was before, I'm not sure that, and how relatively little time, we've got 2 more laps left in this race. If anything, I'd say the biggest battle there now, at least amongst the upper echelons of the field, is going to be Luke Oliver trying to overhaul Richard Evans. Stephen Horner's got back passes at Bolton. Obviously, he's on a little bit of a recovery drive now after getting bulked by Shane Collins, trying to gather up his momentum again in Wilkins a couple of laps ago. Ian Bramfield under pressure from Shane Collins in his recovery. In fact, was that the pass there we just caught through Ashby corner? I think it might have been. That looked like Shane Collins getting by on Ian Bramfield, and yes, it is. That is through for the driver of the 52. And through the boot section they come. It is tough. It is tough. Both. We've seen 2 incidents there at Ashby and at Wilkins, and it just obviously, any racing line naturally pinches at the apex, but those corners in particular, again, because of that slightly sort of naturally off-camber nature of Ashby corner, you want to be at the apex point there nice and neatly. So it genuinely feels like the track almost narrows. Now, if you took a tape measure, I'm sure you would find that it's exactly the same width of circuit all the way around that corner. But it feels like because of how the racing line goes and because of the off-camber nature, it feels like it tightens up. We're on the last lap anyway. Scott Smith has driven this one sublimely. He's going to see the checkered flag this time around and take the 2nd win of the day. In Rotax 177, Richard Evans hangs on for 2nd. Luke Oliver hangs on for 3rd. Oliver Hutchings in 4th. Shane Collins in 5th. Ahead of Ian Bramfield, Stephen Horner, Zach Bolton. There's Oliver Moss in 9th. Mark Gillibrand we expect to see come across the line in 10th there, ahead of Andy Ward. And unfortunately, Ben Johnson and Jake Davis's races ended at the side of the road, or in the pits, being more precise. Good result there for Scott Smith. And yeah, the sort of key flashpoint of that race was the move from Shane Collins, from Richard Evans, excuse me, trying to get by on Shane Collins after Collins had failed to get by on Smith. And yeah, tough calls to be made in those moments, but it didn't go the way of Shane Collins, and Stephen Horner as well getting tangled up in that somewhat as well. Might make for an interesting finals grid where we see some drivers out of pace based off of their regular pace. That was Heat 2 for Rotax 177. One more heat race to go before those all-important finals. It's going to be Heat 2 for Senior Max coming up next. Here's your grid then for Heat 2 of Senior Rotax for round 10 of Rally Replay Super 1 for 2024. Zaki Hussain starts this one on pole. Harry Hurst-Grover alongside him. Elliot Thomas and George Sanders are on row number 2. Billy Edgecombe and James Parrish are your third row of the grid. For row 4, we find Lewis Wild, who from memory had to pull up last time out, so we'll be hoping for a better result this time. And Stefan Kaczmarczyk alongside him. Max Davis and Marcus King round out the top 10. Then it's James Kocholek and Ollie Naylor on row 6. Row 7 is where we find James Becker and Molly Pugh, who also had to report to the pit lane the mechanical defect flag being shown to Molly last time out as well. Salvador Newman and William Eberhardt are your 8th row of the grid, and then Sky Fraser and Jake Riches to round out the 9th row. Then it's Daniel Beards and William Young running out the top 20, and Alfie Baron Oxbury, we didn't see him out earlier, and I've not seen a transponder trace as he crossed the line on the outlap, so I think it's actually just the 20 carts taking the start of this. In fact, I wonder if some of our drivers who had to report to the pit lane earlier have not been able to rejoin, because there's only 18 carts that are registered across the line. Nonetheless, we definitely have a pole sitter in the form of Zaki Hussain, and away we go for 7 minutes plus a lap of racing here as the drivers try and score the optimum points, as well as maximise their grid position for the final. Through Christmas corner they come. That looked like Kaczmarczyk and Marcus King doing battle in the mid-pack. James Becker, it looks like, might have lost out a little bit there, out wide on Inkermans, but it looked on the whole quite clean. Good getaway from Zaki Hussain, who took the win earlier on and continue what has been an extremely impressive run of form, winning races back-to-back since round 7 back at Fullbeck. He's continued that pattern so far. Can anybody challenge him in this one? Still can't decide the championship today, and because Zaki's prior to that run of wins, his form is weaker than some of the other drivers out there, not least Billy Edgecombe. In fact, it's worth mentioning Billy Edgecombe because he had the drama at the end of Heat 1, didn't he? Which put him down towards 18th place. He was classified earlier on, but he's now running in 3rd place, in the 21, as we're looking here at the 56 of George Sanders, 2nd in the championship coming into today, and he had a decent run earlier on. Solid points in 4th place once the final result was published. Stefan Kaczmarczyk has just got by on Lewis Wild. That is for 7th place as the field streams up the hill once again. And there is a look on Jake Riches by Marcus King in the 26, but he can't make it stick for now. And that was a move into, an attempted a move into Ashby Corner for Ollie Naylor. I think he was trying to get by on James Kocholek, but couldn't make the move stick. Back to the battle with George Sanders and Harry Hurst-Grover, who started this one from 2nd on the grid, did Hurst-Grover, but he's now finds himself in 5th place. Tough point for those two to make a call, because they're losing out to those ahead of them. Do they work together, or do they judge early on here that they can't match the pace? Well, Hurst-Grover feels he can, and he's by, and there's contact there at the rear. Now both carts going to be okay after that one. There was definitely a bit of a touch there between Sanders and Hurst-Grover's carts. Fastest lap of the race from Zaki Hussain, and that is James Becker, who is out of this one in the paddock there. So unfortunately, another driver pulling into the pits from this Senior Max field. Coming on to lap number 4, there is Zaki Hussain, 8 tenths to the good over Elliot Thomas. Billy Edgecombe in 3rd. And we're looking there at George Sanders trying to stay in touch with Harry Hurst-Grover, having been passed by him. And then comes the battle as we're looking there, that is Marcus King this time getting by on Jake Riches. He's been trying to do that for a number of laps, and that is up into 13th place for Marcus King. Yeah, James Parrish leading that battle over 6th place as well. Coming up onto the back actually of Hurstgrover and Sanders. So there's Hurstgrover in the 14, Sanders is there in the 56, and then you can see James Parrish in the 43 has actually pulled out a few kart lengths actually there in the 31. There you go, he's got a bit of a gap over that battle behind, which is Stefan Kaczmarczyk. Excuse me, no, James Parrish actually is not there. He's part of the pack behind. Kaczmarczyk has pulled out a bit of a gap over this frenetic battle, currently led by Lewis Wild. Lewis Wild in the 89 in 7th, then it's Max Davies. And James Parrish and James Kacholek complete that pack of 5 karts there, battling away. And Ollie Naylor's coming up onto the back of it as well. In fact, there is Ollie Naylor applying the pressure to James Parrish. So I think that's Ollie Naylor who's got by on Kacholek there, so it's already changed. Naylor up into the top 10. And 43 there is James Parrish. He's trying to get back up to where he was a few laps ago. But he needs to be careful here because Ollie Naylor's looking racy there behind him in the 85 kart. Two minutes 10 plus a lap to go. Zaki Hussein leads by 1.3 seconds. He continues an extremely impressive form here in our senior Rotax class. We're looking there at James Parrish, Ollie Naylor and William Young in the 22 kart coming up onto the back of the battle over 10th, 11th and 12th. And there's Ollie Naylor through on James Parrish. Looked like he got that one finished at Wilkins, so he would have had a good run off of Ashby Corner there. As we look back at our race leader, Zaki Hussein, controlling this one really nicely. Elliot Thomas in second there with a lot of pressure from Billy Edgecombe. Better race so far from Billy Edgecombe. Championship leader coming into today. Mathematically this one stays open, which sounds surprising given how much Hussein has been succeeding in this class recently, but such is the way that the scoring works. It's what we like about drop score systems. It keeps championships open right up until the end. That is Marcus King in the 26 now, ahead of William Young in the 22. That is Elliot Thomas pushing to the limits as he goes over the curb at the final corner down at Paddock. Billy Edgecombe on his tail now. We've probably got 2 more laps after this one. This is probably this is the anti-penultimate lap, I would guess, that they're on. And you've got to wonder, well, if you're Billy Edgecombe now, you want to really start applying the pressure to Elliot Thomas, because it's beginning to look like the dream of reeling in Zaki Hussein is going to prove very difficult. Oh, and that's a spin there, Billy Edgecombe. I think that was a completely unforced error. I don't think Thomas parked that on the apex. What a bizarre, that's really unusual there. We've seen that is a very uncharacteristic mistake from Billy Edgecombe. If you can't hear him on voice mode, that caught me on the hop, that did. You just don't expect to see that. But Edgecombe there round. We're here with Hurstgrover and George Sanders now battling over 3rd place after that moment for Billy Edgecombe, who's trying to gather up the momentum. He crossed the line in 7th. I wouldn't be surprised if he's lost another couple of positions since then. Here is Kaczmarczyk and Lewis Wild battling away over 5th place. I feel for Billy Edgecombe a little bit. He doesn't feel like he can catch a break today compared to some of his standards throughout the year. Last lap board is out then. Zaki Hussein through Christmas Corner already is leading this one. Elliot Thomas now doesn't really have anything to worry about around him after Edgecombe went round there at the final corner. Final questions to be answered. Can Sanders overhaul Hurstgrover for 3rd? Can Wild overhaul Kaczmarczyk here for 5th as they come into Osiers? We need to look a little bit further at the road though, because this man here continues a highly impressive run of results here. Zaki Hussain will come through the final corner and see the checkered flag to take the win in senior max for heat number 2. Elliot Thomas finishes in second, Harry Hurst-Grover in third, ahead of George Sanders. Stefan Kaczmarczyk in 5th, Lewis Wild in 6th, James Kucharek in 7th, 8th for Billy Edgecombe in the end. He managed to recover to that. Max Davis in 9th, 10th for Ollie Naylor. And then it was James Parrish, Marcus King, William Young in 13th, Molly Pugh in 14th, 15th for Jake Riches, Salvador Newman in 16th, 17th for Sky Fraser, and James Becker, unfortunately, we saw having to pull up in the pit lane. That concludes the heat races then. We now get into, as if this hasn't been entertaining enough, we're going to get into the business end of the round now here at Whilton Mill. We're going to enter our finals races, and it kicks off right up next here on your Alpha Live broadcast with the trophy final for C50 Bambino. Entering into the finals then here for round 10 of the Rally Replay Super 1 Series. This is your Alpha Live broadcast with myself, Howard Mitchell, from Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position for you here at Whilton Mill. Do hope you're enjoying the broadcast. It was 34 points on offer for each of those heats wins. Now we get into the big points. 60 points for the win in each of these trophy finals, and it goes up to 9 minutes plus a lap in race length as well. Let's take you through the grid for the first one of our finals. It's Bambino C50s up first. As the drivers get ready on the dummy grid, let's take a look at how they'll line up. This is based on how they've accrued their points over the 2 heats so far today. Noah Wicklow starts this one on pole position. Logan Hodgetts alongside him. Hendrix Fallat and Ernie Wade make up row 2 with Jesse Bailey and Benjamin Schlivar on row number 3. Cameron Simon and Henry Hales are next, with Ray Thoin and John Stevens on row 5. Cole Parrish and Freddie Pennell are row number 6. Row 7's where we find Arthur Bowers and Jax Wong, Jensen Drummond and Harry Wass on row number 8. Reggie Peters and Lani Eden are on the 9th row of the grid, and then the 20-car grid is rounded out by Will Wainwright and Santo Amico. And that's how they line up for the final for Bambino C50 for round 10 of the Rally Replay Super 1 Series for 2024. I'm just checking. Have some penalties. Yeah, there have been some penalties. I was wondering, so I was surprised to see Amico and Wainwright that far down on the grid. They were both disqualified from the result of Heat 2. They did not pass scrutineering. That's why they find themselves down the order. So they might be an interesting factor in this race, because we'd expect them to be on pace. This could be an interesting one. Noah Wicklow, though, will lead them away, and it is he who leads the championship coming into today. That championship cannot be decided today. It will go on to Shennington for the latter 2 rounds of the championship, but nonetheless, Wicklow would, of course, Wicklow and the other 19 drivers on track would dearly love to take that win for themselves. And standing start, as is customary for Bambino. These young drivers, aged between 5 and 8 years of age, which is one of the reasons why supporters are allowed on circuit. That's why we have so many people in high vis. Here we go then. Who is going to take the win for round 10? Noah Wicklow on pole. 9 minutes plus a lap of racing. Away we go with our Bambino C50s heading towards Oblivion Corner. Good start for Logan Hodgetts. Is he going to be able to overhaul Noah Wicklow by the apex of the crook? Yes, he is. And that's a nice start there for Logan Hodgetts in the 74 as they head up the hill for the first time. They're going 3 wide in the middle of the pack there. Can Noah Wicklow come back at Logan Hodgetts at the top of the hill? Yes, he can. Had a really good run there, did the driver of the 53, and he's back up to where he started. Ernie Wade has got by Hendrix Falat for third place as well. The 11 up into that third place. And Logan Hodgett's back through at Ashby Corner, swapping positions, it seems, at every single turn in the early phases here. Hodgett's back up to the lead as they break down into Oziers. Falat there in fourth place, your round 9 winner from yesterday. Heard from him earlier in those interviews. As behind them, that is Benjamin Schlivar going side by side with, going side by side with multiple drivers actually, once all was said and done. At first it was with Calvin Simon though, who looks to have had a pretty strong start there. And then Freddie Purnell has got through on Schlivar as well. So it's Hodgett who leads, Wicklow in second, Ernie Wade in third. Then it's Falat and Bailey, Calvin Simon, Freddie Purnell, Benjamin Schlivar, Henry Hales and Cole Parrish rounds up the top 10 at the end of the first lap. And here is Will Wainwright trying to pick his way through the order off the back of that disqualification in Heat 2. He's by there on Raith Owen, the number 31 there, and I think that takes him up into 12th place. So Will Wainwright on the move here. Santo Amico not up to 16th at the start of this lap. Not making as much progress, but both of those drivers out of position based on their pace that we've seen from them. So very much ones to watch here. Here's your lead pack of 5. Hodgett's, Wicklow, Wade, Falat and Bailey in that order as they come into the boot for the second time in this trophy final for round 10. And there, oh, that's a move there from Freddie Purnell. There, big move there on Calvin Simon, but has he overcommitted? Is Simon going to come back at him? He can't. And that was a bit, I don't know, it's just the way the camera was panning, but that looked like a big move there for Freddie Purnell. As they come up the hill, he feels the need to go on the inside in defence, but Calvin Simon's still going to have a space there on the inside. Benjamin Schlivar takes the more conventional line, and that's going to pay dividends for him as he's able to get by on the number 12 of Calvin Simon on the exit of Christmas Corner. So now it's Benjamin Schlivar who finds himself up into 7th place, and that's round 4. And there's a tag there as well for John Stevens, but that was round for Calvin Simon. I'm not sure if contact led to that. It was just an unforced error. He just clipped the curb maybe, but he spun around there. Everyone did very well in avoidance. You feel for the 34 of you feel for the 34 of John Stevens there, because he was trying to avoid it. Just clipped to the rear of his car, his rear wheel. The back of the car is always wider than the front. They always tell you that in your first ever briefing, and well, that I'm not sure he's well aware of it, but he just didn't quite move enough to one side to avoid the incident there. So unfortunate for him there. Fastest lap of the race from Hendrix Falat. Here then is Freddie Purnell, and that is Henry Hales getting by on Benjamin Schlivar. That is Hales up into 7th place now. So almost there's a pack of 5 at the front, and then this pack of 6 forming up in the mid pack as yellow flags are out there, and that is for, I think that's for Calvin Simon's cart maybe getting recovered. I think he may have had to park up. I mean, it's always a heart in the mouth moment when a driver spins round on the exit of a corner. There's another yellow flag out there as well. Noah Wicklow, though, is through. Excuse me, actually, that is a development, is it not? Noah Wicklow is through past Logan Hodgett. So there is a change for the lead as we approach. Well, we're not even halfway yet, actually, in this one. Yellow flags are out through 1 and 2, and there's the green flag, so they're now free to race. So can Logan Hodgett mount a counter-attack, then nose to tail in amongst this top 5 here? Noah Wicklow, Logan Hodgett, Ernie Wade, Hendrix Falat, Jesse Bailey. Wicklow through and back up into the lead where he started this race from pole, but it was a great start from second on the grid for Logan Hodgett. Allowed him to get the early lead here as they come down into Oziers. Slightly different line there from Logan Hodgett, so more of a late apex. Will he have a bit of overspeed on the back straight? And then further back comes the next pack, which is still Freddie Purnell ahead of Henry Hales, Benjamin Schlivar, Cole Parrish and Will Wainwright. And Raith Owen isn't too far off the back of that pack of 5. You can see Owen there just trying to stay in touch with them. That's why I described it as a pack of 5 followed by a pack of 6. On to lap number 6. Wicklow, Hodgetts, Wade, Falat, Bailey. Falat with the fastest lap of the race last time, and does that give him a run on Ernie Wade? He's going to move to the inside there, almost selling the dummy, and I think Ernie Wade there gave a gesture of concession there, and he's in doing so, he's allowed Jesse Bailey through as well. That's extremely compliant from Ernie Wade. Has he got some kind of problem? Or did he realise that he made a mistake maybe coming through the crook, such that he had compromised momentum up the hill? I'm not sure, but that was a change there for 3rd, 4th and 5th nonetheless. It doesn't look like he's got a kart problem, because now he's coming back at Jesse Bailey for 4th place at the back of this pack. So the top 5 come through the final sector and come round to finish lap number 6. Change on that lap was for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Is Ernie Wade going to fight back? And look at that, the pressure in the battle over 6th place. Henry Hales has just got by on Freddie Pennell. But is that actually... but Pennell's come back at him. He's gone back through, so it was Hales ahead at the line, but Pennell has managed to come back through turns 1 and 2. Freddie Pennell on the inside there, defending. And you can see the alternative lines being taken by Henry Hales. He's trying to set up a move into Ashby, but he's got to be careful in doing so that he doesn't give an opportunity to Cole Parrish and Benjamin Schlivar, and Parrish has got by on Schlivar, in fact, so there was a change there as well on that last lap for 8th place. And that's through for... is that a problem for Pennell? He's just lost out heavily there. That's through for Henry Hales, Cole Parrish and Benjamin Schlivar. I wonder if Pennell has just had a bit of an issue there. He's back through on Benjamin Schlivar. Very similar to the Ernie Wade moment. Maybe they just lost momentum, made a slight mistake, and in this close pack racing that can be costly. But in some ways I'm seeing heads up driving from these young drivers, as that's Logan Hodgetts trying to tuck underneath Noah Wicklow up the hill. They're going to go 2 wide, they're going to go 3 wide, are they? Hendrix Falat is looking for an opportunity. He realises it's not on, but Jesse Bailey and Ernie Wade have already pulled alongside. And that's still 2x2 on the exit. Logan Hodgetts with 2 wheels on the grass, and it's still somehow Noah Wicklow in the lead. Hendrix Falat clatters over the curb at Inkermans, and that's going to allow Jesse Bailey through, and Ernie Wade now to have a look at Hendrix Falat through Ashby Corner. Well, the dam has definitely burst here amongst the top 5. It's still Wicklow in the lead. Very earnest look from Logan Hodgetts, though, for the lead of that one. Jesse Bailey navigating that well to get by on Hendrix Falat. Hendrix Falat was looking for a run on the outside heading up to Christmas Corner. And then I think he wanted to do a sort of Mansell-esque dummy where he cut back to the inside. But the trouble is that Jesse Bailey had also had a good run along with Ernie Wade, and they were then alongside him and blocking the route back over to the inside. And it all just tumbled from there through the next few corners. Right, 2 more laps to go then of this trophy final, and any one of these drivers could take this one amongst the top 5. And actually, if you're in that battle for 6th place, it's well worth keep battling, because this one could get a bit spicy here. They're all going to go to the inside. Will anyone actually feel like taking the normal line? They all open up the corner again before corner entry. Noah Wicklow in the lead in the 53. Logan Hodgetts there in the 74. Jesse Bailey in the 33. Ernie Wade in the 11 and Hendrix Falat in the 15. Nose to tail as they come through Ashby Corner here for the penultimate time. Quick look from Noah Wicklow to work out where the threat's coming from. Jesse Bailey looking to the inside at Wilkins. That's a bold place to go for the move. It doesn't quite pay off. It gives maybe half a kart length back to Noah Wicklow in the lead of this one. It might give an opportunity to Ernie Wade down this back straight. Yeah, that gap's gone away as quickly as it arose, though. More conventional line for Logan Hodgetts into the boot. Will that allow him to pull alongside Wicklow as they head towards paddock? He can't do anything with the additional speed. It's still nose to tail as they come on to the last lap for Bambino C50. What a day it's been for this class. And they're all off the racing line, taking a shallow line into oblivion and through the crook as they come on to the last lap. Logan Hodgetts has managed to get a nose alongside, though. Side by side as they come to the hill. He'll have the inside line for Christmas Corner. Hendrix Falat is going out wide. Ernie Wade up the inside as well. And Jesse Bailey comes through as well. Logan Hodgetts and Logan Hodgetts and the 33 of Jesse Bailey both through on Noah Wicklow. Heading towards Ashby Corner. They're mid-track. They don't know whether to take the normal line or to go defensive here. Logan Hodgetts in the lead has the pound seats here, but he's got to defend like crazy for the remaining corners. Noah Wicklow takes a slightly wider line into Ozias to give himself an overspeed. Is Jesse Bailey going to challenge for the lead here? He pulls to the inside. Does he for the boot? No, he holds station for now. And at the back of this as well, Hendrix Falat trying to make inroads into Ernie Wade as well, into the final chicane. What a race it's been between these 5 drivers. It's going to be a drag to the line between Hodgetts and Bailey, but it's going to just stay with Hodgetts by just over a tenth of a second from Jesse Bailey. Noah Wicklow in 3rd, Ernie Wade in 4th, and Hendrix Falat in 5th. Half a second, less than half a second, separating your top 5. Freddie Pennell holds on for 6th place, just ahead of Henry Hales. Will Wainwright in 8th. Decent drive from the from the last row of the grid for Will Wainwright. Benjamin Schlivar in 9th place. Cole Parrish rounds out your top 10 ahead of Wraith Owen. Santo Amico, also a good drive up the order from the back row there for Santo. Jax Wong in 13th ahead of Reggie Peters, Jensen Drummond, Harry Voss, Lani Eden, John Stevens, and unfortunately Calman Simon. In fact, I think John Stevens and Calman Simon both with issues there, as we saw. But what a dramatic finish that was. Great moves from Logan Hodgetts up at Christmas Corner on that last lap to seize the win. Jesse Bailey following through as well. Still solid points for Noah Wicklow there. The championship fight will definitely go on to Shennington with that. And how about that for a while? Just shout out to all the Bambino C50s. That's been such an entertaining class today here. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. We can't dwell on it too long. We've got more racing action to come, and it's your trophy final for Intermax coming up next. Let's look at your grid then for the trophy final for round 10 of the Rally Replay SuperOne series for our Intermax class. Cody Lepaterel has had an incredible weekend so far, and he starts this one from pole position. Oscar Roach alongside him with Jensen Sale and Stanley Stafford on row 2. JJ Plowman and Nelson Taylor are on row 3, and it's on row 4 where we will find Jensen Walker and Layla Bell, Jack Holmes and ANG round out the top 10. Then it's Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa and Amrit Singh Atwal on row 6. Anika Hurd and Ruben Jenkins are your 7th row of the grid. Lucas Esser and Ashton Redpath on row 8. Noah Moulton and Connor J. Winfield are on row 9. Then Alexander Adams and Marley Fisher round out the top 20. That's how they line up then for Intermax here at Whilton Mill for round 10. Another class that has entertained. And really good to see the racing that we've had today in this one. And a shout out and a good acknowledgement as well to the international appeal of Rally Replay SuperOne series. It's great to see Anika Hurd competing here under the Australian flag, and Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa as well, the Bahraini flag against that entry. Really good to see these drivers coming over and having a go as part of this fantastic championship. Cody Lepaterel, though, the Guernseyman, has had the run of the results this weekend. Took all of the wins here yesterday. Perfect sweep. And then has also enjoyed the same success today. But the fact that he's won the 2 heat races, that's great. Can anyone deny him of the big prize in this one? 60 points on offer. Reminder of the championship situation. JJ Plowman comes into today as the championship leader by some 4 points over Jensen Sale. Notably, Jensen starting ahead of Plowman on this grid. Noah Moulton is also not too far behind them in 3rd place. So it's 1,080 points that Plowman has. It's 1,076 points that Sale has. And then it's 1,050 that Moulton is on. Stanley Stafford then is in 4th place on 10.22. And Jack Holmes, the other driver, currently above 1,000 points with 1,007 points. So that's the championship situation. It's another class that's really open, and it will definitely go on to Shennington, which means right now we can focus on enjoying the race to see who can take home the spoils. 9 minutes plus a lap to go then for Intermax as Cody Lepaterel leads them away into oblivion. Oscar Roach with a decent start there from second on the grid has been able to retain that position as they stream up the hill for the first time towards Christmas Corner. Jensen Sale on the outside of JJ Plowman there, I believe it was, as they come through Christmas Corner and down into Ashby. Plowman versus Sale again into Ashby, but remains as they were. And then that is Jensen Walker, who I think has had a good start there as well, challenging the back of those two. There's still Lepaterel and Roach into the boot. Plowman in third, Sale in fourth, and then fifth there is Jensen Walker in the 21. That is a great start for him from seventh on the grid. And it looks to me like that was a decent first lap, although Annika Hurd hasn't crossed the line there. Didn't see any major dramas of Jensen Sale now up the inside of JJ Plowman. That is through for the drive of the 40. Looks to me like Annika Hurd may have had to pull up in the pit lane or at the side of the road. I'm not seeing any yellow flags out there, but unfortunately she has not crossed the start-finish line at the end of lap 1. Into the boot then comes the main field. Streaming through the chicane at Paddock. A lot of field spread here in the early phases, much as we've seen in the heats so far today. Fastest lap of the race from Jack Holmes. I thought he looked like he had come up onto the back of Jensen Walker. And there is a look on Lucas Esser from Noah Moulton. And Stanley Stafford fancies his chances getting involved in that as well, as that was a late move as well on for 6th place, I think that was. I think that might have been Nelson Taylor who's got through. I think Nelson Taylor's got by on Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa, as we're looking at Oscar Roach absorbing pressure here from Jensen Sale and JJ Plowman through the boot section. Now this is an interesting moment in the race, because Jensen Sale, if he fancies his chances of winning this one outright, well actually to be honest, Roach or Sale or Plowman, if any of those drivers fancy their chances, whatever move is done or whatever exchange happens here for second place needs to be done cleanly and efficiently, because already, as you can see by dint of the fact that he's set the fastest lap, Lepaterel is already starting to stretch his legs at the front of this one. You can see how many drivers are battling away behind him. There is, that's the 21 of Jensen Walker being chased by. So the move that we saw last lap that I thought I saw in the middle was Jack Holmes getting by on Jensen Walker. And now that looked to me like Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa was now putting the pressure on Jensen Walker in the mid-pack. So look out for the 97 trying to get by on the 21. Then at the back of that pack there's Noah Moulton challenging Nelson Taylor. On to lap number 5, coming up the hill then. And there is Nelson Taylor under pressure from Noah Moulton. Nelson Taylor in the 91, Noah Moulton in the 54. Another fastest lap from Cody Lepaterel. First driver to dip below the 50-second mark here. Has almost pulled the gap out to a second. And frankly, it's a testament to Oscar Roach's pace that gap isn't going out quicker, as Roach is very nearly below the 50-second mark. Here's that battle over second place. So a little look from JJ Plowman, see if there was a way by on Sale ahead of him. Cody Lepaterel leads then 1.1 seconds to the good. Great to see support coming through on the YouTube comments as well. I'm hearing that Ruben Jenkins is pulled up in the pit lane as well, so he joins Annika Hurd, unfortunately, as a driver who will take no further part in this race. And Your heart goes out to Ruben in a way because he had a great start to the day, got that pole position in qualifying as Jensen Sale looks down the inside of Oscar Roach into Osiers and gets the move done. That was textbook move into Osiers, and is that going to be the opportunity for Plowman as well? He's going to be alongside and through into the boot on Oscar Roach. I think that's where it will end. Jack Holmes in the 36 I don't think can get by. So Roach needs to just get back onto it with the momentum, as that looked like a driver warning flag being shown at the start-finish gantry. I thought I saw the number 80 there, but I'd be surprised because that's for Annika Hurd, who I thought wasn't still circulating. So probably a sign that I need my eyes tested more than it is anything else, as that was a move slightly further down the order. It might have been Essa versus Winfield that we just saw there. I'll double check that one on the timing as they come through. And it was a contact warning, sorry, for 28. I do need my eyes testing. The producer's telling me well, it's telling me that it was a contact warning for 28. I'm deducing I need my eyes tested. So that's ANG, Akil Nana Giannoni, getting that contact warning. Jensen Sale in second place, JJ Plowman in third. Great stuff from the Paterel leading, of course, but in terms of championship fight, this is that fight, with Sale ahead of Plowman. No, Moulton's a few positions back. Oscar Roach as well, 6th in the championship coming into today. He's had a strong day's racing so far. They're in 4th place. Through the boot they come. Fastest lap of the race it was last time from JJ Plowman, by the way. There's now a number of drivers who've dipped below that 50-second mark, so the pace keeps getting faster and faster. Are they working to be fair, they're keeping Cody within striking distance right now. There's 2 minutes plus a lap to go. It is actually an interesting call to make as to whether or not they go for it with the battle, because although Cody's pace has been fantastic, as it has been all weekend, the gap's only out to 1.3. But there's nothing in particular that will slow Cody down. I don't think he's got traffic up the road. He's got nothing to really compromise his pace. So it's, in many ways, even though they're really not that far off the back of him, I could see this battle kicking off. You know, the gloves coming off, as I tend to say. Drivers deciding, okay, yeah, I'm done working together now. This is, I think, as good a result as I can get, and that good a result is by passing person X. And if you're in the seat of that number 5 cart, in the form of JJ Plowman, then the best you might hope to get is to get by on Jensen Sale. Indeed, from a championship perspective as well, that would be something you'd be looking to do. I keep using my buzzword for the end of the season, where Cody is effectively a disruptor. Doesn't feature in the championship. But my goodness, has he had an impact on this weekend? That has to be acknowledged in abundance there. Fastest lap of the race from JJ Plowman. They're pushing hard, these drivers, but they've only got 2 more laps to go here. And there's a battle for 4th place. Jack Holmes looking up the inside of Oscar Roach at Christmas Corner, and that's nicely done there. Jensen Walker looks as if there's an opportunity, but Roach is wise to it. He goes a little bit shallower into Ashby there just to dissuade the move. Jensen Sale, quick look over the shoulder, trying to work out whether Plowman is within striking distance, and he is within striking distance in many ways, but thinks better of it through the tricky Wilkins and Osiers corner. It'll be last lap board this time around for Cody Lepaterel and the rest of the field. He's surely got enough in hand to bring this one home, which means the questions need to be answered. Who's going to finish second? And what about the other positions? Jack Holmes, I think, has got a little bit of a gap now over Oscar Roach. Jensen Walker and Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa are right with them, though. There's Oscar Roach going defensive against Jensen Walker there. Nelson Taylor and Noah Moulton are right with them as well. And again, Roach is going defensive. You can sense he's got to fight for this 5th place here. in that number 96 kart. About down into Ozier's corner. Stays as they were amongst the top of the second and third place battle. Here is Cody Lapatarel. What a weekend this man has had. He'll come through paddock corner and finish with the double finals win, with the clean sweep of results there for round 10 of Intermax. Brilliant result for Cody Lapatarel. He finishes the perfect weekend here at Whilton Mill. Jensen Sale manages to hold on for second place against JJ Plowman. The championship fight goes on to Shenington for Intermax. Jack Holmes in fourth, Oscar Roach in fifth, ahead of Jensen Walker in sixth. Then it was Sheikh Ahmed Al Khalifa in seventh, Nelson Taylor in eighth, ninth for Noah Moulton, and it was ANG Akil Nane Giannoni in 10th place, ahead of Connor J. Winfield, Lucas Esser, Ashton Redpath, Layla Bell in 14th, Amrit Singh Atwell in 15th, Stanley Stafford in the end down in 16th place, Alexander Adams in 17th, and then unfortunately dramas for Ruben Jenkins, who pulled up in the pit lane, and Annika Hurd, who I believe it was her cart that was pulled up in the central reservation of the boot section there at the latter part of the lap. Disappointment for those two, but hopefully they've otherwise had a good day here at Whilton Mill. There'll be a brief pause, I think, whilst Hurd's cart gets recovered. But it's congratulations to Cody Lapatarel. He takes home the spoils in Intermax. Next will be the trophy final for Honda Cadet GX200. That's coming up next on your Alpha Live broadcast. The next of our trophy finals next here at Whilton Mill. Let's take a look at your grid. There's no prizes for working out who's on pole position. It's the young man who's won both of the heat races today, Ricky McIntosh, who starts this one on pole position. Luke McGall is second on the grid. And then it's all Ronnie, row 2, Ronnie Jones and Ronnie Smart, with Shea Hilton and Charlie Gregg on row 3. Shaylin Srikantan and Sebastian Burlington are on row 4. Charlie Quine and Noah Clare are on row 5 to round out the top 10. And then it's Kian Sullivan and Harry Search on row 6. Peter Webster and Joshua Bailey are next on row 7. Dino Rowlands and J.M. Prakash are on row 8. And rounding out the 18 kart grid on row 9, Daniel Hulse and Eloisa Burlington. That's how they line up for the final for round 10 of Rally Replay Super 1 in the Honda Cadet class. And as I said, it was Ricky McIntosh who took the wins earlier on in the heat races. And championship leader coming into today, Kian Sullivan, finds himself that far down on the grid, courtesy of a one-lap deduction for the first heat race. And I think it was for the contact that we saw into Wilkins' corner. He made a couple of moves, didn't he, with Ronnie Jones, if memory serves correctly, that clearly from race control's perspective fell the wrong side of clean. Just looking for, well, already I'm seeing drama here because I'm not seeing the number 14 crossing the timing line. So I've got to ask, where is Ricky McIntosh in this one? Because I've not... Oh, there he is. Okay. Panic over. I just didn't see him come through on timing, that was all. So there he is. Ricky McIntosh is here. And awake, in perhaps a way I'm not. There he is on pole position. Luke McGall alongside him. And the two Ronnies on row 2. Not that two Ronnies. I had to get it in there. It's not every day that you see that name lining up on the grid. Let's get ready then for 9 minutes plus a lap of racing to decide who our winner is for Honda Cadet for round 10. Away we go. Ricky McIntosh with a good start there from pole position. Ronnie Jones challenging on the outside of Luke McGall as they stream up the hill for the first time. They're going 3 wide as they head towards Christmas Corner. Luke McGall makes contact with Ronnie Jones there. There's contact between Jones and McGall as they were going 3 wide towards the corner, and that is Ronnie Jones to the back of the field in that number 70. It allows Ronnie Smart up into second place. Wow, that one got tight for them in towards Christmas Corner. Contact between McGall and Jones there. I wonder if Ronnie Jones just wasn't aware. It's hard to be aware when you're 3 wide that you've got 2 on the inside. I wonder if he just started to try and cut back across and there just wasn't the room to be given. All of that means that at the end of lap 1, Ricky McIntosh, and I'm going to stand by the fact, I'm going to stand by it. There we go. Ricky McIntosh has got a bit of a transponder issue out there because he's not showing on the timing tower there. This is a battle for second place though. Luke McGall through on Ronnie Smart. Behind them, that was Charlie Gregg getting by on Shea Hilton as well. So a fair few changes going on in the upper part of the field. Big starts, by the way, for Harry Search and for Cian Sullivan. I know, you know, he's down quite far down the grid. He's up 5 positions on that first lap, as too was Harry Search, up to 5th and 6th respectively for Sullivan and Search. Big first laps. They were helped out perhaps a little bit by the little contretemps up at the top of the hill, but nonetheless, big first laps there. Ronnie Smart coming under pressure now from the number 6 of Charlie Gregg, and he can't quite make it stick, and that means that suddenly Cian Sullivan is on the scene. What a good couple of laps for Cian Sullivan. There's Ricky McIntosh corrected to the top of timing, and well he might, because he's 2.3 seconds to the good now at the head of the field. Harry Search having a look now at Shea Hilton. This is the 40 challenging the 88 for 6th place as they come through the top part of the lap. There's a quick look from Harry Search over the shoulder. Onto the back straight then comes this battle over second place, and it is a battle over second place because Ricky McIntosh, the TW Racing driver, up the road by a pretty fair margin by the standards of Honda Cadet. Luke McGall still in second. Good look to the inside there for Charlie Quine. He's got Shailen Srikantan with him for close company. That's in the battle over 9th and 10th place. Fastest lap of the race last time for Cian Sullivan. He is a young man on a mission here as he's challenging Charlie Gregg. Himself is putting the pressure now onto Ronnie Smart. Cian Sullivan pulling alongside Charlie Gregg now into the boot, and that's nicely done there. Cian Sullivan is through and up into 4th place there. Driver who started down in 11th place, and we are on lap 5, and he's already made up for a lot of the disadvantage that he carried into this race off the grid. That is Harry Search having to go defensive against Sebastian Burlington and Charlie Quine. Down into Ashley Corner they go. And still Harry Search is retaining that position. Back with our battle over second place. Luke McGall, JMR driver, absorbing the pressure at the moment from the likes of Ronnie Smart and Cian Sullivan. Through the crook they go and up the hill. You can see the gap that McIntosh has got now, 2.8 seconds, as Cian Sullivan looks to the inside of Ronnie Smart at the top of the hill and gets the job done. Nicely done there from Cian Sullivan. And he's through up into the top 3 now, is the driver of the number 26. Next target will be to try and get past Luke McGall. Now this one carries a little bit of significance insofar as Luke McGall is the main challenger at the moment for the championship. Cian Sullivan. That also probably means thank you for the. I've just seen the comment from Tim. Thank you for the confirmation that the 14 has transponder issues from our friends in timing. Thank you very much. Here's the battle for second place. Luke McGall is not going to give up this position easily. As I say, there are championship permutations here. Or championship considerations, I should say. Obviously, there's a permutation going on. That's just one of the range of possibilities for how the championship could go. Into the boot. It's a half look from Cian Sullivan, but he didn't have enough of his cart alongside to really challenge into the boot there. Seven laps in the book, and Ricky McIntosh leads this one by 3.2 seconds. Cian Sullivan trying to tuck underneath Luke McGall on the way up the hill towards Christmas Corner, but he can't do it. He didn't have quite a strong enough run through the crook. He's got to pick his moment carefully if he's not going to give an opportunity to Ronnie Smart and Charlie Gregg behind him, and Shea Hilton as well at the back of this pack of 5. Into Wilkins. Much shallower line from Sullivan. He's trying to tuck underneath, and that's nicely done into Ozier's corner. Textbook overtake there for Cian Sullivan to get by on Luke McGall. And he's up into second place now. Here's Sullivan. So it's now a TW Racing 1-2. McIntosh leads by 3.2 seconds from Cian Sullivan. Does it remain as such, though, because Luke McGall is going to fight back here. This is first and second in the championship, remember, battling away here. And Luke McGall has had some great overtakes so far today. And there's still plenty of time for him to counter-attack. Ronnie Smart, Charlie Gregg and Shea Hilton still holding station behind them, ready to pounce if anything comes their way. Harry Search as well, you just saw at the back of shot there with the 40, and that's a little look from Charlie Gregg on Ronnie Smart, but can't make anything of it. Through the heel of the boot. It's going to be... well, it's going to be tight, actually, for whether it's 2 more laps or 3, actually. Depends how fast Ricky McIntosh does this lap, I think. Up the hill now, a little bit of a gap from Luke McGall back to Ronnie Smart, who has to worry about Charlie Gregg also in that number 6 car, and Gregg goes through at Christmas Corner. And again, we seem to be in very textbook move territory. That is how it's done in Christmas Corner. Ronnie Smart has a look back at Ashby, but can't make anything of it, and that's going to open the opportunity now for the 88 of Shea Hilton. But he's going to be on the outside through Wilkins. Can he duck to the inside of Ozier's? He's got a nose alongside, he's got his card alongside, and he is through into Ozier's corner. Nicely done by Shea Hilton. Opportunistic move there. Saw that Ronnie Smart did not manage the move into Ashby. And went, fair enough, I'll have some of that instead. Through Wilkins and Ozier's. Nicely done there for the driver of the 88. Final lap board was shown then. It was going to be close, but it has been shown to Ricky McIntosh. 3.2 seconds to the good. Cian Sullivan just has a bit more of a gap. 0.3 of a second now over Luke McGall. It's going to take a special lap from McGall to catch up onto the back and be close enough to strike in the latter part of the lap, but he's had a good first sector there by the looks of it. Meanwhile, Ronnie Smart trying to get back past Shea Hilton for 5th place. How did that one come out in the wash after we cut away there? Cian Sullivan into Ozier's. Still has the advantage over Luke McGall. Here, though, is Ricky McIntosh. We've not seen so much of him in this final, and that is because of how well he has controlled this one from start to finish. He finishes a perfect day, a clean sweep. Ricky McIntosh wins in Honda Cadets. It's going to be Cian Sullivan across the line in 2nd, Luke McGall in 3rd, Charlie Gregg in 4th. Shea Hilton held off Ronnie Smart there in the battle over 5th and 6th. Harry Search in 7th, ahead of Sebastian Burlington in 8th. 9th for Noah Clare. Peter Webster rounds out the top 10, ahead of Charlie Quine. Shaylin Srikantan in 12th. Ronnie Jones in 13th. Joshua Bailey in 14th. 15th for Dino Rowland. And Daniel Hulse in 16th place. Jayan Prakash in 17th. And Eloisa Burlington in 18th place. Well, it's well done to Ricky McIntosh there. That's going to be a big haul of points for the driver. Do you know what? He's going to be an interesting factor from now until season end, because he's 7th in the championship, but only by dint of the fact that he wasn't with us at Clay Pigeon for rounds 5 and 6. So every single round counts, but that is his first clean sweep of the season. Brilliant result there for the driver of the 14. The racing goes on here, though, at on your Alpha Live broadcast of Rally Replay Super One. It's going to be Micromax and IAME Water Swift Restricted final up for you next here on your Alpha Live broadcast. Let's take you through the grid then for the trophy final in Micromax and IAME Water Swift Restricted. 2 classes out on track for this one, remember. Logan Rolfe starts this one from pole position with Ryan White alongside him. It's Alfie Garrett and Ansel in the number 96 on row 2. Dian Singh Pahal and Albie J. Stubbs on row number 3. Row 4 is Ethan Lloyd and Freddie Blackshaw, with Oscar Churches and Logan Stanley Jones rounding out the top 10. Noah Wicklow and Daniel Stangerine are next on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Arlo Gamble and Javen Ip, Elsie Gannon and Isla Parsons on row 8. And then we go into our IAME Water Swift Restricted class, headed up by William Crombie, who's been the highest IWR finisher in all of the heats, ahead of Louis Williams-Mabs, and then it will be Theo Jepson and Jesse Plowman to round out the 20-car grid for Micromax and IAME Water Swift Restricted. So as I say, William Crombie, your top finisher in IAME Water Swift Restricted throughout today. This is the way that one's scored. Those drivers stay, that championship stays pretty open throughout. That will definitely go on to Shennington, as I understand it. And Alfie Garrett leads the championship coming into today with Ansel in second, which means we have got first and second in the championship on that second row of the grid, with 2 disruptors, as I like to call them, on the front row in the form of Logan Rolfe and Ryan White. And don't count out Dian Singh Pahal as well, your winner from round 9 yesterday, also a disruptor in that sense. So this is, as I say, going to go on until Shennington. So championships in that sense will not be decided today. As I say, an interesting dynamic at the front of this one. Albie J. Stubbs there as well, the 19 on row 3. Away we go for 9 minutes plus a lap of racing, and it's a false start being shown immediately. So they will form up again. So we'll go for a rerun at the start there. It will still be 9 minutes plus a lap, provided they don't have a further false start. So yeah, sorry, I referenced Albie J. Stubbs there to sort of round out the top 3 of this grid. So you've got Alfie Garrett and Ansel as your 2 regular championship contenders. I say regular as in they will have a full championship score. They are not a disruptor. But yeah, RBJ Stubbs, sort of a disruptor. He's missed 4 rounds of the season, so he won't get a fully fledged championship score, if you like. He won't, because it's only 2 drop rounds, and he's had 4 rounds that he's been out, but he's been a very big influence on this season nonetheless. Very competitive driver is RBJ Stubbs. Very much a factor in this race. Here we go then for our Micromax and IAME Water Swift Restricted into turn number 1. And it's a good start from Logan Rolfe. Good start from Ansel as well, up into second place. Getting past Ryan White at the start of this one. But there's Dhyan Singh Pahal trying for second place, and he's got up into that position. And that is that before even passing the line was that the 87 of Javen Ip? I mean, it might have been Oscar Churches. I'll have to double check there because I think it's Oscar Churches. In fact, it can't be, sorry, because I can just see the 18 there, just behind that battle that we were looking at with Noah Wicklow. Here at the front, it's Logan Rolfe still, and it is indeed Pahal who's got up into second place. Ansel is in third, Alfie Garrett in fourth. So as they come around to finish lap number one, let's just double check who it was who's dropping down on timing. It was Sweetheart and Javen Ip, and Daniel Stangerine as well has dropped to the back of the field as well. So drama for the 87 and the 22. Alfie Garrett having a little look to the inside of Ansel there, but didn't think to follow through on it, or thought better of it, I should perhaps say. Ethan Lloyd there in the 66 it was, who was battling away with Noah Wicklow, and yeah, it was Oscar Churches on the tail, so it definitely wasn't the 18 we saw, it was the 87 who was having dramas at the side of the road, although it's still circulating. Javen Ip has just crossed the line in 18th place, so that card is still circulating. Daniel Stangerine, though, I'm sorry to say, has not classified across the line. Logan Rolfe in the 32 car then leading this one. But Dhyan Singh Pahal, winner from yesterday, said to us in the interview he expected to take the win as well today. Confidence aplenty there from Pahal, and to be absolutely fair, he's in a perfect position to strike here and challenge for the win. Alfie Garrett again looks to the inside on Ansel, but can't quite overhaul him in the braking zone for Christmas corner. That was interesting, that one. Ansel's clearly confident on those brakes up into Christmas corner. Through Wilkins they go then, and down into Osiers. LBJ Stubbs are slotted into 5th place, Ethan Lloyd in 6th, Noah Wicklow in 7th, Ryan White down to 8th. After starting on the front row, he's had a tough time of it in the early phases of this one. Up to the start, finish straight, and on to lap number 4, excuse me. Fastest lap of the race from Dhyan Singh Pahal. He's really trying to apply that pressure to Logan Rolfe. I think for now, they're looking to work together a bit to pull out a gap. And once again, Alfie Garrett pulls alongside Ansel, and once again, Ansel has the confidence to just hang on round the outside. Really interesting. That's the one part of that where Alfie Garrett clearly has the confidence to go for the move, but he's just not managing to convert it so far. Really interesting. But to be fair, Alfie doesn't want, he wants to make the move stick. He doesn't want to make a half-hearted move or an unsuccessful attempt and lose out time. Through paddock corner then comes the top two. Pahal's pushing Rolfe along here. Not that Logan has bad pace by any stretch of the imagination. Well, that's Alfie Garrett through. Apologies there. Alfie Garrett's got through on Ansel there. He didn't have to do it in Christmas corner. He's got the job done, and that is the 42 up into 3rd place. Apologies, I missed that one on the cameras, but Alfie Garrett is through and past Ansel as we're looking here, and a move for the lead. Pahal down the inside at Ashby corner. That's a bold move, and he's made it stick. Dhyan Singh Pahal up into the lead of the race. A position he's become used to this weekend. We're looking here back at the battle well, that's Ethan Lloyd battling away with, sorry, that's Daniel Stangerine a lap down, so he is still circulating. That's what confused me slightly, was the 22 in the midst of these battles. 23 is your race leader then. That's Pahal. The 32 is Logan Rolfe. The 42 of Alfie Garrett has just set the fastest lap of the race. So he's trying to turn up the pressure on our top two now. Having got by on the 96 of Ansel, who's not too far off the back of them. LBJ Stubbs in 5th. Ethan Lloyd in 6th. Ryan White, Noah Wicklow, Oscar Churches and Freddie Blackshaw round out that top 10 at the moment. About half of this one to go. Through the paddock chicane and onto a new lap. What are the times looking like this time? It's another fastest lap of the race from Alfie Garrett. He's grabbing this one by the horns this race. He fancies his chances, I think. And on a weekend where the disruptors have come in and challenged, he is looking to well, he got that pole position, of course, in qualifying this morning. Pahal won Heat 1 and Rolf won Heat 2. Alfie Garrett has not had a win this weekend, and that is actually quite unusual. We haven't seen that since round 5 back at Clay Pigeon. So we would dearly like to wrap this up with a win. What is happening in IAME Waterswift Restricted, you may ask? It is William Crombie who leads that one in 12th place overall. He's just crossed the line onto a new lap. That's the 1:15. Indeed, there he is, coming up the hill. You can just see distinctive green get-up that he's in. And then it's the 1:16 of Theo Jepson, just a couple of positions back in 14th. Lou Williams-Mabs currently in the last of those podium positions for IAME Waterswift Restricted. We look back at the overall race lead and the lead in Micromax. Alfie Garrett now putting a lot of pressure on Logan Rolfe, pulling alongside and through at the boot. That is a nice move there from Alfie Garrett. Again, I'm going to mention here the influence that disruptors have had. If Alfie can get up to the lead, then it's not just he's in first and somebody else challenging for the second, the championship is in second. It could be that he finishes first and his next championship rival is in fourth, right? This is useful in that sense. So he will be looking to maximise this opportunity, but he's got his work cut out. Dhyan Singh Pahal has been a highly competitive force in this class so far this weekend. Into the toe of the boot. Just over a minute left on the clock, so there will be 3 laps left of this one, unless they have a particularly slow tour of the circuit this time. Oh, I thought Alfie Garrett was going to be able to tuck underneath and get a nose alongside them, but he holds fire for now. Has to assume that he will try at some point to get through. Ashby corner next. Downhill braking. Use that runoff. And then line yourself up to sweep into Wilkins corner. Downhill braking into Ozies. Wide line in. Late apex. Carry as much speed as possible onto the back straight. Quick look from Alfie Garrett to check where Logan might be at. It's not a concern going into the boot, so he can take the conventional line. Over to drivers right now and through this chicane section. 2 more laps to go. Just see Josh East there off to the side, taking some photographs, doing fantastic photography work here this weekend, and indeed at various points throughout the season. Is that the look for the lead? Oh, Alfie Garrett thought about it, but then pulled away from committing. Just behind them as well, you can see LBJ Stubbs and Ansel doing battle. Stubbs got by on Ansel a few laps ago. Through Ozier's corner come the leaders. Clock has now hit 0. It'll be the last lap board next time through. Alfie Garrett pulls alongside and into the boot. He's enjoyed that move a number of times, and that was a textbook move into the boot. And was that the perfect time to pounce? Because it will be the last lap board this time around. Alfie Garrett, Dhyan Singh Pahal and Logan Rolfe come onto the lap in that order as your top 3. Will they finish the lap in that order? Alfie Garrett, as I say, has not had a win this weekend, but he's struck at the perfect time here in the number 42 car. through Inkermans he'll go. He'll go defensive into Ashby, but Pahal's going to try and sweep round the outside. That's a mega move from Dhyan Singh Pahal. What a move from the driver of the 23. And does Alfie Garrett have a response? He's actually pulled out a bit of a gap there because of how Garrett compromised his pace through Ashby. That's a mega move from Dhyan Singh Pahal. Pahal told us in the interview, I have won today, i.e. yesterday in round 9. I will win again today. And he stayed true to his word. He will see the checkered flag. Dhyan Singh Pahal with a mega move round the outside of Ashby corner takes the win ahead of Alfie Garrett. Logan Rolfe in 3rd place. Albie J. Stubbs in 4th. 5th for the 96 of Ansell. Ryan White up to 6th in the end. Ethan Lloyd in 7th ahead of Logan Stanley Jones in 8th. Noah Wicklow in 9th. Freddie Blackshaw rounds out your top 10. And it was Oscar Churches. And William Crombie crosses the line in 12th place to score some significant points there in the IAME Water Swift Restricted class. Theo Jepson behind him there in 13th place overall. This is your 2nd in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Elsie Gannon in 14th. Isla Parsons in 15th. Then it was Louis Williams Mabs to round out your IAME Water Swift Restricted podium. Arlo Gamble in 17th. We saw drama for Javen Ip in that 87 kart in 18th place, but kept circulating. And Daniel Stangerine, I believe as well, also kept circulating. So I think everyone finished there. But brilliant job there from Dhyan Singh Pahal and from William Crombie. 2 class winners there off the back of that. It will be your trophy final for junior match coming up next on your Alpha Live broadcast. Let's take you through the grid then for the trophy final for Junior Max for round 10. Riley Bishop, unsurprisingly on pole position with a double win across the 2 heats. Harris Roberts alongside him on the front row. And then it's Ben Horner and Jasmine Taylor on row number 2. Callum Ghosh and Emily Cotty are on row 3, with row 4 made up of Owen Keenan and Archie Flint. Albert Wilton and Kieran Denier are up next on row 5. Harry Cottrell and Max Greatrex are your 6th row of the grid. And then it's Andrew Dixon and Rory Hinckley on row 7. Then it's Ben Brock and Tom Holden on row 8, Jack Dimbleby and Archie Dyson on row number 9. And then the top 20 are rounded out on row 10 by Oliver Lomax and Max Rowley, Sam Flynn and Harney Sadiq on row 11, Toby Dukes and Archie Doherty on row number 12. Noah Sales and Lucas Reeves are next. Lewis Holt and Alex McCulloch make up row 14. Then it's Karthik Kameta and Freddie Snelling on row 15 to round out the top 30. And the 32 kart grid, the largest grid that we have here for you this weekend in Rally Replay Super 1, rounded out by Jaden Robinson and Rashid Abdullah. Well, you possibly don't need me to tell you this, but such is the competitive nature of this one that it will go on to Shennington in Junior Max. Really, nobody has built up a momentum. In fact, we've only had one instance of a quote-unquote clean sweep, 2 heat wins and a finals win all season long in this. That was, for the record, that was Tom Holden back at Fullbeck on the Saturday round, round 7. He managed to get both heat wins and the finals win. And then, of course, the next day, at exactly the same track, albeit there were slightly different weather conditions on day 2 at Fullbeck. Actually, that's not true. We had rain on both days, didn't we, at Fullbeck? But it was Ben Horner who won the first heat, and then Emily Cotter took the win in heat 2 and the finals. So, you know, at no circuit has one driver been able to take the wins across the board. It really has been a very open championship so far this year in Junior Max, as is the case for all the other classes, really. I know we might see IAME M1 wrapped up today, but it's brilliant how close all of these championships are. So as a reminder, Emily Cotty does come into today as the championship leader. As I say, it's mathematically open and going to go all the way to our final race meeting, which will be at Sheddington. I'll give you all the details of that in due course. Right now, though, we're going to look to our race start. Riley Bishop leads them away for the Junior Max Final into Oblivion Corner. Good start from Ben Horner from third on the grid to slot into second place, overhauling Harris Roberts at the start as they head up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this 9 minutes plus a lap. It's all quite close quarter fighting in the mid-pack, but they've all managed to keep it clean and facing in the right direction in this largest pack of the whole weekend. Out of Ashby Corner they come. And there is a challenge on Harris Roberts from Callum Ghosh up into third place there, coming on to the back straight and into the boot for the first time. See there Ben Brock, looks like he's made up a few positions on this first lap. I think he's higher up in the pack than he was on the grid. Riley Bishop then with a great start, 0.3 of a second to the good at the end of lap 1, but Ben Horner is going to keep him honest. Remember, Horner took the win yesterday here at Wilson Mill. Callum Ghosh in second, and we have gone, I think we've gone full course yellow. Full course yellow has been called now, so all the drivers need to back off, and there's no overtaking, and that may be the reason why. That is the 62 of Hani Sadiq. I think that's the tyres on the back straight. It is, and that's clearly gone into the tyres with a bit of an impact there as well. You can see Hani Sadiq stood there just behind the tyres, so good to see him out of the kart, but those tyre barriers need to be put back together in a way that is safe for racing, and that is why we've seen the Battenberg flag, as it often gets called, the yellow and black checkered flag. Well, am I allowed to say checkered flag? I don't think I should call any other flag other than the checkered a checkered flag, but hopefully you get the idea. Full course yellow, still underway. Little bit of a reprieve for Riley Bishop in a way, but is it a reprieve? Because what it allows everyone to have done is everyone's closed up to him. So it's a double-edged sword. On one hand, you've got fewer green flag laps to have to defend your position. On the other hand, everybody is on your tail once again. We're still going to have something like the length of a heat race to go, one would have thought. We're just coming up to that actually on the clock. Oh no, sorry, we're past that on the clock, aren't we? 7 minutes plus a lap, but there'll still be plenty of time nonetheless for drivers to challenge here. Drivers trying to keep some heat into their in their tyres. I think we'll be good to go this time around. I'd be surprised if not. Riley Bishop then your leader. Ben Horner in second in the 12 kart. Good start from Callum Ghosh, getting up to third place. Harris Roberts in fourth. Owen Keenan in fifth in that 29 ahead of Albert Whilton. Jasmine Taylor, she's dropped down a bit from her start position. She'll be looking to make up positions back again here as we go back to green with 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go. Riley Bishop leads them the way. Good restart from Bishop there. Ben Horner wasn't able to challenge and isn't able to challenge at the top of the hill. So that's the first hurdle overcome from Bishop there, is to nail that restart, and that's what he's managed. As they stream through Ashby Corner. Got battles happening further down the order as the leaders come through Osiers onto the back straight, having resumed green flag running. Through Paddock Corner they go. That's first, as I say, mission accomplished in a way there for Riley Bishop. But Ben Horner closer than he was at the end of lap 1 off of the main start. Oh, and a big move there from Harris Roberts down the inside of Callum Ghosh. I'll be very impressed if he's managed to keep that one all together. There is the 96 of Albert Whilton. Yes, indeed. Sorry, Albert Whilton in the 96. And I think Roberts managed it. You know, that move into Ashby corner. Oh no, I don't. I think. Well, if he did, I think Ghosh has got it back again. There's a big look down the inside. Contact warning for Archie Dyson, but yeah, it stays as they were. Callum Ghosh, Harris Roberts, and Harry Cottrell, the driver who's lost out heavily on that lap as Harris Roberts goes again for the move. And there is Jasmine Taylor as well on Albert Whilton. That's Taylor through into 6th place. And Harris Roberts did make the move stick on Ghosh, and now Owen Keenan's coming through on Callum Ghosh. Side by side there are Keenan and Ghosh. And Ghosh is going to try and come back at Keenan, and he's got the job done. So the 3 manages to hold off the attack from the 29 for now, but Keenan's going to pull back to the inside of the boot. No, the door is firmly shut there by Callum Ghosh in the number 3 car. Harris Roberts, though, has managed to get by, has been able to bridge a bit of a gap between himself as there's yellow flags out for turns 1 and 2. I think I could see some tyres being readjusted as a possible cause for that. That is another cart at the side of the road. I think that might be Archie Flint. Yes, it is, who's had to pull up at the exit of turn 2. Indeed, there is the 22 cart stricken at the side of the road. So unfortunately, Archie Flint, who we've seen had some good battles, will take no further part in this one. And that's after a grid start of 8th as well. So he had put together a very good package of heats. Coming through this final chicane then, on to lap number 8. Fastest lap of the race from Riley Bishop as he pulls the gap out to just shy of 0.4 of a second. Our battle for 4th place down to 8th. Streams through the top of the hill. This is the pack made up of Callum Ghosh, Jasmine Taylor, Owen Keenan, Albert Whilton and Emily Cotty. Through Wilkins they come, and down into Osiers. Oh, and a little look at the back there from Emily Cotty on Albert Whilton, but I don't think she was able to make the move stick there, and it's taken them off the back of this pack just a little bit. They don't want to lose too much time because Andrew Dixon and Tom Holden are bearing down on them as well in 9th and 10th. You can just see there Dixon, and there's Holden in the 87 at the bottom of the shot there as they were crossing the line. Another fastest lap from Riley Bishop. And here is Jasmine Taylor having a go at Callum Ghosh here, side by side, and they've both lost momentum there, and that's going to allow Owen Keenan through surely on both of them in the 23. He's going to be down the inside of Ghosh into Ashby corner, and that's nicely judged from the driver of the 29, but it's not over yet. They're coming back at him, and Jasmine Taylor will have the inside line through Wilkins, side by side with Callum Ghosh. Look out as well for Albert Whilton trying to come down the inside there, and that's gone badly for Ghosh, as that is Archie Dyson, whose race will sadly end with him in the pit lane there. That's another driver who's had to end their race prematurely. Riley Bishop with another fastest lap. This is a masterclass in controlling a race at the moment, as that is Owen Keenan now leading this manic battle for 4th place. Under pressure from Jasmine Taylor though up the hill towards Christmas Corner, side by side at the apex, and this time Jasmine Taylor is through, and there's a loss of momentum there for the 96 of Albert Whilton as well, and there's a touch and Wilton's round at Ashby Corner and onto the grass. Now the battle rages on here through Wilkins and down into Osiers. That's the 87 of Tom Holden getting involved, and that is Callum Ghosh on the grass now, taking a bit of a rallycross line. It's more Liddon Hill than Wilton Mill at the moment out there. Side by side, heading towards Paddock Corner there, is the battle between, I think that was Ben Brock battling away. That's all changed there, so let's call that one out now. It's Bishop, Horner and Roberts. Jasmine Taylor now to the head of that 4th place battle. Owen Keenan, Tom Holden. Oh, that's a big moment on the brakes there for Kieran Denier in the 57, but managed to get it stopped in time. No contact with the other carts. My goodness me, that's the 49 of Harry Cottrell battling away, so we're looking at the battle for 12th place, although I think he might have just got by on Sam Flynn. Last lap board will be shown this time around for Riley Bishop. Ben Horner there has been keeping you honest all the way through, but I don't think he's got a response to the pace of Bishop. Then it's Harris Robertson, Jasmine Taylor. Now Jasmine Taylor has slowly but surely come up onto the back of, Owen Keenan is applying pressure to Jasmine Taylor, I should have said there, for fourth place as they come onto the last lap. And there you can see Tom Holden and Emily Cotty battling away as well. There's several stories to be written here on the last lap. And there was Matt Greatrex getting behind Harry Cottrell to try and write the line of who's going to finish 12th. They're battling away everywhere in the field here. Pretty much aside from your top three who are coming into the boot section now. What a day it's been for Riley Bishop. And you was good around this circuit, but this has been fantastic today. Riley Bishop will take the checkered flag to finish a clean sweep for round 10 of the Rally Replay Super 1 Series in Junior Max. Ben Horner finishes second, Harris Robertson third, Jasmine Taylor in fourth, ahead of Owen Keenan, Tom Holden in sixth, ahead of Emily Cotty in seventh, Andrew Dixon in eighth, Ben Brock in ninth, Kieran Denyer rounding out that top 10. Then it's Sam Flynn, Max Greatrex in 12th place, managed to stay ahead of Harry Cottrell, having taken that position at the start of this last lap. Jack Dimbleby in 14th, Callum Ghosh in 15th. But goodness me, he had an eventful race, didn't he? I think it may be a case of what might have been for him there, having featured more towards the sharp end of the field in 15th. Albert Whilton as well had a lot of battles out there. Max Rowley in 17th, Toby Dukes in 18th, Oliver Lomax in 19th. Noah Sells rounded out the top 20. Ahead of Archie Doherty, Freddie Snelling, Rory Hinckley in 23rd, Alex McCulloch in 24th, Lewis Holt in 25th, Jaden Robinson in 26th, ahead of Karthik Kometa, Lucas Reeves in 28th, and Rashid Abdullah in 29th. And I'm afraid for Archie Dyson, Archie Flint, and Hani Sadiq, all of their races ended at the side of the road. But well done to Riley Bishop. That was an impressive form he showed there to take that win. Coming up next, it's your trophy final in IAME M1. Right then, let's take you through the grid for the trophy final in IAME M1. It's going to be Ralph Martin and Freddie Baker on the front row of the grid, Bodie Batch and Patrick Wood on row number 2. Then it's Mickey Gonzalez and Oliver Woodall on row 3. Ollie West and Max Santana are next, with Ethan Hume and Leo Harang to round out the top 10. Noah Myberg and Buster Scott, happy birthday to him once again, on row 6 there. Presley Knight and Daniel Genov are your 7th row of the grid. Logan Edwards and Jensen James Williams are on row number 8. And then it's Seth State Mackey and Heath Smith on row number 9. Then it's Freddie Dye and Ava Garrett to round out the top 20. Teddy Smith and Hugh Riley on row 11. Arthur Rhodes and Harley Bebb on row 12. Row 13 is where we'll find Charlie Holmes and Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite. And then it's Nicholas Answer and Archie Ashworth to round out the 28 karts contesting the final for IAME M1 class here at Whilton Mill for round 10 of the 2024 Rally Replay Super 1 Series, with broadcast coverage coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live Productions, with myself, Howard Mitchell from Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position for you. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage, and if you haven't already, show some love for the stream. Like, share, subscribe, and hit that notification bell as well so you can keep abreast of all the other stuff that Alpha Live are putting out there. Right, I believe, and I do want to stress again, this is all provisional, but I believe that Freddie Baker is on course here to claim this championship. So if he finishes, let's just quick maths here in the comms position. I think because he's finished second in Heat 2, yes he did. So he finished second in Heat 2, and let's just double check that I've definitely got the right results here for Heat 1. He finished second behind Ralph Martin in Heat 1 as well. I think so long as he is classified at the end of this race and he doesn't get disqualified, because if he finishes in there are 28 karts on this grid, and if he finishes 28th, that, according to my calculations, would bring his total to count to 1,223 points. Now, even if Ralph Martin wins this one, and fair play to Ralph Martin, he's had a stellar day at the races so far, taking the win in those heats, his total to count comes to 1:146 with his maximum possible, that is if he were to go out at Shennington at both rounds and win it all, I think the maximum he can then take would be 1,214. So 1,223 would be the count, to be clear, if Freddie Baker finished last in this race and was classified in 28th. You'll understand in some ways, therefore, you could say, well, didn't he win this earlier on in Heat 2? Remember, it's the whole package of a round that counts as your drop score, so we don't really know for certain until you finish the whole round. If he goes on to get disqualified, it might change whether or not this round is used as a drop score or not and things like that. That's why it stays open right through to the final. But I think that Freddie Baker really comes into this one with a relatively easy mission, as it were. It's been a fantastic championship from both Freddie Baker and Ralph Martin, and Ralph Martin's had a fantastic day here today for round 10. Let's focus on the racing on the track now, though. Ralph Martin ready to take them away for this trophy final for round 10. 9 minutes plus a lap on the clock, and away we go. And that's a slow start from the 81 off of the grid there, who I think may still be stuck on the grid, actually, there. And it is the 81. So that's unfortunate there for the driver of the 81 as they come up through the top of the hill for the first time. And that's Heath Smith in the 81, just to clarify. As they all come through the top of the hill, Ralph Martin has retained that lead for now. As they come out of Ashby for the first time, the sunshine streaming down here on the circuit at Whilton Mill. Good start from Bodie Batch as well. Has retained that third place and keeping Freddie Baker honest here on the back straight. Will look to go down the inside at the boot, and that is job done for Bodie Batch to take second place, at least early on here at Whilton Mill. Plenty of battling going on behind them as well. We'll call them across the line as they finish lap 1. Ralph Martin leads this one by almost a second at the end of lap 1, ahead of Bodie Batch. Freddie Baker in third, Oliver Woodall in fourth, Max Santana in fifth, ahead of Ollie West. As going to the inside there, that's Ollie West having a look at Max Santana, and he's got through, and there's a little touch there from Mickey Gonzalez on Max Santana. Needs to be careful of that. But that is Ollie West through and up into your top 5 now in that number 24 kart. As we're looking a little further back, that's Patrick Wood getting by on Buster Scott there. The 36 past the 85, that was for 9th place. Now, has Bodie Batch got the pace to try and eat into this gap that by IAME M1 standards is quite healthy, that Ralph Martin has already opened up here? We won't get a clear picture of that this lap because Bodie Batch... Oh, actually, no, sorry, we will, because Bodie Batch took second at the end of that first lap. Well, no, fastest lap of the race from Ralph Martin to open the gap out to 1.5 seconds. That is a statement from intent. As meanwhile, they're going 3 wide up the hill for third place. That is through for Ollie West. And Oliver Woodall, I thought as well, on the middle of that 3 wide battle was going to go through on Freddie Baker, but Freddie Baker's held off that particular occurrence. So Ollie West up into third place there, ahead of Freddie Baker and Oliver Woodall. As I say, by my maths, that's absolutely fine for Freddie Baker from a championship perspective. Alongside Ollie West, here goes Freddie Baker. We're going to go 3 wide again. Oliver Woodall looks quite racy then, but it's through for Freddie Baker on Ollie West, back up into third place. Good little battle forming here over the last of the podium spots at the moment between Freddie Baker, Ollie West, Oliver Woodall, and then it's Mickey Gonzalez and Max Santana, the latter 2 of whom have just switched position on that last lap. So it's Gonzalez ahead of Santana. Further down the order, Jensen James Williams, who's got by on Buster Scott. As Oliver Woodall is under pressure, and actually that's a change behind him. Ollie West, Oliver Woodall passed on Ollie West, and then Mickey Gonzalez has gone through as well. So 2 drivers by then on Ollie West. Into Wilkins they go. And through Ozier's corner. Little bit of a gap forming behind Ollie Woodall now. Oliver Woodall following Freddie Baker through, and just as I say that, Ollie West has a really good breaking point for the boot and seems to close the gap again. So it never really stops here in IAME M1, keeping each other very honest. Patrick Wood a little bit lonely there in 8th place, although Ethan Hume is less than a second off the back of him. Daniel Genoff as well rounds out the top 10. Further down the order, Freddie Dyes just got by on Logan Edwards, that's for 15th place. And Arthur Rhodes as well just got by on Ava Garrett, that was for 19th place. Plenty of battles going on throughout the order. Ollie West having a look back at Oliver Woodall here through Ashby Corner and just about gets that one done. That is a move for 4th place. And now Gonzalez fancies his chances through on Woodall as well. Goes through at Wilkins, but can Woodall fight back? He's got the inside line at Ozias and is able to come back at Gonzalez, but Gonzalez with a better run onto the back straight. It's corner by corner as to who has the advantage here, side by side. A little bit of a touch there at the apex, I think. And if you're Max Santana, you're like, I fancy my chances here. He might just be a little bit hesitant to put a move though. Doesn't want to go for a gap that closes up. And comes to tears there. Ollie West under pressure from Freddie Baker. Oh no, sorry, Ollie West by on Freddie Baker. He must have got that job done before they got to the braking zone for Christmas Corner. As we look again at Oliver Woodall versus Mickey Gonzalez and Max Santana. Some kind of drama out there for Jensen James Williams. He's dropped down a few positions on that last lap. He's lost 6 positions, now down to 19th place. Still circulating though. There is a contact warning I've just seen come through. That's just come through actually for Archie Ashworth. But I'd be surprised if that was related, because he's towards the back of the field and hasn't just dropped to the back of the field. He was towards the back anyway, so I don't think he was in the same part of the racetrack as Jensen James Williams. Change for 3rd place confirmed. Ollie West past Freddie Baker. We've got just under 3 minutes on the clock plus a lap to go. We're looking again at this battle over 5th place, which has been going on for pretty much the whole race here, with Oliver Woodall absorbing this pressure from Mickey Gonzalez and Max Santana. Further back, we've got battles going on. That is the 13 of Daniel Genoff battling away with Leo Harang. And ahead of them as well, Ethan Hume and Noah Myberg were quite close as well in their battle over 9th and 10th respectively. I said a while ago that maybe it was a bit quiet for Patrick Wood. They are actually closing in on Patrick Wood, and there's a look from Max Santana on Mickey Gonzalez, but Mickey Gonzalez will try and hang it around the outside, but that was well positioned from Max Santana to deprive the opportunity for Mickey Gonzalez to fight back there, and that's given a little bit of a reprieve for Oliver Woodall. He's been able to pull out a bit of a gap there now in 5th place. We're looking here at the battle over 3rd place, which has switched hands a number of times. As further up the road, that is, was that closing in for... No, I think there was some traffic that Bodie Batch was navigating through. This is Ethan Hume getting by on Patrick Wood though. I said that had closed up for 8th place, and it has, to the point where Ethan Hume has overhauled Patrick Wood. The 11th driver now up into 8th place. And Noah Myberg, Daniel Genoff and Leo Harang are all there as well. Patrick Wood in that 36 kart. The Passion kart. Blue livery kart there. And Noah Myberg applying pressure. This is the battle for 3rd place again. As I say, from my maths, I think provisionally one can say that at the moment it looks like Freddie Baker is going to wrap up the championship here today. He came into today with, I think it was an advantage of 108 points. Albeit that, again, drop score system sort of can misrepresent such things, but as I say, by my maths, if he finishes, well, let's simulate it for real. Ralph Martin is looking on for a clean sweep here, and if he finished 4th at the moment, that would mean his total to count for Freddie Baker would be 1, 2, 4, 7. And Ralph Martin, even if he finishes with the win here today, and he's raced so well today to take the 2 heat wins and be on for the finals win, but even if he were to win absolutely everything from now until we wrapped up at the end of round 12 at Shenington, he would not be able to score more than 1-2-1-4. So it would be 1-2-4-7 for Freddie Baker, 1-2-1-4 for Ralph Martin. And I don't think Patrick Wood would be able to overhaul either. Right now, though, Freddie Baker's worrying about challenging for 3rd place. Here is the battle further down the order. Patrick Wood in 9th place, Daniel Genov in 10th, Leo Harang in that 57 car in 11th, and Noah Myberg is with them in the 27 as well. Last lap board has been shown to Ralph Martin as well, and what a drive it has been for Ralph Martin. That's Nicholas Anser out at the exit of Christmas Corner. He should be able to recover that, provided the cart's all working okay. Last lap board is out though, as I say. Ralph Martin coming into Ashby Corner now. He's got a little bit of traffic to negotiate with on this last lap, but it has been a fantastic run for, look at this, the 3 wide battle for 9th place. That's Leo Harang on the inside there, and Daniel Genov, I think, has come out on top of that one. So the 13 passed Patrick Wood, as too did Leo Harang. So it's now Genov, Harang and Wood. We've got to look to the final corner though, because Ralph Martin, there he is in the 32. The green cart with the black helmet and suit is going to come across the line to take the checkered flag. What a run today for Ralph Martin, takes the win. And then Bodie Batch will come across the line, we expect, in a few seconds' time to take the win. Oliver Woodall in 3rd, and Freddie Baker crosses the line and provisionally, we say, takes the win in IAME M1, wins the championship for IAME M1. By my maths, with that result, and he crosses the line in 4th, Oliver Woodall just held him off there. Freddie Baker will have a points haul of 1,247. I am not seeing a driver who can overhaul that at the moment, and that would make him your champion for 2024 in Rally Replay IAME M1. Fair play to Ralph Martin, who gave it his all today and delivered. Look, you could not ask for more with the 2 heat wins and the finals victory, but the points advantage that Freddie Baker had was the biggest of any of the classes that we had coming into today, and by my maths, and I must stress that, by my maths, he has wrapped up the championship there. Bodie Batch finishing 2nd. Good race for Oliver Woodall as well to round out the podium. Freddie Baker in 4th, Ollie West in 5th, Mickey Gonzalez in 6th, 7th for Max Santana, 8th for Ethan Hume, Daniel Genov in 9th, and Leo Harang to round out the top 10. What a good day's racing in IAME M1. We can't dwell on these things for too long though. We've got to look ahead to our next race here on the schedule, and that is going to be Rotax 177 here at Whilton Mill. Let's take you through the grid then for the trophy final in Rotax 177. Scott Smith starts this one from pole position with Shane Collins alongside. Luke Oliver, your winner from yesterday in round 9, is on row 2 with Oliver Hutchings for company. Richard Evans and Ian Bramfield are next on row number 3. Stephen Horner and Oliver Moss are next on row 4, with the top 10 rounded out by Mark Gillibrand and Zach Bolton. Andy Ward and Ben Johnson are on row number 6. And Jake Davis will round out the 13-kart grid for this one. That was how they line up for the final for round 10 of Rally Replay Super 1 in our Rotax 177 class. There they are out onto the circuit. The penultimate race of the day, of the weekend, and it has been a fantastic weekend. So a few thanks just to round us out at the end of the broadcast, but yeah, it's been fantastic. been fantastic. So I have to say, personally, for me, Whilton Mill's my local track, and for all the other races, all the other race meetings in the Super One schedule this year, it's been quite a long haul for me. So it's always that feeling of it always feels a bit strange that when a championship that I've been travelling around for sort of comes to quote unquote my neck of the woods. It's been brilliant. I always love covering stuff here at Whilton Mill. And yeah, it's provided some great racing as ever. Right now, though, we're looking ahead to our trophy final. Shane Collins Scott Smith in that 38 kart is your pole sitter. Shane Collins alongside. This championship will go on until Shennington. Let's talk about the racing. Away we go then, with Scott Smith leading them into Oblivion Corner. Good start from him there, but it looks like Luke Oliver might have just tucked underneath there for second place as they head up the hill for the first time into Christmas Corner. Well, there was a bit of debris blowing around there, but all the drivers getting through cleanly enough. Pole sitter Scott Smith feels the need to go defensive there into Ashby Corner. But it is Luke Oliver indeed who slots into second place. Can he get the opportunity here? He wants to strike whilst the iron is hot, so to speak, here. As they all work themselves out behind them as well. There is Hutchings battling away with Richard Evans. That is for third place. So it's not been the best start for Shane Collins, it looks to me. He's down to fifth place in the 52 kart. Here we go. The driver who won round 9 in the form of Luke Oliver challenging the driver who's taken both of the heat wins today in the form of Scott Smith. This is battle on for the lead of this one as they come through Inkermans. And it was a good lap for Oliver Hutchings as well to get up into the third spot there. Through Wilkins come the leaders. And onto the back straight out of Osiers. Pressure being applied to Oliver Moss there by Stephen Horner. That is over 7th place. 14 versus the 66. As they come on to start lap 3. Zach Bolton's got by on Ben Johnson at the back of the field as well. Great to see both of those drivers. Great to see Ben Johnson back out there. I know he's had some challenges today getting to the end of the heat races, but hopefully he can have a good run in this last final. You can hear how hard Scott Smith is pushing out there. He wants to try and open a gap to Luke Oliver, and to be fair, he is just pulling out a few more kart lengths on this lap. It's been a good lap this from the driver of the 38. And into the boot they go. Through the heel of Wilton Mill's boot. The newest section of the lap added earlier this year. Fastest lap of the race from Shane Collins. The top 5 closing up, if anything, here. Separated by just 1.4 seconds. Scott Smith, Luke Oliver, Oliver Hutchings, Richard Evans and Shane Collins. Ian Bramfield isn't too far off the back of them either. It may not be the largest field that we have here in Rally Replay Super One, but that doesn't mean it's not the most entertaining, because they are very close and very competitive here. And we have 6 minutes plus a lap to determine who's going to take the win. I can tell you, as they're going through the sectors, they're all setting personal bests. They're all pushing each other on, upping the pace all the way here. Shane Collins with another fastest lap though. Oh, and that's round for Ben Johnson. Oh, yeah, your heart goes out for Ben Johnson. He's had a tough time of it today, and that's not gone well there. That is Shane Collins through on Richard Evans there. Change for 4th place as they came through Christmas Corner, as we were just cutting away from Ben Johnson. I think he'll still be able to keep circulating, but unfortunately he'll be well off the back of the pack now. Lead gap opening up here with Scott Smith at the front. If anything, Luke Oliver coming under more pressure from Oliver Hutchings now for second place. The question will be, how will Oliver play this one? Will he sense the opportunity as yellow flags are out, as the tyres I think have been, oh no, that is Ben Johnson at the side of the road. Unfortunately, he will take no further part in this one. Yeah, if you're Hutchings, you do well, I think, to try and work together here. Keep Scott Smith within touching distance, within reach, so that you might be on for challenging for the win come the end of this race. So again, we go into the strategy of sprint racing. It's not all out and out racing. Sometimes a little mini ceasefire is needed. That of course assumes that Oliver Hutchings doesn't feel that he's got the pace advantage over the karts ahead of him, such that he wants to get Luke Oliver, quote unquote, out of the way. I find that hard to believe because Oliver's pace is pretty good, but that is the kind of calculation you've got to make at this point. Closer than he's ever been is Oliver Hutchings up the inside at Christmas Corner, and that is nicely done for second place. And Luke Oliver chooses to slot into that third place. I think he knows that he doesn't want to lose too much time here. He still surely has some hope of reeling in Scott Smith here, although that little exchange has opened the gap, and there's the sign from Oliver Hutchings to say, don't fight me, let's work together here. And to be fair, I think all of these four drivers know the score here. Luke Oliver passed by Oliver Hutchings on this lap, so it's now Scott Smith in the lead, Oliver Hutchings in second, Luke Oliver in third, Shane Collins in fourth, Richard Evans in fifth. Ian Bramfield struggling to make inroads into that gap back to him in sixth place, although Stephen Horner's not too far off the back of him either. Then it's quite a gap back to Oliver Moss and Zach Bolton battling away over eighth place. And Mark Gillibrand a few seconds further back, Andy Ward another 3 seconds further back, and unfortunately we've seen Ben Johnson already retire from this race. There's a look from Shane Collins down the inside of Luke Oliver, and that's job done at Ozier's. And again, the sign is given to Luke Oliver of like, don't argue about it, we're going to work together here. But Luke Oliver may bank that one in his memory and go, okay, fine, but if we've not caught up to Scott Smith come the end of the race, I'm coming for you. Such is the way that, as I say, strategic thinking in a sprint race. Richard Evans now on the tail of Luke Oliver. You can hear how much the drivers are pushing here. I should say Richard Evans is, we've seen plenty of him this season in Rally Replay SuperOne. He is actually, in a way, one of the disruptors in that he's missed enough of the rounds that he can't have a fully fledged championship score. As there's another fastest lap from Shane Collins. If anything, Hutchings and Collins now pulling away from the Oliver Evans battle. So I say disruptor. Richard Evans has had plenty of success. He took a couple of heat wins back at Glenny Gores for round 2. Oh, as that's, I didn't catch who that was pulling into the pits. It might have been the number 4 of Andy Ward. I've not seen him cross the timing line. Unfortunately, he may have pulled into the pits. We'll double check that. It'll soon become quite evident on timing. And whilst we were cut away from that, Richard Evans is through on Luke Oliver. Change for 4th place. Here we go then. Lap number 11, Scott Smith leading by 1.1 seconds now. Try as they might, Hutchings and Collins don't seem to be able to begin to reduce that gap. And so it then becomes a matter of time before it's asked, at what point do you stop cooperating with each other? Because we've seen Shane Collins has the fastest lap of the race, and there he is, not cooperating. That's him going through and by for second place. Now, he clearly feels that he has the pace advantage, and to be fair, he has set faster lap times than Oliver Hutchings. Does he fancy his chances on possibly being able to reel in this gap? He's not got that long to do it. There'll be 2 more laps here. The clock is about to hit 0 now. So the next time Scott Smith comes through, he will see the last lap board. oh, sorry, the next time anybody comes through in the lead of this race, they will see the last lap board. Down into Ashby Corner. The main headline still to be written, unless Shane Collins shows some really impressive pace now and starts to reel in Scott Smith at an amazing rate. If not, it's going to be, can Hutchings overhaul Collins for second? Can Oliver get past Evans for fourth? Those are the closest battles on the track at the moment. Ian Bramfield and Stephen Horner not a million miles away from that Richard Evans-Luke Oliver battle as well. That could close up a bit on this last lap. But we are on the last lap, and Scott Smith has 1.4 seconds in hand over these two, so it really is now a battle in earnest. Has Oliver Hutchings got any opportunity to get by on Shane Collins? Has Stephen Horner got an opportunity to get by on Ian Bramfield? You can see them in the background battling away as well. Opportunities running out though for positions to change here, and they're so evenly matched on pace, it's going to take something special to put in a move. But someone who is doing something special is Scott Smith, who's going to come around the boot section now. How well has he driven today? Brilliant stuff from Scott Smith. He's going to round the final corner and take the checkered flag for round 10 of Rotax 177 in Rally Replay Super 1. Fastest lap of the race from Shane Collins on the last lap there. Did actually take 0.3 of a second out of the lead gap, but it was not enough. Well, it was too little too late in that sense. Shane Collins takes second. Oliver Hutchings rounds out your podium. Richard Evans in fourth. Luke Oliver in fifth, ahead of Ian Bramfield and Stephen Horner. Oliver Moss in eighth. Zach Bolton in ninth. Mark Gillibrand in 10th. And unfortunately, we saw Andy Ward having to pull into the pit lane. And Ben Johnson pulling at the side of the road after some kind of drama befell his race at the final corner. That's your provisional result then. Don't forget, results.alphatime.co.uk. Click on Super 1 for confirmed results. Right now, though, we've got to look ahead to our next race. It's our final race of what's been a stellar weekend here at Whilton Mill. It's our final for round 10 for Senior Max. Let's take you through that grid then for Senior Max. The final here. No surprise who's on pole position. He's having a fantastic run of form. Zaki Hussain starts this one from pole position. Harry Hurst-Grover alongside him. Elliot Thomas and George Sanders are on row number 2. Then it's Stefan Kaczmarczyk, and James Kacholek on row number 3. James Parrish and Ollie Naylor on row 4, with Max Davis and William Young to round out your top 10. Marcus King and Billy Edgecombe are next on row number 6. Lewis Wild and Salvador Newman on row 7. Sky Fraser and James Becker on row 8. Molly Pugh and William Eberhardt are your 9th row of the grid. And then it's Jake Riches and Daniel Beards on row 10, with Alfie Barron-Oxbury rounding out your 21 karts on the grid. And the big question has got to be, can anyone beat Zaki Hussain? He's had the most consistent run of wins that we have seen from anybody in any class so far this season. And he's taken the 2 wins in the heats today as well. He stands to complete an amazing 4th round in a row of maximum points haul. But don't forget, the championship doesn't get decided here, because even though he's had that, his earlier points results in the season were significantly lower, such that the championship remains open and goes to Shennington. Zaki wasn't with us for the first couple of rounds of the season as well, so every single race counts. Every single round counts. And Billy Edgecombe is your championship leader, albeit he starts this one from 12th on the grid. So we'll have his work cut out if he's going to make this one of his rounds to count, frankly, when he gets to the end. Such has been his consistency. He had a very strong start to the season. Let's find out then who's going to win round 10. Away we go for 9 minutes plus a lap of racing. Great start from Zaki Hussain, as has come to be expected, and it looks to me like Elliot Thomas, I think, has moved up into second place as they come through, and that is the 15 of Max Davies at the side of the road already, unfortunately. But Elliot Thomas has got from third on the grid up into second place, and there's drivers off into the grass on the exit of Ashby. I think that might have been James Kacholek I saw going onto the grass. We'll have to double check that one on timing. Back at the front, Elliot Thomas will know. Everyone in this class knows how well Zaki Hussain has been driving recently. Elliot Thomas will surely be aware that this is the best opportunity to challenge here, to stop Hussain getting on up the road. We've seen great pace from both of these drivers, though, to be fair. Drivers who have had a drama at that first lap, then Max Davies, we saw at the side of the road, and it looks to me like Lewis Wild and William Young lost time. It looks to me like Harry Hurst-Grover might have been the other driver we saw off onto the grass, because both he lost time, and Billy Edgecombe lost a lot there, lost 5 positions down to 17th place. So a bad start to the final for our points leader in the championship. We're looking here at Stefan Kaczmarczyk and George Sanders in their battle over third place. And then it's James Kacholek and James Parrish. So maybe I was wrong. I think I did misidentify Kacholek on the grass there. Apologies for that. It looks, based on timing, like it was Harry Hurst-Grover. And Harry Hurst-Grover in the pit lane there. And you can see the frustration there. You can see the frustration. And William Eberhardt is parked up in the pit lane as well, behind him in the 48. And that's disappointing. That's not a senior max kart ahead of them, by the way, that 18 kart. That's a different class of kart. But there is a move on Kaczmarczyk. George Sanders down the inside at Oziers up into third place. So Hurst-Grover, and you could understand the frustration, because he had a great opportunity starting second there. And as I say, the manner in which the scoring system works, even though he's had strong heats, it could be that proves to be one of his drop scores, because of the finals result. Zaki Hussain with the fastest lap of the race. Elliot Thomas still keeping him honest, though, just 3.5 tenths back. And then this battle here headed up by George Sanders, so he's got plenty of friends along for the ride here. Stefan Kaczmarczyk, James Kacholek, James Parrish, Ollie Naylor, Marcus King, they're all part of this pack. Everyone down to 8th place is battling over third place, if that makes sense. Ultimately they're battling over the win, but you catch my drift. And then further back, Jake Riches heads up the next pack of karts, battling over 9th place. That's himself, Salvador Newman, James Becker, Molly Pugh, Billy Edgecombe, Sky Fraser. They're all in that pack of karts. And then Daniel Beard heads up a battle with Alfie Barron Oxbury for 15th place. That's kind of how they're all grouped off in the field. And there's a look down the inside by James Parrish on James Kacholek. And that's a nice tidy move there from the driver of the 43. To get himself up into 5th place. We have just over 5 minutes plus a lap to go. Zaki Hussain nearly has that gap out to a second, but all credit to Elliot Thomas. He's giving it his all at the front here. New personal best that last time around. Every time you're seeing Hussain setting a new fastest lap of the race overall, Elliot Thomas is setting a PB behind him. There's George Sanders, still not able to shake the likes of Stefan Kaczmarczyk. James Parrish. And into Ozier's corner. Slingshot yourself round with a late apex onto the back straight. Position yourself for the boot. Sling it into the boot, but don't get too greedy on exit so that you can get through the right-handers cleanly. And then over driver's right to come through this new chicane section. As there's another fastest lap for Zaki Hussain. The form that this man is in is something else at the moment. That is the 78. That's Alfie Barron Oxbury going through the grass. Wondered for a second if it was Kaczmarczyk, because his transponder didn't pick up, but he's just fired back up to the right position, and he's very much there in that pack on top. But that was drama for Alfie Barron Oxbury in that 78 kart. battle for third place comes out of Osiers onto the back straight. And the halfway mark now in this senior max final. That is Billy Edgecombe, who has just got by on Salvador Newman. So Billy Edgecombe up into the top 10 now on somewhat of a recovery drive here. This one I think is going to get quite tight when we go to Shenington, because although Zaki Hussein is in the form of his life, it was still a good start to the season for the likes of Edgecombe and Sanders. Lewis Wild has been the king of consistency in this class as well. He hasn't actually taken a race win. I'm sure he'll be indebted to me for reminding you all of that, but he's just been really consistent. But if Hussein carries this form into Shenington, it's going to be really difficult to stop him, frankly. So not too far to go for the next race meeting of this championship. Shenington just over the border in Oxfordshire, as that is a look down the inside at Ashby. This is, that was James Becker, I think, who was battling away with Salvador Newman, if I'm not mistaken. There's Billy Edgecombe now, going up another position here, battling away with Jake Riches, and that is up into 9th place. The thing is, you can see the gap there in front of Edgecombe, assuming he's going to retain that position and that Jake Riches isn't going to be able to fight back. Edgecombe now has his work cut out, because the gap to the next car is 3.4 seconds. So that might be as far as he can go in terms of quote-unquote damage limitation here. Down the inside there. I think that was James Becker potentially coming back at Molly Pugh. Ooh, that was an incident up at... Oh, someone got into the marshal post. Someone's got into the marshal post there on the exit of Ashby Corner. That's never nice to see. Oh, and big incidents there. Apologies, I didn't catch that on camera. We've got 42 involved. So that is James Becker, and the 22 William Young's involved as well. I don't think we've gone full course yellow, understandably so, in the closing stages here. It's never nice to see. I mean, that marshal post has plenty of, as all the marshal posts here do, that marshal post on the exit of Ashby has copious tyres to soften the blow, but that's a relative term, of course. And hopefully all the drivers are okay. We saw most of the drivers getting out of their cars. So I think the drivers involved, Lewis Wild, Molly Pugh, James Becker, all dropping to the back of the field there. And that is the kart that must have made contact with the marshal post there. I'm sure we saw William Young off as well. Yeah, he had a prolonged lap time, definitely. So William Young was involved but keeps circulating. Lewis Wild, Molly Pugh and James Becker. I think that might have been the 19 I saw on that kart being pulled away from the marshal post, which would suggest it was Molly Pugh. I think we have seen all of the drivers out, though, under their own steam, possibly a bit shaken up and frustrated. But, well, I mean, the fact that we're under full course yellow and not seeing red flags being called is a sign to that effect. But frustration for all of those drivers, and a bit of drama here at the end. Not the kind of drama we like to see. So I'm being told that the driver who went into the marshal post is sat talking to the marshal at that post. So yeah, everybody okay there. I'm not sure entirely which driver it was who went into the marshal post. It might have been Lewis Wild, it might have been Molly Pugh. We definitely saw James Becker out on the grass. But yeah, all of always good to know that the drivers are fundamentally okay. It does somewhat neutralise this, though. Are we going to go back to green flag running? It is going to be the last lap of racing, and I think we are checkered flag. That's being called. Yeah, that's being called. So That's not how we'd like the racing to end, but of course sometimes it is necessary to make such a call in the interests of safety and such. Sorry if that was called as the last lap, but I think that might have just been a slightly curtailed race there because they realised that they weren't going to be able to get back to green before the barriers were sufficiently repaired. What it does mean is that Zaki Hussain will carries on his fantastic run of results. He takes the win for another round, a fourth consecutive round for round 10 for Zaki Hussain. Elliot Thomas did his best to try and challenge him, kept him very honest there, but with a good second place there. George Sanders in third place ahead of Stefan Kaczmarczyk, James Parrish in fifth, James Kacholek in sixth, Ollie Naylor in seventh ahead of Marcus King in eighth, Billy Edgecombe in ninth, Jake Riches rounds out your top 10 ahead of Sky Fraser, Salvador Newman in 12th, Daniel Beards in 13th, and 14th for William Young, Alfie Baron Oxbury in 15th, and then the drivers who I think will be classified but had some dramas out there. Lewis Wild 16th, Molly Pugh, who I've just had confirmed was the driver who went into the marshal post there, but as we said, we've seen her on the cameras. Obviously, production, they have a wider well, they have all the cameras available to them at once. That's how they call the shots, and they've seen her conversing with the marshal on that post. So good to hear that the driver's okay there. James Becker in 18th, Harry Hurstgrover, we saw the frustration for him pulling up in the pit lane. William Aberhart also pulled into the pit lane, and Max Davies, I believe his car was stricken on the driver's right into turn number 1 on the very first lap. Not how we'd like the day's racing, the weekend's racing to end. Sometimes that is the way in motorsport. Good to hear that as far as we understand it, all the drivers are fundamentally okay. Well done to Zaki Hussain. Well done to all of our class winners. And, well, what a weekend's racing it has been here at Whilton Mill. I do hope you've enjoyed it. If you have, please like, share and subscribe to Alpha Live. And it only remains for me to say a few thanks. Firstly, I always kick off with the thanks to the marshals and the medical team here at the circuit, without whom we could not go racing. And Whilton Mill, as ever, has been a fantastic circuit for us to visit, thanks to all of the circuit staff who have made us feel very welcome here this weekend. My thanks to Amelia Hoyle and the team at Rally Replay SuperOne who put on this championship. It's been another fantastic weekend, so thank you for that. Do, of course, check them out. And when will SuperOne next be in action? Well, I keep saying these championship battles are going to go on to Shennington. That is where we are headed next. And it's not too long until we find out how all these other championships wrap up. You know, it's going to be in 3 weeks' time. It is not, because most of these rounds have been on the first weekend of a month. Shennington is sort of 1 week earlier on that regular schedule. It is on the weekend of the 26th and the 25th of August that we will wrap up the championship at Shennington in Rally Replay SuperOne for 2024. As ever, we will have the broadcast of that final round, the Sunday round there, round 12, and we'll bring you all the news and the drivers' interviews and reactions from round 11 as well. So look out for that. Coming up in 3 weekends' time. Once again, the weekend of the 24th and 25th of August that we will be at Shennington. If you like what you've heard from a commentary perspective, thank you very much. My name's been Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Check us out. We're at Double Dash Motorsport Media on YouTube and at Double Dash MM on your other forms of social media. If you can't find any of those, double-mm.com is the place to go to find all of the links to check out what we get up to as part of Double Dash Motorsport Media. And of course, the stream has been brought to you, the broadcast has been brought to you today by Alpha Live. As ever, it's been my pleasure to work alongside Alpha Live. Shout out to our producers today, to Stuart Rice and to Luke Woodford, and to our camera operators for this round, Cedra Woodward, Luke Jones and Sam Woodford as well. They've been out there bringing you all of these fantastic shots, so a shout out to them as well. Do please subscribe to Alpha Live to keep abreast of everything they're up to, not least the last round in a few weeks' time for Rally Replay SuperOne. There we'll have the rest of our championships wrapped up. Some of them are going to go down to the wire, I'm sure. Make sure you're with us to enjoy that. But until that time, everybody, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.